Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 251. Chapter 251, 251. Chapter 251, The Power of Divinity. What a monster! Wisps of divinity continued to drill into the body. Lin Moya felt the attributes remain unchanged. Regarding the benefits of divinity, there were only two things that Lin Moya knew. For one thing, the earlier you get it, the greater the benefit. The second is that the probability of career ascension can be substantially increased when transferring. Most professionals would enter the ancient battlegrounds only after reaching level 45. They could only move around the edges of the ancient battlefield. By the time they entered the god's chosen secret realm, they were already over level 50. The amount of divine energy gained would not be too much, and even a part of it would not make up the full divine nature. Most professionals did not enjoy the benefits of divinity, not to mention using divinity to increase the probability of career ascension at level 2. At the second turn, maybe they didn't even know where the Eldritch battlefield was. There were only a handful of people who had killed their way into the divine chosen mysterious realm at level 30 like Lin Moya over the millennia. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moya had already walked 50 frames of steps. 50 strands of divine energy had also accumulated in his body. Lin Moya finally got a glimmer of feeling. 743. The body felt as comfortable as bathing in warm water. Fatigue was drastically reduced. Divine energy was amazing, and Lin Moya was even more excited to see what kind of changes the complete divine nature would bring to him. Mo Yun had also reached the 50th frame at this time, and the difference in speed wasn't much compared to Lin Moya's. Although the two of them were about the same speed, Mo Yun was far less relaxed than Lin Moya. By the time she walked here, her forehead was oozing with dense beads of sweat, obviously under a lot of pressure. Lin Moya glanced at Mo Yun and gave her a cheering look, then followed every day. More, new to this? Since the group, continuing upward. Step after step, frame after frame. After a few minutes, Lin Moya finally made it to the 100th frame. The 100th strand of divine energy drilled into his body. A roar went off in his head and his whole body crackled. It was as if the joints of the whole body had been opened up, and an indescribable sense of relief spread throughout the body. Properties finally appeared to change. Lin Moya realized that he had an additional trait in his attributes. Not a skill nor a talent, and not affected by the total increased talent. Power of Divinity, level 1 when upgrading, all attributes are increased by an additional 1%, mental strength recovery speed is increased by 100%, and fatigue recovery speed is increased by 100%. Divinity is fully known as the power of divinity, and looking at this one attribute, Lin Moya finally understood why the sooner he obtained his divinity, the better, and why Bai Yuan wanted him to come earlier. Just the extra 1% increase in all attributes when upgrading is a very powerful attribute. You can't underestimate the effect of this 1%, if you can add an extra 1% to every level, the cumulative total is a staggering number. Most people don't get divinity until after level 50. Bai Yuan obtained divinity at level 41 back then, and not just the worst level 1 divinity. After accumulating, Bai Yuan's attributes were much higher than those of a professional of the same level. This was one of the foundations that allowed him to become a god-level professional. The only thing that is unfortunate is the trait of mental power recovery speed. His mental power recovery speed had increased by 100 times after using the soul gem, equivalent to 10,000% recovery rate. Now after the power of divinity was stacked, it became multiplied. It is not another doubling of the existing one. Thinking about this, Lin Moya felt that he was a bit too extravagant. To achieve this effect is already unprecedented, and you can't ask for so much. Right now, it's all about strengthening the divine nature and upgrading the level of the power of the divine nature. Lin Moya looked up and saw that there was a large amount of divine energy floating on the steps, and these would be the source of energy for the power of divinity. Bai Yuan's minimum requirements have been realized, and the next step is enhancement. At this time, Mo Yun was drenched in fragrant sweat as she struggled up the 100th step. The divine energy flowed through her body and the fatigue was drastically reduced. Mo Yun couldn't help but show a look of enjoyment. So cozy. Mo Rhyme spoke softly. The effort had not been in vain, and she finally managed to obtain divinity. Obtaining divinity at level 41 had already tied Bai Yuan's record. Mo Yun felt that she might have a chance in the future to catch up with Bai Yuan's footsteps and become a character that could compete with Bai Yuan. She unconsciously looked towards Lin Moya and realized that Lin Moya was already standing in the same position as herself. And he was more relaxed, unlike herself who worked so hard. How could I forget about this freak? Mo Yun let out a soft laugh. It didn't matter if it was himself, or Bai Yuan, or even every professional in the entire human race. none of them can compare to Lin Moyo. No one had ever entered the Divine Chosen Mystery Realm at level 30 and gained the power of divinity. Lin Moyo threw over a cheering look, and then proceeded to every day. More, new too? Since the group, continued to walk upwards. Looking at his back with an easy pace, she muttered, I really don't know what heights this guy can reach in the end. Essence shot out from her beautiful eyes. In her eyes, Lin Moyo was even more radiant than Bai Yuan back then. Collecting his mind, Mo Yun set off once again. Starting at frame 101, you gain 2 wisps of divine energy for each frame of steps. The new divine energy enters and integrates into the power of divinity, causing the power of divinity to grow rapidly. After only 5 frames of walking, the power of divinity changed again when 10 new strands of divine energy were gained. Power of divinity, level 2 increases all attributes by an additional 2% when upgrading, increases mental strength recovery speed by 200%, and fatigue recovery speed by 200%. I wonder how much divine energy teacher had gotten at that time, and how many levels he had raised his power of divinity to. Lin Moyo followed every day. What's new? From the small, saying group. Continuing upward, the pressure increased again, but it still wasn't considered strong for Lin Moyo. At least he walked with ease. He walked another 10 frames to the 115th frame. With the newly harvested 20 strands of divine energy, the power of divinity was once again upgraded to level 3. As the level of divine power increases, the amount of divine energy required increases. Lin Moyo didn't care about that either, he just had to go upwards with all his might. The rest wasn't his concern. Mo Yun gritted his teeth and walked with difficulty to the 105th frame. She let out a long breath. Finally, I've gotten my divine power up to level 2. According to the family records, to be able to raise the power of divinity to level 2, that's a supreme genius. Family seniors now, the highest recorded is only level 4. The white god used to just get to level 5. I may have a chance to surpass the family's highest record and reach the level of the white god. Mo Yun's face was brimming with confidence. She had gotten this far entirely on her own, with talents untouched. Once she utilized her natural abilities, she was sure she could take many more steps up the ladder. I wonder how far Lin Moyo has gotten. Should be better than me. Mo Yun looked towards Lin Moyo's side, where there was still Lin Moyo's shadow. Not anymore? Leaving the secret world? Mo Yun felt very ridiculous. Eyes quickly swept upward to a figure vaguely visible. That position, at least, is up to 200 frames. Still following every day. More, newcomer? From the little. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person. Continue to walk, but also walk very easily, not at all hard look. One step at a time, too soon. Mo Yun was instantly hurt by a ton of injuries and a serious blow to his self-confidence. What a monster, it's bad luck to be born in the same era as you. Exasperated, she said, clenching her silver teeth, following every day. More, new too? Since the small, said, continued to walk upwards. As if gambling, Mo Yun also sped up a speed, rushing upwards for several frames in one breath before slowing down. Following every day. More, newcomer? From the, say group. Continuing to maintain a slow and steady pace, climbing upwards. Lin Moyo stepped onto the 200th frame of steps. After gaining the power of divinity, another 200 strands of divine energy were gained. The power of divinity had finally risen to level 5. Power of divinity, level 5. When upgrading, all attributes are increased by an additional 5%, mental strength recovery speed is increased by 500%, and fatigue recovery speed is increased by 500%. Standing on the steps of the 200th frame, Lin Moyo still didn't feel much pressure. The soul crystals are too powerful. A full 15,000 mental power bonus, taking his base mental power from points. Not to mention level 30, even a level 40 law profession's mental strength was inferior to his. Simply put, he was facing the pressure of level 30 with a mental strength of over level 40, so how could it not be easy? Chapter 252. Chapter 252, 252. Chapter 252. The land where no one treads, the tripod of the divine state. The pressure increased again as Lin Moyo reached the 201st frame, more than double the boost from the 200 frames. Lin Moyo felt that if he hadn't acquired the soul crystals, he would have only been able to reach up to 200 frames at most. But now, he followed every day. More, new to this? Since the group, continued upward. With each step upwards, he harvested 3 strands of divine energy. The higher the level of divine power, the more divine energy was required. This time, he went all the way to the 250th frame, gaining a full 150 strands of divine energy before the power of divinity gained a boost. What followed was only going to get more demanding. As he was about to walk to the 300th frame, he suddenly felt a powerful aura erupt from Mo Yun's passage. This aura was not much inferior to that of a level 50 character. Then a massive light was seen darting along the passage. Mo Yun was enveloped in light as she flew upward. That was fast. Lin Moyo had once seen Mo Yun cast out this skill, when the Holy Spirit unicorn was enveloped in such light and was as fast as lightning. It was not known specifically what skills Mo Yun had used, only that Mo Yun ignored the pressure and flew forward at this moment. That's awesome. Lin Moyo spoke unconsciously. Each profession is characterized by its own unique skills. Especially for a medium legend level professional like Mo Yun, Ken 14 must have her own unique skills. Watching Mo Yun in a short frame, when she stepped into the 200 frames, the skill glow disappeared and Mo Yun's whole body went limp on the ground. The 200 frame position put too much pressure on her. Mo Yun could only barely sit there, and it was difficult to move. But a smile spread across her face. She broke the family's highest record, raising her divine power to level 5 at level 41. This was already equaling Bai Yuan's achievement, a pride of the entire human race. Of course, there's no comparison to some prodigy. Mo Yun lifted her head upward with difficulty. The figure of Lin Moya was seen. This extraordinary person was standing at least 300 frames away, giving her the thumbs up. You're unbelievable. Mo Yun couldn't help but curse. Is that a compliment? It's just humbling. Her self-esteem suffered another blow. Mo Yun sighed in her heart. Forget it, I can't compare with this guy, or else my self-esteem will crumble. She had already pushed herself to her limit with her natural skills to get here. In 30 seconds, she hadn't even wasted 0.1 seconds. Knowing that Mo Yun was almost at her limit, Lin Moya turned around and followed every day. More, new to this? Since the little, said group, continued, fighting. A drum roll followed every day. More, newcomer? From the small, say group, continued to climb upwards. 410, 420, 450. Finally, he reached the 490th step. The power of divinity had reached level 9. Now, it was just a matter of the last 10 frames of steps, and the three-legged sacred tripod was close at hand. At this moment, he was sweating profusely and panting heavily. The terrifying spiritual power pressed down, making it difficult for him to lift his head. It was as if an invisible giant hand had descended from the sky and pressed down heavily on him, making it difficult for him to move. This kind of pressure, not even level 30, 40, or 45 could withstand. Lin Moya chanted in his mind. The last 10 frames were too hard. Standing here, one could clearly see a large amount of divine energy flying above the three-legged divine tripod. The golden light was glittering, dense, and countless. There were tens of thousands of strands, to say the least. Lin Moya couldn't help but wonder if he could absorb the divine energy from the divine cauldron if he could walk the last 10 frames of steps. By then, the power of divinity would be up by a few more levels. But now, the pressure was enormous. Even with Lin Moya's spiritual power, it was difficult to take another step upwards. To the limit. Lin Moya gritted his teeth, he didn't believe it. Barely lifting his foot, he stepped upward once more for a frame. Boom! The invisible pressure was like a giant fist smashing into Lin Moya's body. His spirit roared, his head reeled, and he almost collapsed. Lin Moya let out a muffled grunt, and his entire body swayed from side to side, looking like he was about to fall backward. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and held on. At this point, he placed his right foot on the 491 frame step. The left foot remained on frame 490, never to be lifted again. Lin Moya knew that as soon as his left foot left the ground, he would definitely fall backward. At that time, it would inevitably lead to leaving the secret realm directly. No way. As he muttered to himself, the soldier character text on the back of his hand sparkled and shot out brilliant rays of light that exploded in the air. All attributes grew rapidly, and the spiritual attribute broke through the heavy limitations, instantly reaching 57,000 points. The pressure that had overwhelmed him disappeared without a trace. It felt as if he had just entered the divine chosen mystic realm and had just entered the passageway. Easy, too easy. Lifting his left foot, he stepped firmly on the 491st frame. Then it was all the way up to the 500th frame without any pressure. The topmost level of the passageway, where the three-legged divine tripod was placed. This was a piece of heaven and earth that no one had set foot in for countless years. The divine energy that had originally fluttered around the three-legged divine cauldron flew towards Lin Moya at the same time. He absorbed it like crazy. The level of the power of divinity rose rapidly. Level 10, 11, 12. Lin Moya's attention at this moment had been completely drawn to the three-legged divine cauldron. He walked over to the three-legged divine cauldron and looked at the words engraved on it. The entire group trembled with excitement. Chinese writing, really Chinese writing. On the tripod were engraved 3 large words. Shenzhou Ding, God's country. What a familiar name. Lin Moya was almost instantly certain that the divine state tripod in front of him must be related to the world before he crossed over, including the origin rune as well. Lin Moya saw a golden light in the divine state tripod, with a large amount of divine energy in it. These God 743 sexual energy is long since not silky and has become liquid. Those divine energy quantities floating outside were nothing more than a minuscule portion of what flew out of the tripod. If he had this amount of divine energy, Lin Moya didn't know how many levels his divine power would reach. Imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel. He couldn't touch these divine energies at all. Reaching over, he was stopped by a layer of invisible power. When Lin Moya touched the divine state tripod, it suddenly shook violently. Not only did the divine state cauldron vibrate, but even the entire divine chosen mysterious realm shook. Mo Yun, who was still sitting in the 200 frame, jerked her head up to look upward with a horrified face. What happened? The entire secret realm was shaking violently, as if it was about to collapse. At this time, Lin Moya could no longer see anything, only golden light in front of his eyes. The divine state ding released a brilliant golden light that obscured everything. Moreover, the vibrations were getting more and more violent, so Lin Moya could only firmly grasp the divine state tripod and not let go. Boom! With a roar, Lin Moya stifled a grunt and could hear nothing but explosions in his ears. The whole person was like a heavy blow and lost consciousness in an instant. I don't know how long it took for Lin Moya to come to his senses. He found himself back in the eldritch battlefield. There was silence all around, and the light of the ancient battlefield did not change in the slightest. The 2 boulders still loomed. Mo Yun then fell aside. Lin Moya went over to check and found that there was nothing wrong, just unconsciousness. Only after determining that Mo Yun was fine did Lin Moyo put her heart down and began to check himself. In the next second, he let out a gasp. It's the first time he's lost his cool. Chapter 253. Chapter 253, 253. Chapter 253, Shaving the Roots of the Divine Chosen Mystery Realm. Lin Moyo looked at his attributes and remained speechless for a long time. Lin. Name, Lammergeier. Profession, Necromancer, only. Rank, 30, 92%. Title, Dragon Warrior King. All attributes plus 500. Skill consumption reduced by 50%. Power, Agility, Spirit, Physical. Characteristics, Power of Divinity, level 30. Special item, Shenzhou Ding, unavailable. Power of Divinity, level 30. When upgrading, all attributes are increased by an additional 30%, mental strength recovery speed is increased by 3000%, and fatigue recovery speed is increased by 3000%. Toxic Asterisk, level 3 creates toxin damage within 3 meters, dealing damage equal to 30 points of power per second for 3 seconds. Strong Soldier, for 30 seconds, for yourself and your summons, all basic attributes are boosted by 200%, and the damage dealt by all attacks is boosted by an additional 500%. Cooldown time 1 hour. The original properties haven't changed much. One more item, trait, Power of Divinity, level 30. The Power of Divinity had unexpectedly reached level 30. Lin Moyo remembered that after stepping onto the highest floor, a large amount of divine energy had all drilled in. But at that time, he was absorbed by the divine state tripod, and didn't pay attention to these divine energies, much less the Power of Divinity. He didn't realize that it was already at level 30. Each of the 4 traits provided by the level 30 divine power was considered powerful. Especially the first one, which increases all attributes by 30% when upgraded. Others increase their points by 1 level. The gap will get wider and wider as the levels accumulate, and Lin Moyo believed that level 30 was by no means the end. It was only because he himself was only level 30 that the Power of Divinity was stuck at level 30 as well. Thinking about the fact that Teacher Bai Yuan was only level 5 back then, Lin Moyo felt as if he was dreaming. But that wasn't what startled him. With his character's stamina, he was not yet shocked by this. The reason that really scared him was the divine tripod. The Shenzhou tripod became his possession. Although he couldn't move it yet, the divine state tripod was really in his hands. Isn't it true that there won't even be a God's chosen mystery realm in the future? The foundation of the divine chosen mysteries seemed to be the divine state cauldron, and now the divine state cauldron had fallen into one's hands. Lin Moyo felt that he had plowed the roots of the divine chosen mystic realm. There was a 99% chance that there wouldn't be a divine chosen mystery realm in the future. But so what? If there was a choice, Lin Moyo would still choose to take away the divine state tripod, without hesitation. The divine state tripod and the soldier characters are both related to China in a previous life. Lin Moyo was eager to solve the mystery and know what was going on. The skill, Toxic Star Ring, still had to be practiced, and with the Power of Divinity, his mental power recovery speed had reached 130 times. It didn't seem too difficult to cultivate. Soldier, the character's skill doesn't need to be upgraded. This skill is already strong to the point of being unbelievable. Once unleashed, it can even second a boss. Aha! With a soft chirp, Mo Yun woke up. Her gaze instantly flashed with caution, only to relax when she saw Lin Moyo sitting on the side. What just happened? Mo Yun covered her head, feeling the swelling pain. The mental oppressive force was too great just now, and the aftereffects hadn't completely disappeared. Lin Moyo said, I walked to the top, and then the secret realm blew up. A few black lines appeared on Mo Yun's brain. You said you walked to the top. Lin Moyo nodded, affirming Mo Yun's question. Then your Power of Divinity. Level 30. Lin Moyo replied lightly, almost scaring Mo Yun into fainting again. Mo Yun completely lost her usual composure and exclaimed, how is this possible? This is impossible. Lin Moyo quietly looked at her. Did this need to be so exaggerated? If she knew that she had shaved the roots of the divine chosen mystic realm, wouldn't that turn the world upside down? Couldn't tell, and Lin Moyo had no intention of telling anyone about it. He didn't even want to tell Bai Yuan and Lin Moyan before solving the mystery. Otherwise, he didn't know how to resolve his identity, why he knew the divine state tripod, and why he knew the soldier character. These words were arcane runes in their eyes. Seeing how calm Lin Moyo was, Mo Yun could only choose to accept it in the end. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. You're a monster. Lin Moyo laughed. You can say whatever you like, as you like. The rushing red light finally disappeared. The 10 days had come and gone, and the origin rune began its final fusion with Mo Yun. Mo Yun's body was enveloped in red light and a rune appeared on the back of his left hand. Lin Moyo recognized it at a glance. It was the word X. X, character text. But Mo Yun didn't recognize it and only knew that it was the origin rune, which was mysterious and incomparable. What skill? Lin Moyo asked. Mo Yun didn't hide it. The skill is called Nothing to Block. The speed increases by 10 times for 1 minute, immune to all damage, ignores any obstacles including knots, secret realms and other spatial barriers, cooldown time 10 minutes. Lin Moyo pondered for a moment after listening. It's a very powerful skill. Mo Yun had also read the characteristics of the skill. Yes, it's very powerful. The skills of the origin rune are all very powerful. This skill can be used to escape or attack. It turned out that Mo Yun Holy Spirit Unicorn speed was already very fast, and with this skill, it was even more like a tiger. Light life aside, if it was used to crash into an enemy, with the attributes of this skill, the damage inflicted would be estimated to be substantial. The cooldown is also short at 10 minutes. That way there can be more ways to maneuver. The smartest thing about the human race is that they can utilize skill combinations to form a wide variety of techniques and tactics. This increases the war power significantly. Unlike the dragons who are simple-minded and will only come over to fight for their lives, Mo Yun summoned the Holy Spirit unicorn and rolled over to sit on it. It's time for me to go after troubling you for a few days. Where are you going to go? Lin Moya wasn't surprised. Mo Yun has dreams of becoming being like the white god. She needs to practice, she needs to face all kinds of emergencies alone so that she can grow. It was impossible to follow Lin Moya all the time and be protected by Lin Moya, which wouldn't be effective as a workout. Mo Yun looked in the direction of the central region. I will leave the central region, it's too dangerous for me. If she hadn't been chased, she wouldn't have entered the central region and wouldn't have run into Lin Moya. But after running into Lin Moya, it was extremely rewarding for her. At least it entered the divine chosen mysterious realm early, tying by Yuan's record. Lin Moya hummed, then you pay attention to safety, and remember to notify me if you run into a copy of the Demon Dragon Hull. The positioning teleportation stone given by Mo Yun was still there, so he could go over at any time. Good, I'll take note of it. After Mo Yun finished speaking, she lightly shouted, and the Holy Spirit unicorn slashed out a Zhao? Good, white light that shot straight into the sky. Lin Moya stood up and stretched. I should be practicing too. He had been suppressing his leveling because he wanted to enter the divine chosen mystic realm at level 30 and obtain the power of divinity. Finally finished at level 30 at 92% experience as expected. So now it's time to let go and practice. With a thought, 4 legions of undead appeared. Go! Lin Moya's gaze looked towards the core area of the upper level, and the undead legion instantly filled up their status and headed towards the core area. The closer you get to the core, the more monsters there are and the higher the level. Currently in this area, the monster levels were basically centered between levels 55 and 60. The undead legion split into 4 and pushed their way across. It doesn't matter what type of monster you are, it doesn't matter what level you are. Direct blast. Lin Moya followed behind, harvesting a steady stream of experience Liang. At the same time, it kept releasing the highly toxic astral rings. Practice your skills without wasting a moment. It's not as efficient as a copy, but it's better than easy. All Lin Moya had to do was give an order, and he didn't have to worry about the rest. Practicing, too easy. Chapter 254. Chapter 254, 254. Chapter 254 Divine Power that can be upgraded. Ancient Battlefield, Upper Space. Lin Moya divided it into peripheral, central, and core areas. The monsters on the outside were all level 50 or below. The monsters in the central area, on the other hand, ranged between levels 50 and 60. Once level 60 plus monsters start appearing, you enter the core area. Lin Moya could never have imagined that of the 3 areas, the one that covered the largest area was the core area. The core area is where monsters range from level 60 to 68. Level 60 plus monsters are quite a bit stronger than level 69 monsters. They tend to have some peculiar abilities. And over the years, the core area has been progressively growing. It has been predicted that in perhaps 10 million years, the entire upper space will be the core area. There will be no more monsters below level 60. The reason for this is the light ejected from the core. These lights are the source of energy for the entire ancient battlefield. All monsters, all bosses, are born under the nourishment of light. Even many of the secret realms, copies, and treasures in the ancient battlefield come from light. In the middle of his thoughts, he was just in time to see a point of light fall from the sky and fly off into the distance. Such points of light represent treasures, bosses, and even secret areas and copies. Anything is possible. And that's exactly why it was said. One after the other, non-stop use of the toxic star ring. At the same time, the roaring sound was constantly resounding. Walk by and never miss it. Lin Moya kept using Corpse Burst on monster corpses. Both Toxic Asterisk and Corpse Burst are being practiced. At the halfway point of mental energy depletion, the Toxic Star Ring completed its upgrade to the next level. At this moment, a white light also lit up on Lin Moya's body. Finally, level 31 has been reached. All skills are upgraded, except for Corpse Burst and Toxic Asterisk, which both reached level 31 as they leveled up. Suddenly, he felt his body warm up a bit, and a warm current came out from the Divine State tripod. Divine Power. Hurrying to check his attributes, he found that the Power of Divinity had also reached level 31. Power of Divinity, level 31. When upgrading, all attributes are increased by an additional 31%, mental strength recovery speed is increased by 3100%, and fatigue recovery speed is increased by 3100%. The Divine State Cauldron also released some of its divine energy after its own leveling up, pushing its divine power to level 31. Well, it seems that in the future, the Power of Divinity will also be continuously upgraded along with oneself. The additive effect will get stronger and stronger. Lin Moya felt like he was going to become a monster if he kept adding on like this. God knows how strong his attributes would be in the future. Then he saw his own attributes and had a dumbfounded feeling. Power, agility, spirit, physical. All attributes except spirit were 1000 points before the upgrade. Starting at level 30, each level should increase by 100 points. Now with divine power, an additional 30% was added, so it was 130 points. For the next level, add an additional 31%. Properties are probably going to be all messed up. The same is true for spiritual attributes. The original increase in points by 1 level. Next time it will be 5 points more for an additional 155 points. But that's a good thing. Who would mind low attributes? Of course, the stronger the better. Another bit of starlight fell from the sky. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. This bit of starlight seemed a bit close to him. It was at most 1,000 kilometers, and the direction was exactly where Lin Moya was heading. I don't know what it is. With that in mind, he hurried along. If there is an opportunity, it must be fought for. Bai Yuan had told him that there were many opportunities in the ancient battlefield that were up for grabs. If you have a chance, go for it. If you don't, then create a chance to go for it. Don't be polite. All god-level powerhouses were snatched out of chance. While Lin Moya was heading to the Starlight Fall, there were others who were also heading there from other directions. While rushing, Lin Moya summoned a new witch demon general and then assigned all the skeletons in his summoning space to it. Lin Moya then began to summon skeletons on the hoof again to fill in the gaps. A level 31 Witchfinder General can lead 310 skeletons. Lin Moya now owes 110 skeleton spots. This time, Lin Moya chose to summon skeletons. Summoning one requires 1,600 points of mental energy. There's only enough spirit power to summon 14 at a time at full capacity. After calculations, only 7 are called at a time. Then it's just a matter of waiting for the mental energy to return, following each day. More, new, from the group, continue to call. Luckily, the mental power recovery rate was up to 131 times, and recovery was very fast. The Undead Legion cleared the monsters all the way there, and it wasn't fast. The 1,000 kilometers took 2 days to cover. After 2 days, the 11 legions of the undead were once again full. Only one's 310 summoning spaces have not been summoned yet. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry, just taking his time. It should be right around the corner. When there are starbursts falling from the sky, they bring out strange scents. Lin Moya traced the scent all the way here and couldn't go wrong. And when he arrived here, he found a lot of monsters dead. It means someone has arrived a step ahead. The undead army quickly contracted and recalled, a few skeletons scattering in all directions. After level 30, the range in which one could manipulate skeletons was once again quite a bit greater. Control is available up to 5 kilometers. Skeleton warriors ran fast, with 44,000 points of agility, giving them amazing speed. And the skeleton warrior has sharp reflexes, so even if he runs into a monster, he can run away if he doesn't want to fight. Monsters that weren't agility-based weren't necessarily able to catch up. After the skeleton warrior scouted, Lin Moya realized that there was a direction where all the monsters were dead. Without saying a word, he put away the skeletons and rushed directly in that direction. Someone beat him to it. After walking for another small amount of time, energy fluctuations were felt. There's a fight. It's human and demonic. The humans and the demons were fighting, and Lin Moya eased his pace and ran over. A group of demons were surrounding a group of human professionals and pounding them. None of the demons were low level, they were all around level 60. The human professionals were relatively close to being leveled, but they were also over level 50. There were a full 13 demons, while there were only 6 human professionals. Not as good in rank as demons, not as good in numbers. Relying on strong coordination and tactics, along with fine outfits, they held up. Hold on a little longer, the copy will soon take shape, we'll enter it then. The knight leading the group shouted. It seemed like an encouraging pep talk. The center was full of energy and not the least bit timid. You can't get in, and even if you do, you're going to die when you come out. Tasty human flesh, you can't escape. The demon screamed shrilly, with bloodlust. Lin Moya heard the knight's cry from afar and saw the demon. Immediately afterward, his eyes narrowed violently. A cup of longsword that shimmered with a holy aura appeared in sight. The longsword shone with holy light, illuminating the 4 fields. A longsword silhouette appeared above the head of every human professional. The white light was laced with a holy energy that stabbed the demon and caused it to scatter violently. Abyssal demons hate holy power, it's their natural enemy. Lin Moya was too familiar with this skill. Lin Moya's skills. He saw Lin Moya standing in the middle of the group. Like a delicate flower, he stood there, budding. He was holding both swords at the moment, his body gently twisting as he unleashed his skills. It was like the most beautiful dance. Then, another longsword silhouette appeared. The sword light spilled down, and the few abyssal demons that were close by fell into a stupor. Control skills, and group control at that. The knight immediately led a breakaway and retreated in one direction. There's a replica vortex there, and it doesn't look like it'll take long for it to completely take shape. They need to hold on a little longer. A powerful aura radiated from the few demons that were controlled, instantly lifting the control. The knights failed to break out and had to pull back. Lin Moya could see that although the knights could still hold, they wouldn't be able to hold out for too long. It doesn't always last until the copy takes shape. Even if the copies were formed, they wouldn't necessarily be able to rush in. Even if you rush in, what do you do when you come out? Sis. Lin Moya darted over. Lin Moya's face changed when he heard the voice. Kangxi Radical 118. Chapter 255. Chapter 255, 255. Chapter 255. No need to go, just kill these demons. Lin Moya felt a sense of urgency wash over him, his expression shifting. Shall whisper. The demons also spotted Lin Moya and let out a sardonic laugh. Ha ha ha. To think that a level 31 little guy would come here is just a death sentence, Lin. Is there no one left in your human race? So small, yet you dare to come. Several demons rushed towards Lin Moya with sardonic smiles. Shit. Lin Moya's heart raced, and he let out a fierce cry, his body erupting with brilliant light. His figure twisted delicately, and 2 sharp swords immediately appeared above his head. The swords split, and in less than half a second, the air was already filled with long swords, densely hovering. Sword chi filled the air, cutting through space. It was mesmerizing to watch. Skill, 10,000 swords flying. Lin Moya's feet were half a meter off the ground at this point, his entire body hovering in the air. Killing intent emanated from his gaze, and a pair of long swords in his hands exchanged blows gracefully. With a buzzing sound, millions of long swords swept out like long dragons. They caught up with the demons rushing towards Lin Moyo. Crashes and screams rang out in quick succession. The demons were sent flying by the Rulon sharpsword, their bodies stabbed with numerous wounds. The long dragon of sword chi forced all the surrounding demons back. Lin Moya stepped into the void towards Lin Moyo at that moment. The lead knight made an immediate decision and followed Lin Moya to lead the breakout. One could guess the relationship between the two from the way they addressed each other, and with Lin Moya breaking out her skills over it, any fool could see how important Lin Moya was to her. He had no choice but to follow Lin Moyo. A group of people quickly rejoined Lin Moyo, and the knights, mages, and warriors quickly shielded Lin Moyo among them. Lin Moyo asked anxiously, "Shall whisper, why are you here?" Lin Moya said, "Teacher sent me to the ancient battlefield to practice." At this time, the knight said indifferently, "Your teacher's heart is really big, only sending you, a level 31, to the ancient battlefield. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to return?" His face wasn't very pleasant. They were now far away from the entrance to the replica and had completely disrupted the plan. This skill of Lin Moya's had a long cooldown and was originally meant to be used when the copy was fully formed. Now that the skill was on cooldown, they were also in a bit of trouble. The remaining few people in the group didn't look very good. However, they didn't blame Lin Moya. Their faces didn't look good because the plan had been disrupted and there would be some trouble ensuing. They probably won't get into the copy. But this copy was important. Lin Moya didn't bother with the knight and spoke, "Sister, are you guys going into this copy?" Lin Moya nodded, "Yes, but it's hard to get in right now." Her gaze revealed unwillingness, and by now the entrance to the replica was already occupied by several abyssal demons. The long swords flying in the air disappeared, and the demons that had just been forced back once again surrounded them. Although she couldn't enter the copy, she didn't have the slightest bit of regret for being able to save Lin Moyo. Can a copy, or whatever, be compared to Lin Moyo? Not worth a dime. The knight said in a deep voice, "Let's break out first, we'll talk about the copies later." The people in the group all looked resigned, but there was nothing they could do. Who let the sudden appearance of Lin Moya disrupt the plan? It was no longer about the copy, it was about how to retreat unharmed with Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo handed a teleportation stone to Lin Moyo and said softly, "If we fail to break out, you'll activate this teleportation stone, and it will send you to a safe place." A few people's faces changed. Each of them had a teleportation stone like this, which could send them to a safe place. "That's the final guarantee." Lin Moya didn't pick it up, "No need." Lin Moyo hurriedly said, "Don't worry, sis still has the teleportation talisman, it'll be fine." Lin Moya said, "Sister, I mean there's no need to go, just kill these demons." One by one, several people looked at Lin Moya with surprise. A mere level 31 little guy, who gave him the guts to say such big words? Some demons heard Lin Moya's words and laughed out shrilly, "Little fellow, are you not awake?" Lin Moya ignored them, "Sister, add me to the group so as not to injure you by mistake." Unlike the others, Lin Moya believed in Lin Moya's words. Lin Moya immediately added Lin Moya to the team. With a buzzing sound, red light fell from the sky. Skill, slow speed curse. The abyssal demons' laughter came to a screeching halt, and one by one, they were dumbfounded. The sky and the earth darkened violently, and an overcast wind struck. The two witch demon generals appeared with their legions of undead in the eyes of the crowd. More than 600 skeleton warriors were densely packed and made clicking sounds. The skeleton warriors flew forward and fell upon the abyssal demons that hadn't reacted yet. A demon tried to escape and flew up into the air. Lin Moya's palm flashed with fire. Skill, soul flame. It fell out of the air with a scream. The skeleton warriors exploded with their skills, and the skeleton mages threw a mountain of attacks over. At this point, the red light flashed again, and the slowing curse was replaced by a damage curse. Even the level 60 abyssal demons were blinded in the face of this sudden powerful blow. Death came swiftly, scream after scream. In the twinkling of an eye, the 8 demons that had come over to surround them had already been killed. Lin Moya froze on the spot, his 2 long swords dropping to the ground. A few of his teammates, these came from the Shijing Academy, the Creation Academy, were top geniuses in the Divine Summer Empire. At that moment, they were also stunned by the scene in front of them. The level 31 skeletons were killing level 60 demons like chopping claws and cutting vegetables. A large blade with a red light just chopped away. Wings were chopped off, bones were severed. The body was full of wounds. Baptized again by the Skull Mage's skills. Frozen and on fire, and struck by lightning. It was as miserable as it needed to be. Is this really something a level 31 professional can do? Request flowers. Fing kidding me, am I dreaming? Lin Moya was already perverted enough, how come his brother is even more perverted? What kind of people are in this family? Can there be any normalcy? Several looked at each other, all having trouble hiding the shock in their hearts. The 4 demons at the entrance of the replica were stunned as to what had happened and how they heard the screams of their companions. There were too many skeletons blocking their view. What about these skeletons in front of me? Was it hard to believe that they were called by this level 31 human who just arrived? But was it possible? One question surfaced. A demon was about to fly over to check it out when a body flew towards them. A demon instinctively caught the body. The next second, the body was detonated. There was a loud boom. The remaining 4 demons didn't even grunt and were instantly killed in seconds. Lin Moya slowly lowered his hand and put away the undead army. Sister, it's all done. For him, such things were a breeze. There was no difficulty to speak of. It was nothing to kill a few demons. Lin Moya came back from his shock, put away his twin swords, and gave a thumbs up. Little language is awesome. The demons were dead, and the battle was over. Several people breathed a sigh of relief and disengaged their combat stance. Lin Moyo introduced Lin Moyo, this is Guchan Feng, and Meng Xian, Heng Si. They are all my seniors. Because of the group, Lin Moyo already knew their names. The Guchan Feng that Lin Moya spoke of was the knight in front of him and their captain. Level 52, Legendary Profession, Holy Sword Knight. The legendary rank profession was very strong, and if there wasn't too much of a difference in level, a demon of the same level wouldn't be a match for him at all. The remaining few were also level 50 or so professionals, or at least rare professions. There was also a bloodthirsty warrior, who was also a legendary level professional. There were not a few legendary level professionals in the Creation Academy. After all, it was a convergence of the elites from the entire Divine Summer Empire, so one could imagine how powerful it was. Putting away their weapons and their usual condescension, Guchan Feng didn't dare to be the slightest bit contemptuous, so what if he was a legendary profession, he was still far inferior in the face of Lin Moyo. Thanks. He sincerely thanked Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo shook his hand. Killing demons is something that all races should do. Neither proud nor overly humble. Lin Moya's unassuming attitude won the crowd a lot of goodwill. Everyone respects the strong, and they are no exception. Not to mention the presence of Lin Moyo. In the ranks, Lin Moyo saw his own sister's rank. Holy Sword Dancer, level 51. Lin Moyo upgraded too fast and too quickly. Was just under level 45 at the Pro-Am not too long ago. It's only been how many days and it's already level 51. This kind of upgrading speed, Lin Moyo sighed to himself as inferior to the Long. Kangxi Radical 118. Chapter 256. Chapter 256, 256. Chapter 256, now it's my turn to block the door. The dungeon was forming, and everyone was resting in front of it. Sis, why do you have to enter this dungeon? Lin Moyo asked, sitting side by side with Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan said, teacher calculated that an origin rune would descend with starlight. Lin Moyo was inwardly shocked the origin rune could actually be calculated. As they spoke, Lin Mohan took out a round disc-like object. There was a needle on the disc that always pointed towards the dungeon's location no matter how the disc moved. Teacher used this treasure to calculate it, Lin Mohan explained. Lin Moyo's eyes narrowed slightly. He had seen this thing before. In a museum in his previous life, he had seen something similar. A Bagua compass. The treasure in Lin Mohan's hand was indeed a Bagua compass. The Bagua compass was covered in dense, ancient writing. Some characters were identical to the Chinese characters Lin Moyo was familiar with, while others were more complex. The entire compass exuded an ancient aura. It seemed this object was quite old. Lin Mohan didn't notice Lin Moya's expression and said softly, this treasure is amazing. Teacher can use it to calculate many things. This time teacher calculated the location of an origin rune, right here. The origin rune would descend with starlight and ultimately form a dungeon. To obtain the origin rune, they had to enter the dungeon. Lin Moyo asked, is there only one origin rune? Lin Mohan smiled gently, the origin rune is prepared for me. The seniors are just accompanying me. Lin Moyo nodded, after obtaining the origin rune, there's a 10-day fusion period. Those 10 days will be very dangerous. During the 10-day fusion period, they couldn't leave the eternal battlefield. They had to face pressure from abyss demons and the dragon race. Lin Mohan put away the Bagua compass, a smile appearing on her pretty face. Don't worry, teacher has made full preparations. As long as I can get the origin rune, I can complete the fusion in at most 2 days. And at that time we'll teleport to the edge of the eternal battlefield. There won't be any danger there. Lin Moyo made a sound of acknowledgement. He could imagine that Lin Mohan's teacher must also be a god-level expert, at least someone on par with Bai Yaiwan. Being able to calculate the whereabouts of the origin rune, such ability was astounding. With a soft sound, whirlwinds arose around them. A large amount of light in the sky was drawn in, entering the dungeon vortex. It formed a band of light in the sky, clearly visible for hundreds of kilometers around. The dungeon's formation caused quite a commotion. Lin Moya guessed it was related to the origin rune inside. Other dungeons shouldn't cause such a big disturbance when forming. Gu Changfeng came over, his expression slightly solemn. The commotion is too big, beyond expectations. It will probably attract quite a bit of attention. Abyss demons and the dragon race may come. If there really was an origin rune in the dungeon, the first team to clear it would likely obtain it. Of course, if unlucky, they might need to run it multiple times. If someone cleared the dungeon first, or was lucky enough, then their plan would fail. Lin Mohan's voice deepened, carrying a heroic air. No matter what, we have the advantage of being first. Let's enter the dungeon now. Little you should leave quickly. Many abyss demons and dragon race career holders may come soon. Lin Moya nodded. Sister, you enter the dungeon first. Lin Mohan made a sound of agreement. Take care of yourself. After saying this, Lin Mohan and the others quickly entered the dungeon. Lin Moya sensed the dungeon. Blood source, dungeon. There was no difficulty to choose. Like other dungeons in the eternal battlefield, there were no level requirements. Anyone could enter. Of course, they were responsible for their own life and death. Don't worry, the origin rune will definitely be yours. With me here, no one will disturb you. Lin Moya said softly. He didn't leave, but guarded the dungeon entrance. 2 undead armies appeared, with skeletons surrounding the dungeon entrance. At this moment, Lin Moya was blocking the door. Lin Moya smiled self-mockingly. Once it was the Dynasty Guild blocking dungeon doors. He never thought he'd do the same one day. Sure enough, soon a team of Dragon Race career holders flew over. They saw the dungeon entrance from far away. The flowing light in the sky hadn't completely disappeared. A band of light could be seen continuously flowing from the sky into the dungeon. The light in the sky was the source of power for the eternal battlefield. This unusual phenomenon indicated this dungeon was extraordinary. But seeing the dense skeletons on the ground, the arriving Dragon Race career holders felt a bit nervous. There were too many skeletons. What are you afraid of? They're only level 31. Their attributes are pitifully low. I can kill a bunch of these skeletons with one skill. Then try it. A Dragon Race mage raised his staff. Skill, Heavenly Fire Meteor. A huge meteor smashed down from the sky. The skeleton warriors scattered in a flash, quickly fleeing. The meteor crashed to the ground, hitting nothing. The skeletons ran away, clearing the dungeon entrance. Haha, I told you these skeletons are useless. They all ran away. Then let's charge in and enter the dungeon. More people will probably come soon. The Dragon Race Knight led the way in front as the team charged down. Lin Moyo walked over from the side at this time, standing steadily at the dungeon entrance. Seeing Lin Moyo, the Dragon Race Knight laughed loudly. A level 31 human brat actually dares to block the door. Are you tired of living? Fine, let's kill a human before entering the dungeon. These skeletons are yours, right? All show and no substance. What use is quantity? Only strength matters. Lin Moyo muttered, are all Dragon Race people this talkative? The Dragon Race Knight activated a skill in mid-air. Skill, charge. The standard knight skill. His speed suddenly increased as he violently crashed into Lin Moyo. With his level 56 attributes, under the charge skill, the impact force was immense. He believed Lin Moyo would definitely be smashed to pieces. He was prepared to enjoy the sight of blood and flesh flying. Bang! With a huge impact sound, the Dragon Race Knight was sent flying back at an even faster speed. The bone armor in front of Lin Moyo only flickered slightly, not moving an inch. This little attack power was too weak. As the knight was sent flying, the Dragon Race career holders following behind changed expression and hurriedly tried to stop. But it was too late. Red light flashed as slow curse descended. The skeletons that had scattered earlier ran back at lightning speed, leaping high into the air tens of meters to forcibly drag them down from the sky. If you didn't come down, I really wouldn't have a way to deal with you, Lin Moyo said softly. The Dragon Race Knight who had been sent flying crashed heavily to the ground, instantly surrounded by skeletons. Soul Flame burned fiercely, aimed at the casters in the Dragon Race team. Lin Moyo's actions were smooth and fluid, cutting off all their possibilities of escape or counterattack. He had killed too many Dragon Race like this, gaining plenty of experience. With Soul Flame plus the skeleton's attacks, the Dragon Race support couldn't even cast healing skills. The knight had been sent flying far away and couldn't come to support. He only lasted 2 seconds. The moment he died, damage curse replaced slow curse. Boom! In the explosion, all except the Dragon Race Knight were killed. Without healing support, the Dragon Race Knight only held on for 30 seconds. Once his ultimate defense passed, his life also came to an end. In less than a minute, this Dragon Race team was wiped out. The skeletons dragged their corpses back, placing them behind the dungeon. Lin Moyo thought for a moment, then put away the undead army. He only left 2 skeletons, while he continued standing at the dungeon entrance, blocking the door. Just 2 minutes later, another Dragon Race team arrived. This time it was much simpler. One skeleton threw the corpse of the previous Dragon Race Knight high into the air. Damage curse combined with corpse explosion. This Dragon Race team was killed without even making a sound. Corpses fell from the sky like raindrops. The skeletons continued dragging the corpses behind the dungeon to hide them. Lin Moyo said calmly, you should fly higher. If you fly too low, I can blast you. At level 4, Corpse Explosion had a blast radius of 160 meters and a detonation range of 400 meters. To avoid being hit, they needed to maintain at least 500 meters distance. Generally, neither the Dragon Race nor Abyss Demons would fly that high. Flying too high made it difficult for them to observe targets on the ground. Not flying high enough became their death warrant. Chapter 257. Chapter 257, 257. Chapter 257. Even the origin rune can be gifted away. Beautiful ribbons of light fell from the air and drilled into the copy. Lin Moyo. It seemed to signal nearby beings that treasures were here, inviting them to come closer. The Dragon Race, the Abyssal Demons, all of them were like wild dogs catching the scent, converging from all directions. Upon seeing Lin Moyo, a mere level 31 human, each of them rushed over with sardonic smiles. The results spoke for themselves. The corpses behind the replica vortex had piled up into a small mountain. It was nearly impossible to conceal. Only half an hour had passed, yet Lin Moyo's experience had significantly increased. This was especially true in terms of military honors. Each Abyssal Demon and Dragon profession above level 60 could provide Lin Moyo with 3,000 military honors. His military honors skyrocketed. Now, his military honor count exceeded 600,000. If this continued for a few more hours, Lin Moyo thought he could become a 1-star colonel. A 1-star colonel at level 31? Unbelievable. Footsteps approached, and finally, a group from one of the clans arrived. A team of 6, all leveled over 50 plus, flew in. Lin Moyo spoke in a deep voice, "Stop, the copy is temporarily inaccessible." The leader of the knights frowned, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Little brother, it's not right to block the replica gate." His teammates mirrored his dissatisfaction. Being of the same human race, the knight showed some restraint. Lin Moyo shook his head, "It's not right, but not now." The knight's expression grew increasingly stern, and he was about to speak when suddenly his teammate nudged him and whispered, "Look over there, behind the replica." The knight sniffed and glanced in that direction. Behind the duplicate, corpses piled up. It's full of abyssal demons and dragon corpses. At that moment, a whistling sound echoed in the air, and several abyssal demons flew in. A skeleton emerged beside Lin Moyo, picked up a corpse, and hurled it outward. The body soared 100 meters into the air like a projectile. A thunderous boom followed. The abyssal demon immediately plummeted to the ground. The skeleton skillfully dragged the bodies back, stacking them behind the replica. It was all done with such precision, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Lin Moya scanned the group. "You really can't enter right now." The knight shuddered. "Understood, big guy." A level 60 demon was effortlessly slain within seconds. If that level of skill had been directed at them, the outcome would undoubtedly have been the same. They couldn't believe Lin Moya was only level 31. He must have used some special method to conceal his rank. He was definitely a powerhouse approaching level 70. "Why don't we wait on the side? When the entrance is accessible, we'll enter again," the knight suggested, hastily leading his men away, avoiding any further confrontation. For the next half hour, they witnessed what it truly meant to block the entrance. Abyssal demons or dragons, any who approached met their demise. The pile of corpses behind the replica grew larger and larger, impossible to conceal. Lin Moya didn't bother hiding it, he simply piled them on top of each other. Several teams of human professionals came over and were halted by Lin Moyo. Upon seeing the mountains of corpses, they fell silent, accepting Lin Moya's advice without question. They wouldn't dare to enter without permission. Several human teams gathered, discussing amongst themselves while keeping a close eye on Lin Moyo. Lin Moya stood there casually, emanating a thick aura of danger. An hour later, a red light shot up into the sky from the replica. Simultaneously, the ribbons of light flowing towards the replica dissipated into the air. Joy spread across Lin Moya's face. "It worked!" Someone exclaimed in shock. "The origin rune." Finally, the human professionals realized why Lin Moyo had been blocking the entrance. The original copy contained the origin rune. A few minutes later, another team arrived at the replica entrance. Pu Chanfeng scanned the surroundings vigilantly, finding no abyssal demons or dragon race professionals in sight. He breathed a sigh of relief, as did Lin Moyo. It was good that there were no enemies, they could avoid another conflict. "Sis, congratulations." A voice suddenly sounded from behind, startling Gu Chanfeng. Turning around, he saw Lin Moyo. Lin Moya's sister was surprised. Xiao whisper, "Why haven't you left?" Lin Moya smiled faintly. "To guard the door for you, to prevent anyone from disturbing you." His sister's heart warmed. She understood the implication of Lin Moya's words. After all, she couldn't guarantee that she could obtain the origin rune every time. The first time was merely a higher probability. Lin Moya guarded the door to prevent others from seizing the opportunity themselves. His sister suddenly remembered something. Whisper, "Didn't any abyssal demons or dragons come over just now?" "There were a few, but I took care of them." "Ah." Pu Chanfeng gasped in disbelief as Lin Moyo finished speaking. His reaction was completely unlike his usual calm demeanor. Pu Chanfeng saw the corpses piled up behind the replica. That's what Lin Moya meant by taken care of. Lin Moya didn't concern himself with this. His sister looked somewhat worried. "Sister, be careful when you enter, it takes 10 days to fuse." His sister was in good spirits and grinned mischievously. "Don't worry, teacher has everything arranged. We'll go to the outer edge, where it's safe." Lin Moyo originally wanted his sister to stay with him, confident in his ability to protect her. But considering his sister's strong character, Lin Moya didn't push the matter further. "All right then." The two exchanged a few more words before his sister bid farewell to Lin Moyo. Activating the teleportation stone, his sister and her group left the area, traveling to a predetermined location. With their departure, the copy transformed once again. Scarlet Source. Copy level, 55. 2 difficulty levels were available, normal and nightmare. There were no level restrictions for entry. Even Lin Moyo, who wanted to enter immediately, faced no obstacles. Lin Moyo had little interest in a copy with only nightmare difficulty. He turned to the human professionals nearby and said, "You guys can enter now." After saying that, he turned and left, quickly disappearing from sight. A big shot indeed, giving away the origin rune like that. Did you see? They know each other, and the big guy is here specifically to guard the door. Are they a couple? Not quite. I noticed a 7 or 8% similarity in their appearance. They should be biological siblings. Regardless, this big guy is incredible, slaughtering demon dragons like nothing, piling up corpses into a mountain. Did you see how skillfully he stripped the dragon's equipment with that skeleton? He must have done it before. A group of people entered the copy amidst murmurs. Now that there was no stream of light to absorb, the copy looked inconspicuous. Use on the wide, ancient battlefield. With the surrounding demonic dragons mostly eliminated by Lin Moyo, the area became relatively safe. 1 hour of guarding the entrance, one group after another falling. Lin Moya's military honors soared to 774.3 million, increasing by over 200,000 million in a little over an hour. It was like receiving a gift delivered right to his doorstep, extra cozy. Lin Moyo proceeded onward, brushing against monsters every day. Continuing toward the core area, he activated monster brushing mode once again, his undead legion clearing the path ahead. Encountering monsters or demonic dragons along the way, they were swiftly dealt with. In the heart of the abyss, in a magnificent castle, the Phantom King sat on an ornate throne. Alice knelt warily on the floor. "Great King, I have failed. Please punish me." Facing the Phantom King, Alice remained prostrate on the ground, not daring to raise her head. Resting his cheek on one hand, the Phantom Demon King spoke languidly, "You're not to blame for this. Lin Moya's strength exceeded expectations, even I failed. But did you accomplish what I asked of you?" Alice immediately replied, "It's done, I've left my mark on Lin Moyo." The Phantom King smiled satisfactorily, "That's good." A ball of abyssal fire appeared before the Phantom King at that moment. From the dark green abyssal fire emerged Mina, a chimera with delicate features. She bowed respectfully. "What is your command, great king?" The Phantom Demon King's eyes gleamed with purpose. "Mina, go to the ancient battlefield, find the spacetime passage to the upper levels, follow the scent left by Alice, and bring Lin Moyo back to me." "Yes, sir." Alice was shocked. "King, are you placing too much importance on Lin Moyo by assigning Lord Mina to deal with him?" The Phantom King's smile turned cold. "Are you questioning me?" I dare not, my lord." Alice trembled in fear, her head pressed against the ground. "Remember, my decisions cannot be questioned. Now, leave." With a wave of his hand, Alice was whisked away by a gust of wind. Silence once again enveloped the castle. Kangxi Radical 118. Chapter 258. Chapter 258, 258. Chapter 258 Core Area, it's dangerous. The Origin secret realm lay beneath the ancient battlefield's lower level, inaccessible for now. Lin Moyo, the chosen secrets of God had been uncovered. Soul crystals, soul gems, poison gems, flame gems, the journey to the ancient battlefield proved exceedingly fruitful. Except for being just short of the Hall of the Magic Dragon. However, finding the Hall of the Magic Dragon was no easy task, it was entirely dependent on luck. The Magic Dragon Hall could manifest anywhere in the upper levels, with its location, level, and duration varying unpredictably. Who knew where it would appear? Lin Moyo thought of the Bagua compass fragment in Lin Mohun's possession and recalled her teacher. If the location of the origin rune could be deduced, finding the demonic dragon hall shouldn't be too difficult. Find it first. Lin Moyo consecutively utilized the toxic star ring, honing his skills without pause. Monsters along the way would have to endure another corpse explosion upon their demise. Roars echoed like thunder, spreading to the core area. However, Lin Moyo always maintained at least half of his mental power. He walked for a full 15 days. With Lin Moya's speed, in 15 days, he traversed tens of thousands of kilometers. After 15 days of unchanging scenery, the landscape finally transformed. The earth seemed to radiate, appearing glossy and hard, reflecting the ambient light. From a distance, it resembled an unpolished mirror, bathed in a hazy glow. Lin Moyo had previously understood that core areas were distinguished by monster levels. However, only upon entering one did he realize how different the scenery could be. Not only the ground but the sky's light seemed nearer. Stars fell frequently, some landing on the ground, while others burst in the air like fireworks, creating a beautiful spectacle. The number of monsters in the core area was staggeringly high, with their attributes becoming increasingly terrifying as one delved deeper. Professionals traversing this area had to exercise extreme caution, lest they face annihilation. Barely 30 seconds after stepping into the core area, a shrill cry pierced the air. A gargantuan eagle-like monster hurtled toward Lin Moyo. With lightning speed, the massive spikes collided heavily with the skeleton armor. The skeletal armor creaked under the impact. The attack's power was astonishing, almost comparable to that of a red moon demon. The giant eagle swiftly ascended once more, its wingspan exceeding 20 meters. Such size was rare among normal monsters. Before it could reach Lin Moyo again, the curse descended. Lin Moyo was prepared this time. With 300 meters to go, the curse slowed the battlefield giant eagle's speed, causing it to lose balance and struggle to maintain stability. As it plummeted to the ground, Lin Moyo unleashed fire magic, inflicting pain upon the creature. The skeleton warriors surrounded the fallen creature, launching a barrage of attacks. Despite its dual elemental immunity, the battlefield giant eagle sustained heavy injuries. It attempted to flee, but Lin Moyo refused to allow it. Using another curse, he slowed its speed once more. The battlefield giant eagle crashed to the ground once again, unable to escape. After finishing it off, Lin Moyo obtained starlight shards of first from monsters in the ancient battlefield. However, his joy was short-lived as the creature's body disintegrated into starlight and vanished. No corpse remained, rendering corpse burst useless, a crucial tool in Lin Moyo's arsenal. I wonder if this is unique to this monster or if all monsters in the core area behave similarly, Lin Moyo pondered, noticing his body glowing as he leveled up again. In 15 days, he had ascended from level 31 to level 33, an acceptable efficiency despite not repeatedly swiping copies. Alongside Toxic Asterisk and Corpse Burst, other skills and attributes had also reached level 33. His Undead Legion expanded to 13 branches, each capable of carrying 330 skeletons. The core area was vast, and Lin Moyo followed the light's direction. He soon discovered that all monsters killed in the core area transformed into starlight, leaving no corpses behind. Furthermore, he encountered a level 61 abyssal demon specialized in long-range elemental attacks, which also disintegrated upon death. The core area teemed with highly aggressive monsters, surpassing skeletons in individual strength. Only through sheer numbers could Lin Moyo prevail. The danger escalated with exploding starlight, summoning giant monsters or hordes of creatures without warning. One such encounter saw a group of wolves led by a level 63 wolf leader, challenging Lin Moyo's Undead Legion. For the first time, the Legion sustained damage against normal monsters, a testament to the core area's peril. The core area was indeed treacherous. Kangxi Radical 118. Chapter 259. Chapter 259, 259. Chapter 259 The boss in the core area. Lin Moya's forward speed began to slow down. There were just too many monsters in the core area, and there was constant starlight falling. All the while, keeping an eye on the air for any monsters coming to attack was necessary. Lin Moyo had once seen a large group of flying monsters pass by with his own eyes, numbering at least in the hundreds, lined up in arrays. Even thousands of meters apart, Lin Moyo could still feel the other party's aura. The group of flying monsters was at least level 64. If one went up against one's own undead army, the one who would eventually win would inevitably be oneself. The damage probably wouldn't be too minor, and it's not unusual for hundreds of skeletons to die. Originally, Lin Moyo was thinking of going to the core area to take a look and see what the boss that no one had ever been able to kill was like. Now it looks like he won't be able to walk at all. Right now, he was still only entering the core area, and after walking for 5 days, he hadn't even finished 1,000 kilometers. The core area is even larger than the first two. At the current pace, trying to get to the very center of the core will take at least a month, if not more. Within 5 days, Lin Moyo encountered 2 more group monsters. One at a time, it was a bunch of monsters with a shape similar to a goat, numbering around 30 or so. It was also aptly named Battlefield Goat. Each Battlefield Goat was 3 meters tall with hooves bigger than a human head. When skills were activated, they were ranged kills. The 10 Battlefield Goats unleashed their skills at the same time, instantly killing more than 20 skeleton warriors. A battle was fought and won, with a loss of over 70 skeleton warriors. It broke Lin Moyo's heart. Ever since those 743 times, Lin Moyo had been careful not to mess with group monsters. There were quite a few group monsters like the Battlefield Goat in the core area, and the further in you go, the more group monsters increase in number. And that's exactly why the advance is getting slower and slower. Even if Lin Moyo was careful, if he didn't look for monsters, monsters would come to him. A bit of starlight exploded right above his head. In an instant, a group of flying monsters stared at Lin Moyo. After a big battle, the skeleton warriors once again lost over 80. Even the skeleton mages lost 10 this time. Combined with the previous damage, nearly half of the undead army was lost. Lin Moyo had to stop and start meditating to replenish the undead army. There are too many monsters with too much intensity. The skills, in particular, don't have any control traits, but they're almost all powerful group attacks. Skeletons don't have enough levels in life force, so they can easily be killed in seconds. Fighting like this is not the way to go. Progress is too slow. It took 5 days to advance 1,000 kilometers. The last 2 days, in particular, were basically just 200 kilometers. Unable to body burst, each big battle takes a lot of time. Having managed to replenish the undead legions, Lin Moyo had just gotten up and was preparing to follow each day. New to the world? Since the group continue to advance. Suddenly his face changed slightly. The smooth earth shook slightly as a group of monsters raced into view, their course heading right for their side. I'll go. Lin Moyo used the spit of his previous life. It was too late to dodge, so he had to fight. Luckily, it looked like there weren't a lot of them, just 10. Battlefield Ironclad. Rank, 62. Power, 80,000. Agility, 40,000. Spirit, 20,000. Body mass, 60,000. Skill, punching. Characteristics, physical damage reduced by 50%, elemental damage reduced by 50%. Lin Moyo saw the information that came back from the detection technique and was slightly relieved. Luckily, it's not very strong. Looking at the attributes felt okay, but Lin Moyo still didn't take it lightly. What was really powerful about the level 60 plus monsters in the core area were their various skills. That's what caused the damage to the skeletons. The battlefield iron armored beasts looked a bit like the wolf dogs he'd seen in his previous life. Just the body surface was covered with a layer of skin like iron armor with some spikes, looking very defensive. The skeleton warriors lined up to meet them. Because the iron armored beast's agility attribute was ordinary, Lin Moyo directly chose Damage Curse, thinking to resolve the battle quickly. The moment both sides came into contact, eye-catching light erupted from this group of battlefield iron armor beasts at the same time. They frantically unleashed their skills, charging all the way across the room. At this moment, the skeletons were toppled away. The iron armored beast's skill didn't do much damage, but it carried the shock retreat attribute, making it impossible for the skeletons to get close. The iron armored beast didn't engage the skeletons at all, topping its skills and charging straight through the skeleton's encirclement. Without looking back, it ran off into the distance and disappeared. Lin Moyo looked dumbfounded. What kind of thing is this? Which of the monsters that he had encountered these days was not fighting for his life? It's a quick death to run for your life. It's not like now, when you make contact, you run away. Something doesn't seem right about the situation. It's more like they are running for their lives. Lin Moyo fiercely realized that something wasn't right. These ironclad beasts were really fleeing for their lives. But why run for your life? The earth shook more and more violently, and Lin Moyo secretly screamed. Turning his head, a huge monster appeared in his sight. Snake mouth, snake tail, turtle body, tiger claws. The body length is estimated to be over 20 meters and the height is over 5 meters. Huge and fast, with none of the clumsiness of a turtle monster. Boss. The heart tightened. This boss had also discovered Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo's presence aroused its interest, and a hint of killing intent clearly flashed in its eyes. This kind of killing intent, Lin Moyo had seen many times in the past few days. It reversed its direction and gave up chasing after the iron-armored beast, instead charging towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo didn't even think about it, and the detection technique went one step ahead. Battlefield Snake Turtle, Chieftain Class Monster. Rank, 64. Power, 180,000. Agility, 80,000. Spirit, 40,000. Body mass, 200,000. Skills, earthshaking, whipping, turtling. Characteristics, elemental damage reduced by 60%, physical damage reduced by 70%. Looking at the attributes, Lin Moyo felt a headache. Skills and traits were very simple, and the elemental physical double immunity trait was a little stronger than normal monsters. Only the attributes were up to 500,000, which is very impressive. Especially the strength, which was 180,000, and the physique was even 200,000. Has super high attack and defense, plus the strong life force that being a boss possesses. Lin Moyo judged that the fight would be very tiring. That, and the damage won't be small. With the knowledge of level 60 plus monsters in the past few days, the skills of these monsters were stronger than one another. The boss in front of him was even stronger, needless to say. Skeletons are bound to be lost again. It had come to a point where he had been targeted and had to fight. All 11 legions of undead appeared and blocked in front of Lin Moyo. The witch and demon generals simultaneously added their statuses, and white light rushed to the sky. The 1,690 skeleton mages quickly spread out and pulled out a huge arc-shaped encirclement. The snake turtle charged all the way over, its immense power carrying an amazing impact, and hundreds of skeleton warriors were all sent flying. Not a skill effect, simply a tremendous amount of power. The skeleton warrior is always enchanted and has less than 60,000 power. That's a full 3 times worse than the 180,000 for the snake turtle. There's no way to fight it. As Lin Moyo looked on, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. His own advantage had completely disappeared, and even when he faced the Earth-touched dragon god, the gap wasn't this big. The snake turtle was finally blocked by the skeleton warrior after charging forward for some distance. 2,600 skeleton warriors had surrounded it, and a large number of skeleton warriors jumped onto its back. Swinging his greatsword, he slashed down. A red light flashed in Lin Moyo's hand, damage curse. Its defense was too strong, and it also had the physical elemental dual immunity trait. Without using the damage curse, the skeleton's attacks wouldn't be able to damage it at all. The snake turtle threw back its head and let out a roar. Glowing with light, his entire body jumped up violently, tens of meters above the ground, before falling heavily. Skill, shake the ground. The earth shook and shook with a loud tremor, then cracked in succession. Huge cracks spread out like spider webs, erupting with terrifying energy. Skeleton warriors flew outward like rain, one seriously injured. The Witchfinder General was the first to heal, white light constantly flashing and jumping. Lin Moyo's eyes narrowed. What a strong skill. This skill not only shook all of the 600 or so skeleton warriors in the vicinity but also caused them to be severely injured at the same time. Even with the Witch Demon General's healing skill, he wouldn't be able to heal without a dozen or so hits. Luckily, those skeleton warriors on its back were unaffected. The skeleton warriors who weren't shaken up quickly rushed up to fill the empty spaces. The attacks from the skeleton mages had arrived, landing on the snake turtle in droves. Lin Moyo's hand was still burning with a blazing flame. At the same time, a green star ring exploded in the snake turtle hide. Toxic asterisk, level 10 creates toxin damage within a 10-meter area, dealing damage equal to 100 power points per second for 10 seconds. Kangxi Radical 118. Chapter 260. Chapter 260, 260. Chapter 260 Super Powerful Attack, Disgusting Skill. These days, Lin Moyo kept working hard and finally practiced the Toxic Star Ring to level 10. Lin, level 10 Toxic Asterisk, augmented by talent. For a period of 400 seconds, it can deal elemental damage equal to 4,000 power points per second to the snake turtle. After snake turtle's elemental immunity, the damage is more than a 40% discount. It seemed insignificant, but Lin Moyo had discovered another role for it these days. Once attacked by a poison elemental, it enters the poison state. In a poison state, natural recovery is greatly diminished. Many monsters with extremely strong vitality were recovering their vitality every second. If it doesn't do enough damage, it doesn't even hit as much as they recover naturally. This is not the case once the poison state is added, and natural recovery is curtailed. And a single cast can manage 400 seconds without having to bother with it, which is perfectly enough to sustain a big battle. On the Virulent Star Ring, the battlefield serpent turtle's entire body was tinted with a layer of green. The head and tail, in particular, are green. As the soul flames fell, the battlefield serpent turtle let out a muffled grunt, and its entire body trembled. Soul Flame directly attacks the soul, ignoring physical defense and elemental defense. Again, double immunity is ignored. With the increase of the damage curse, the damage power of Soul Flame was amazing. The battlefield snake turtle immediately shifted its target to Lin Moyo. In its eyes, this human fellow was much more detestable than those skeletons. The skeleton's attack could only be considered a scrape, which hurt like Lin Moyo's. The battlefield serpent turtle gave up attacking the skeleton and once again leapt high into the air, its huge claws carrying its massive body as it pressed down on its head. Skill, shake the ground. Lin Moyo's face changed violently, and he dodged as fast as he could. The giant claws almost grazed his body and fell. Boom! The earth shook violently. Cobweb-like cracks appeared on the mirrored floor. The skeleton armor on Lin Moyo's body was dazzling and extremely brilliant. Then with a thud, the skeletal armor shattered. The terrifying impact force instantly invaded, and Lin Moyo's entire body was sent flying. On the way to the shocking flight, Lin Moyo patched himself up with a layer of skeleton armor in the air. Full of horror. This attack, it's horrible. Among the large and small battles Lin Moyo had experienced, only the Flame Demon King's death ray could surpass it. No wonder the skeleton warrior would be seriously injured in one hit, and it was lucky that he wasn't killed in seconds. Lin Moyo had just landed on the ground when his eyes went dark, and a huge snake's tail swept violently over. It was so fast that there was no time to dodge. Skill, whipping. The serpent's tail smacked against the skeletal armored nation with a thumping impact. The powerful recoil bounced the serpent's tail high up, and dense cracks appeared in the skeleton armor. Then it shattered like glass. Again, it shattered with a single blow. Lin Moyo was appalled in his heart and hurriedly reapplied the skeleton armor to himself. At the same time, another soul flame was cast out, causing the battlefield snake turtle to roar in pain. The serpent's tail drew over again with a more violent sound. The skeleton armor shattered in response, and Lin Moyo was quick to patch up his own defense. The serpent's tail followed one after another, drawing faster and faster, already appearing as a stump. Lin Moyo was fully focused, constantly replenishing the skeleton armor for himself, taking the opportunity to attack the snake turtle with soul flames. The snake turtle screamed in pain, and the only thing left in its pair of giant eyes was Lin Moyo. Hatred filled the air, and it wanted to kill Lin Moyo. Ignore the skeleton warrior, ignore the skeleton mage. At this moment, all one wanted to do was kill Lin Moyo. While it was attacking Lin Moyo, the skeleton warriors had surrounded it once again. Meanwhile, more skeleton warriors climbed onto it and kept attacking. While the damage that each hit could do wasn't much, the total amount was still quite significant. The 1,690 skeleton mages on the periphery released their skills moment by moment. At this rate, given enough time, it would certainly be able to wear it down. Lin Moyo used Soul Flame to firmly attract the hatred of the battlefield serpent turtle. At this moment, he transformed into a meat shield, blocking the knives for the undead army. As long as he could hold it off, it was only a matter of time before the enemy was destroyed. Lin Moyo perked up and gave it his all. Had to go all out. This wasn't an ordinary monster, it was a level 64 alpha level monster. A more powerful existence than the level 58 Earth Touch Dragon God. The difference between level 60 and above and below is just a bit too big. From here, you could see how strong the boss that guarded the very center of the core area would be. Never been killed in countless years. It's not that you don't want to kill, it's that you really can't. Let's just say that walking to the center of the core area, even the periphery of the core area, was not something that an average team could survive. You need to be at least all level 60 and have all your equipment skills learned to barely survive here. And you have to be careful, in case you run into a group of monsters, or a boss like the one in front of you, you have the possibility of being overthrown. Lin Moyo had been here for 5 days and had only encountered it 3 times. Once it was an abyssal demon that circled itself for a long time before he killed it. On another occasion, it was a team of 12 human beings. At that time those people were very curious about Lin Moyo. In the core area, a solo event, never before seen. The other time was a team of 6 dragon professionals, 3 killed and 3 escaped by Lin Moyo. The battlefield snake turtle once again leapt high into the air and landed with a thud. The shake the ground skill was activated, and Lin Moyo was lifted off the ground by a huge force. It wasn't hurt, but it was a hard fall and it was a mess. Too strong. Lin Moyo was thinking in his mind, but the skills in his hand didn't stop, one after the other. He tried the skeleton fangs, although the skeleton fangs have a very strong penetration, but the snake turtle's defense is too strong, can only hit a few micro-inconspicuous small holes, but also break some skin. Request flowers. The damage is nowhere near as bad as Soul Flame. The skeletal armor needed to be replenished almost every second, and the mental energy was rapidly depleting. The battle had started only 5 minutes ago, and the spiritual energy had already been depleted by more than half. However, at this time, the battlefield snake turtle had also suffered a considerable amount of injuries. After the skeleton warrior's relentless efforts, he finally smashed open its turtle shell. A knife slammed into the flesh, splitting the skin. The snake turtle roared angrily, its serpentine tail sweeping across its own back as a large number of skeleton warriors were swept away. But the next second, more skeleton warriors jumped up. More ants bite the elephant, and more skeletons can chop up a boss. Almost. The back of Lin Moyo's hand was suddenly hot as her heart fluttered. The strong soldier skill from the origin rune is activated. In a flash, each skeleton looked as if it had taken stimulants, slashing harder and with more power. Base strength attribute from 10,000, plus a bonus from the Witchfinder General. At this point, the strength attribute was already as high as 200,000, surpassing the battlefield serpent turtle. Combined with the 500% extra damage, the attack power skyrocketed to an appalling level. Skill, Berserk Strike. Lin Moyo's heart moved, and the skeleton warrior skill exploded. Red light filled the room and thumps were heard. The turtle shell shattered extensively, followed by blood splatters. The blood that flew out disappeared into bits of starlight in mid-air without a bit of it landing on the ground. Lin Moyo hadn't used the strong soldier skill until now so that he could just kill the battlefield snake turtle and end the battle. He joined the fray in the same way. The spiritual attribute had reached 60,000, and the power of the soul flame had increased drastically. Plus the strong soldier skill deals 500% extra damage. The snake turtle erupted into a shocking scream like never before. In an instant, it was seriously injured and on the verge of death. The skill of the origin rune was too strong, so strong that Lin Moyo, the user, was a bit shocked. It's done. The heart was glad to know that it could be taken. Suddenly the battlefield snake turtle's greenish head, tail, and all 4 legs shrunk. Skill, Turtling. The body glowed with a hooded shimmering light, forming a protective layer. The skeletons on his back were all shaken away. In the shimmering light, its injuries were resurfacing at a rate visible to the naked eye. It seemed as if bits of starlight flew in the sky and landed on its body. Even a skeleton warrior in the state of a strong soldier couldn't break through the shimmering shield and hurt him in the slightest. The shimmering light connected heaven and earth without a gap, and Lin Moya couldn't even topple it if he wanted to. What a disgusting skill. How can this be a fight? Lin Moya laughed bitterly in his heart. Who would have thought that the fight would end up like this? It shrank towards there, cheating far more than the knight's extreme defense. Seeing that it was recovering from its injuries, its breath was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Moya moved his mind. Retreat. Chapter 261. Chapter 261, 261. Chapter 261, luckily, quick retreat in Skyfall Shield. A universal transformation, Necromancer. I am the divine disaster. Universal transformation, Necromancer. I am the natural disaster. Book Chapter 261. Fortunately, I withdrew quickly, and a shield fell from the sky. The battlefield serpent turtle's defense was ridiculously high, coupled with the double immunity trait. Lin, after half a day of fighting, even using the crushingly strong soldier skills, it was hard to grind it down to a bloodstain. The result is a turtle skill that wipes out all previous efforts. Lin Moya's teeth were itching. This was just like cheating. It was already tough enough, with strong life force and devastating attacks. Plus, such a perverted recovery skill. This is unacceptable. Encountering it once is bad enough, Lin Moya didn't want to experience it a second time, decisively retreating with his team. You can't mess with it for now, but you can deal with it later. A swift evacuation along the route he'd been taking for the past few days. It was gone in the blink of an eye. After this battle, Lin Moya gave up following the day. What's more, new to you, from the small, said, continued to deepen the intention. Even a level 64 normal boss was so difficult to fight, let alone a higher level boss. If you run into a Lord-class boss or even a world-class boss, it was still questionable if his own undead army could hold out. At the end of the day, it's still a low grade. This battle made it clear to Lin Moya that he was only level 33 after all. Although the 743 had a large number of their own skeletons, strong talents, and amazing growth. But at the end of the day, they were still only level 33, without real powerful skills. Lin Moya withdrew while summarizing. It was his first retreat since his debut. There were quite a few powerful bosses that he had encountered in the past, and he was able to eventually grind them down himself. But this time, Lin Moya really didn't have any certainty in his heart. He doesn't have some big skills like many legendary level professions that can sway the battle in an instant. Maybe Corpse Burst counts as one, but unfortunately, it's severely limited in the core. After Lin Moya left 5 minutes later, the battlefield snake turtle ended its turtle shrinking skill. Re-exposing its head, it stretched out its 4 paws, its long tail lashing the earth with a blatting sound. At this moment, it recovered as before and roared up to the sky, as if to announce that the old man is back. Little human race, wait for me. The huge head turned from side to side, realizing that the shadow of Lin Moya was long gone. Its not-so-smart head realized that the wretched human had escaped. Looking left and right, it simply couldn't find the direction in which Lin Moya had escaped. Anger took over its eyes, and it began to roar, one sound after another, shaking the earth. The boss's power was undeniably on display. The monsters around them were trembling in fear. Some of the monsters fled in terror, and there was chaos. Suddenly, a huge black shadow rushed down from the air, as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed a distance of several thousand meters. A claw poked out from the dark shadow and grabbed the battlefield snake turtle, heading straight up into the clouds. Angry yells turned into terrified screams. Then suddenly, it completely disappeared. Lin Moya retreated all the way. The monsters along the way had already been cleared when he came in. The retreat was considerably faster than the advance. It shouldn't be catching up. The thought crossed his mind, but even if it caught up, he wasn't very afraid. Big deal, another fight. The big deal is that it's a waste of labor and effort once more. Anyway, it was a dream for the battlefield snake turtle to try to kill him. Suddenly, a sharp chirp made Lin Moya sweat. Terror swept overhead. A huge object fell from the sky and hit a short distance away. The earth was smashed out of a large crater with a rumble. Looking at the object in the pit, Lin Moya couldn't help but feel a creepy feeling. What fell from the sky turned out to be turtle shells, the turtle shells of the battlefield snake turtle. Lin Moya was 100% sure that he wasn't mistaken. The shell still had the scent of a battlefield serpent turtle on it. The turtle shell had a huge breach in it, which should have been pierced by a sharp object. After carefully examining it, Lin Moya affirmed his guess. Looking up at the sky, that's the direction where the turtle shell fell. The air was glittering with light, fascinating and mysterious. It was as if he saw the battlefield snake turtle being grabbed by an even more powerful boss, grabbed in his hands, stuffed into his mouth, and eaten alive. Then that boss spat out the turtle shell again. Dead. It was bitten. And was bitten to death. Lin Moya looked at the sky very sure of his guess. That high-pitched chirp and huge breath just now made him feel that his life was threatened in an instant. Even the battlefield snake turtle was able to eat it, so if he came across it himself, he would be equally in danger. Lin Moya thought to himself that he wasn't much stronger than the battlefield snake turtle. Luckily, he withdrew quickly enough. The turtle shell glowed slightly, emitting a large amount of starlight that flew into the air and disappeared. The turtle shell quickly became smaller and eventually turned into a shield. Surprisingly, there is gear. The shell is the hardest part of the battlefield dragon turtle's body. Can't even eat that unknown boss. The equipment it turns into is certainly not bad. Turtle Shield, 4 Knights Platinum Grade Shield, full attributes plus %, comes with skill, Turtle Shield. Turtle, unable to act for 30 seconds, immune to all damage during that time, recover from all injuries, reset the cooldown of all skills other than this skill, cooldown time 1 hour. This attribute, among the platinum equipment, is considered to be the best of the best, especially the skills that come with it, which almost all knights can only dream of. For a knight, it's not as simple as a shield anymore. It's literally a new life. Not only can you recover from injuries, but you can also reset the cooldowns of other skills. Even if Lin Moyo had little concept of the value of equipment, he could see at this moment that the value of the shield in his hand was afraid to be incalculable. Not because of its own attributes, but because of the skills it came with. I'm afraid some legendary equipment is inferior to it. After completing the third turn at level 70 and becoming a top-tier professional, the attributes themselves are already not low, and platinum gear is high for attribute bonuses generally. Not bad for those thousands of attribute points. What was really valued at that time were the skills that came with the equipment. A counterintuitive skill was enough to top tens of thousands of attribute points. The measure of good equipment is the skills attached to it. Luck. The previous small depression was swept away. This shield in his hand certainly can't be measured in gold coins. You'd have to go back and ask Bai Yuan what it's worth. Putting away the shield, Lin Moyo followed each day. What's new? Since the little said, continued to walk towards the central area. The earth returned to its original state with a faint shudder. The floor of the core area was like an unpolished mirror, reflecting a faintly hazy light. Nothing has changed in countless years, and any damage is restored in no time. At the junction of the core area and the central area, a team of 20 human professionals was staying there. They wore the symbols of the Garland Guild: Paladin, Warlord Auxiliary, Grand Healer, Master, Hawkeye Archer, Master Summoner, the list goes on. The levels were all above level 58, and Galangal Knight Rain, who was the captain and main knight, had already reached level 60. A platinum outfit with armor covering his entire body looked powerful, but it wasn't her who drew the most attention in the group, but another woman. The woman had a shapely figure and delicate features, and looked soft and supple. On her shoulder, however, she carried a huge white gold hammer. The hammer was over a meter long, with a thick, long handle, and a huge head that was completely at odds with her appearance. Of all the professions, there is only one profession, Master Collector, that can use a hammer as a weapon. Master Collector is a very special profession. Neither a combat professional, nor a support class, nor a life class. By rank, Master Collector is a legendary profession. Combat-wise, he's not as good as the main combat class. No assistive capacity, no ability to live. The reason why he could become a legendary profession, he had a special ability that all professionals didn't have: collecting. The Master Collector can apply the collect skill to monsters. Then after the monster dies, additional gains are made. It could be materials or it could be equipment. It can directly double the team's earnings. Any team would be happy to group a Master Collector. It's just a shame that there are so few Master Collectors, a legendary level profession that is very rare. In addition to having a rare collection of masters, there is one thing about the entire team that is equally very special. All 4.8 of this team is made up of women. Sister Knight Rain, are we sure we want to go in? Gathering Master Mu Jianlian asked in a small voice, her gaze looking towards the core area. She had only heard about how dangerous it was in the core area and how strong the monsters were, but never went inside. As the captain, Karen Knight Rain let out a light laugh. What, scared? Mu Jianlian immediately shook her head. Not afraid, there's nothing to be afraid of with Sister Knight Rain. Jialan Knight Rain let out a delicate laugh. There's really nothing to be afraid of, and the core area isn't exactly a mountain of swords and fire. What's more, we only move around the edges, we won't go deeper. With our battle power, it's not like we can't beat it if we run into a few level 62, 63 monsters. Even if you run into a level 60 boss, you still have the power to fight. Don't forget, we're a team that has killed a level 55 Lord class boss. We're stronger than many teams. That was said as if it was a pep talk for the players. Originally, there was some uncertainty and hesitation. Each one is now full of confidence. Big Sister Karen Knight Rain drew her knight's longsword, pointed at the core area, and chanted, "Depart. Depart." Chapter 262. Chapter 262, 262. Chapter 262. Is this going to bring in the boss? Garland Knight Rain led the team and officially stepped into the core area. Very coincidentally, they entered at almost the same location as Lin Moyo. Then they realized the problem. No blame. It's nothing like the legend. It is said that the ancient war sound, the core area in the upper space, that is the world of monsters. You run into monsters everywhere. It's literally 3 steps to a small monster and 100 steps to a boss. But now that they had come in, they had been walking for half a day and hadn't come across a single monster. Garland Knight Rain walked at the front of the group, frowning tightly. Could it be that there are no monsters at the edge? Mu Jianlian whispered, "Why don't we look a little deeper?" Well, look a little deeper. Lin Moyo had spent 5 whole days since he entered the core area, fighting as he went. Coming back the same way took just over a day. The monsters along the road had long since been cleared by him, and the newborn ones had yet to appear. He decided to wait until he left the core area and move along it. The Demon Dragon Temple appears randomly, though, anywhere is possible. However, it has been concluded over the years that the closer you get to the core area, the higher the chances of it occurring. It's not just us humans who are looking for a copy of the Demon Dragon Hall, the abyssal demons and dragons are likewise searching. And they can fly, which makes them more efficient than the humans. Maybe there's a bunch more to kill to get in. A copy of Demon Dragon Temple, Hell Difficulty, will drop dragon crystals. Dragon Glass can awaken talents, and the same is true for abyssal demons and dragons. Moreover, the Demonic Dragon Hall was unlike the Divine Chosen Secret Realm, which could only be entered once in a lifetime. There are no restrictions on entry as long as they can be found. That's why every time we found the Demon Dragon Hall, we would experience great battles. Few exceptions. As he was thinking about it, some figures appeared in his sight. Lin Moya was instantly alert. A moment later, after seeing that it was a group of human professionals, Lin Moya slightly lowered his guard. Garland Night Rain also discovered Lin Moya at the first opportunity. Level 33, alone. Are you kidding me? How is this possible? The first reaction of Karen Night Rain was disbelief. How could a level 33 professional come here? And it's still coming from inside the core. Is it hard to be randomly teleported in? Lin Moya walked very quickly, looking far away, and in the blink of an eye had arrived in front of them. Lin Moya, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped and looked towards Karen Nightfall and the others. Saw the emblem of the Callan Guild on them, the Guild of Calvary. Lin Moya's gaze swept over them, sensing their breath. Don't follow every day. More new too? Since the little say group continue to go deeper, it will be dangerous. Lin Moya's tone was very flat, and when it fell on the ears of Karen Night Rain, it seemed as if he was saying, you guys will die if you go back in. Jialan Night Rain's face changed slightly, and as he was about to retort, he realized that Lin Moya had already left. What kind of person is this? Garland Night Rain's face did not look good at this time. It was obvious that a little guy who was only level 33 was so rude when he saw himself, a level 60 Grand Knight. I wish I could go after him and teach him a good lesson. With curiosity in her eyes, Mu Jianlian murmured, how did he come to the ancient battlefield? It wasn't just Mu Jianlian, there were quite a few people in the group who were looking at the direction Lin Moya had left. Karen Night Rain heard Mu Jianlian's words. Jianlian, you know him. Mu Jianlian said, his name is Lin Moya. In the professionals competition held the other day, he was the champion of the level 20 category, and even broke the record of the challenge competition. So it's him. Jialan Night Rain had heard of Lin Moya's name. At that time, Lin Moya was too famous and set the highest record ever for a challenge. At a mere level 27, one person was fighting alone against a team of mages consisting of level 50 professionals. This kind of achievement is unprecedented. It had only been how many days of work, and Lin Moya had already jumped from level 27 to level 33. In the eyes of outsiders, this upgrade has been very fast. The key is not yet rank, but strength. Mu Jianlian said, at that time, he had the strength to surpass a level 50 mage team, and now he's probably even more powerful. Karen Nightfall was not a fool, so he could naturally understand the meaning of Mu Jianlian's words. Now that she had overturned her previous thoughts, she felt that Lin Moya might have actually entered the core area and then retreated back. Since this was the case, then Lin Moya's words had to be taken seriously. Karen Night Rain pondered for a moment. Let's go along the edge of the core area. She didn't want to just back away, she had to at least see it before she was satisfied. They retreated to the edge of the core area and then chose a direction to follow along the edge. Because of the relationship between the Garland Guild, Lin Moya kindly gave Garland Night Rain and the others a word of advice. With their strength, they would be in danger if they encountered group monsters in the core area. Attrition can occur at any time. If you run into a boss, the possibility of a group wipeout isn't out of the question. Lin Moya wasn't arrogant, but he could probably analyze the results after first-hand practice. What's more, there was that terrifying boss flying in the air in the core area, not knowing when it would come down to attack. For safety's sake, Lin Moya ended up exiting the core area. Value your life and stay away from the core. Leaving the smooth hairy mirror earth, Lin Moya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The core in the center, a line between two worlds. In this place, level 60 monsters would occasionally appear, posing no threat to Lin Moya. I wonder how it's going at my sister's place. As Lin Moya moved forward, he would occasionally look out in the direction of the edge of the battlefield. At this point, 22 days had passed since Lin Moya obtained the origin rune. At the edge of the battlefield, with Lin Moya and the others' combat power, there shouldn't be any danger. Not having seen it with my own eyes, though, I occasionally worry a little. Fear not, fear not. Occasionally, Lin Moya laughed to himself that he was overthinking things. Lin Moya's teacher, that god-ranked powerhouse from the Divine Creation Academy, was bound to arrange everything. Even the whereabouts of the origin rune could be projected. How strong the other party's means were was by no means something he could imagine. It was at least in existence on the same level as Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. Bang! The sky suddenly exploded in a cloud of fireworks. Splendid and bright, it temporarily overshadowed the ever-unchanging light of the ancient warrior. Lin Moya's heart fluttered, a distress signal. It's the direction of the core area. It's not far from me, only about 20 kilometers. It'll take about 10 minutes to get there. Lin Moya didn't consider the danger in the slightest and rushed towards the direction of the distress signal without any hesitation. Human professionals would rush to the rescue when they saw the distress signal. This was an unspoken rule amongst the human professionals, one that everyone had silently abided by for countless years. Many years ago, there had been a time when demons had used the human race's distress signals to ambush the human professionals. A fair amount of damage was done. Leads to the fact that many people who saw the distress signal at the time would have been concerned about whether it was a trap. Later, in order to prevent such things from happening, the distress signal transmitter was changed to a prop that required soul binding. It can only be used in person, and the transmitter is deactivated once the person is dead. From that point on, the distress call would not be false. After leaving the core area for just 2 days, Lin Moya once again stepped into the core area. With the undead legion in front of them, Lin Moya didn't have the slightest delay and flew at a fast speed. Bang! Another distress flare went up and exploded. In the core area like a woolen mirror on the ground, reflecting a fascinating light. Large swaths of space were illuminated as bright as day. Idiot! Lin Moya cursed. It's not enough to fire one, but a second one. Is this an attempt to bring the boss in? The boss's area of activity couldn't possibly be small, and a flying type boss must be incredibly fast. In case it is found. Lin Moya was always wary of that mysterious flying class boss. Bang! A third distress signal blew up. Crazy! Lin Moya cursed again at the same time. This is going to bring in the boss. Within 10 minutes, a series of 10 distress signals exploded into the air. 10 small suns appeared in the sky for a long time, illuminating a large core area as if it were day. Lin Moya would still secretly curse at first, but later on, he was already too lazy to do so. 20 kilometers of road. Lin Moya went all out to get there in only 10 minutes. Some of the monsters along the way were all cleaned up as fast as he could. Fortunately, this was the edge of the core area, and the monsters were not numerous or strong. Teams that can enter the core area are certainly not bad, and are generally good enough to deal with all sorts of situations. I don't know what I've encountered. Is it possible that I've encountered a boss? Finally, he saw the owner of the distress signal. It's them. Chapter 263. Chapter 263, 263. Here is the chapter with corrected grammar. Chapter 263. Goddamn big bird, a transformation for all. Necromancer. I am the natural disaster. This team could only be described with one word in Lin Moya's eyes: chaos. Lin Moya didn't know what their criteria for grouping was either. It was amazing that 8 of the 20-person team were therapists, completely above the standard of the average team. Plus it was all female professionals, enough to qualify as a milkmaid team. Lin Moya couldn't understand at the time that there was a need for so many therapists. A team like this with 4 healers would be enough. After all, advanced healers can group heal. 4 healers are enough even for boss fights. Now it seems that there are benefits to having more therapists. Being surrounded by more than 50 battlefield coyotes that were at least level 61, if it wasn't for the fact that there were enough healers, they wouldn't have been able to hold out long ago. What kind of profession is this? The one you're holding is actually a 2-handed giant hammer. Lin Moya saw Mu Jianlian. Mu Jianlian was releasing a group taunt skill, and the skill was like a small firework, as if it didn't have much damage. The monsters obviously hated this skill very much, and were mobbing her. He had never seen a profession like this before. Garland Night Rain also didn't expect that she would be so overwhelmed. 2 points of starlight flew down and simultaneously exploded on the left and right sides of her team. Over 50 battlefield coyotes instantly surrounded their group. A group of 20 people were surrounded by over 50 battlefield coyotes and were almost caught off guard. Luckily, it stabilized later. But the situation was not encouraging. The battlefield coyotes were more than twice as numerous as them, and their attacks were extremely powerful. With a level 60 knight on her, taking 2 of them felt extremely overwhelming. Not to mention other professionals. Hang on, the distress signal has been sent. Someone will surely come to save us. Sisters, don't give up. Garland Night Rain cheered everyone up, holding her shield tightly and fending off the wolves' attacks along with the other knight in the group. There were 2 other warriors in the group, who also acted as meat shields at this time. The fragile mages, archers, and support healers were firmly protected in the center. Mu Jianlian wielded the platinum sledgehammer, which was completely inconsistent with her appearance, and knocked back the battlefield coyote that rushed towards her. Although she wasn't a main combat profession, her strength wasn't inferior to that of a warrior. All she lacked were powerful skills. Suddenly, a warrior beside her was knocked back by a wolf monster, revealing a gap in the ranks. Seeing this, Mu Jianlian let out a dainty cry and flung one hand upwards, exploding large spots of light. Like a mini fireworks show. Skills, group taunt. The points of light fell like flowers on the 8 wolf monsters around them, and red light emerged from the eyes of the wolf monsters as they all looked at Mu Jianlian and frantically surrounded her. She had a taunt skill that was very effective at drawing hate. Heal slender. Garland Night Rain exclaimed. Healing. The healer responded sharply. A light lit up on Mu Jianlian's body, and at least 3 healing spells landed on her at the same time. Lin Moya took in this image and muttered, it seems that the nurse team also has the advantages of a nurse team. As long as you don't run into the kind of monsters or bosses that will take seconds, the ability of the nurse team to take a beating is also truly amazing. Lin Moya looked at them for a few seconds, knowing that they weren't in any danger, and couldn't help but feel relieved. The biggest fear of saving a life is that he arrives and the person dies. It's the wasted effort that's the most annoying. Garland Night Rain, who was in the middle of a great battle, suddenly received an invitation. Surprisingly, someone invited her to form a legion mode. Reinforcements have arrived. The joy of hope rose up in Garland Night Rain and she agreed to the invitation without hesitation. Legion mode was on, and she saw the invitee as well. Legionnaire, Lin Moya, level 33. In a flash, hope turned to disappointment. The so-called reinforcements were only one person. What's the point of being alone and only level 33? Even if he was a super genius and could challenge over the levels, it was useless. And now it's time to move on to the next day. Every day. More, newcomer? From the small group. Continue to hold on to see if someone else will come to their rescue. Suddenly, she heard a large number of footsteps. It clicked and clacked. Then there were the screams of the battlefield coyote, one after another. The wolves that were originally besieging them seemed to have switched targets. Her pressure snapped lighter. Immediately afterward, there was a splendor before her eyes. A massive amount of spells fell densely in the air, focusing fire on the area where they were. Garland, Night Rain and the others were suddenly free of pressure. All monsters were taken over by Lin Moyo. The wolves wailed and were killed one after the other. 10,000 points of starlight rose into the sky, and the scene was exceptionally beautiful. He's so good. I can't believe he's really only level 33. I can't believe there are so many summons, and these skeletons are so powerful. Skeletons are supposed to be scary originally. Why do I see these skeletons as somewhat cute? Once these women were free of the threat to their lives, they instantly relaxed. Pairs of beautiful eyes shone with brilliance, looking at the skeletons and then at Lin Moyo in admiration. Garland Night Rain also stopped fighting at this time. Not without stopping, there were no more coyotes in front of them. She realized that she had once again underestimated Lin Moyo. He was literally strong enough to operate single-handedly in the core area. One person, more powerful than a team of them. Mu Jianlian put the hammer down on the ground and gasped for air. There was a smile on her pretty face. Sister Night Rain, we're saved. Garland Night Rain also revealed a smile. Well, saved. She looked to Lin Moyo with gratitude in her gaze. Obtaining starlight shards. Acquisition of starlight fragments by collecting technique. Obtaining starlight shards. Acquisition of starlight fragments by collecting technique. Among the messages that continuously popped up, a few of them caught Lin Moyo's attention. Seeing the 3 words collecting art, Lin Moyo immediately understood, and it was connected to the Mu Jianlian he had seen before. Legendary level profession, Master Collector. A very rare occupation. I didn't expect to come across such a rare profession. Lin Moyo smiled slightly in his heart and didn't care. Under the Undead Legion's butcher's knife, more than 50 battlefield coyotes were quickly cleared away. The damage sustained wasn't too great, with just under 10 of the skeleton warriors dead. With single-digit damage, you can take care of 50 wolf monsters, which is a pretty good battle result. Garland Night Rain and the others finally relaxed completely. The fight was truly over. It was so dangerous just now. If Lin Moyo hadn't come over, they wouldn't have known how long they could have lasted. Garland Night Rain also breathed a long sigh of relief, put away her long sword, and thanked Lin Moyo. Thank you. She didn't know what to call Lin Moyo. Calling him senior? Lin Moyo was only level 33 and so young. It seems a little rude to call names directly. After thinking about it, Garland Night Rain rejoined, "Thank you, Brother Lin, for coming over to save us." On the battlefield, the human race are all brothers and sisters, and it's fine to call them that. Her teammates also came over and thanked Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo waved his hand, "Hurry up and go, it's not safe here." Not safe? Garland Night Rain was slightly stunned. Haven't the wolves been wiped out? There are no monsters nearby, so where would it be unsafe? Garland Night Rain thought that Lin Moyo was talking about the core area being unsafe, and a smile appeared on her slightly English face. This time it's more unlucky, we'll be careful in the future. Obviously, the other person didn't get his point. Lin Moyo originally didn't want to explain more, but for the sake of the Cavalry Guild, he once again spoke. That's not what I'm talking about. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a chirp suddenly rang out in the distant air. The chirps were high and shrill, cutting through the sky. Even the unchanging light of eternity twisted a bit with it. The moment he heard the chirping sound, Lin Moyo's face changed violently. It was a scream he had only heard once, but he would never forget it in his life. Move! Lin Moyo shouted and fiercely fled towards the exterior of the core area. Garland Night Rain quickly followed, asking sharply, "What's going on?" "There's a boss coming." Garland Night Rain also changed her face drastically. Ordinary monsters are already so powerful, so the bosses are not to be trifled with. Go go go! Garland Night Rain shouted. Everyone followed, running along as fast as they could in their lives. Lin Moyo was only level 33, had the weakest attributes among the crowd, and ran the slowest. It didn't take long to fall to the end. Instead, Garland Night Rain and the others had to slow down and wait for him. A skeleton mage, densely packed to protect everyone in the center. A mere half a minute from the time the chirp came, an immense and unmistakable black dot had appeared in the air. One of the archers in the group had the best eyesight and screamed, "What a big bird!" Lin Moyo followed suit and glanced back, his whole body chilling. "Goddamn big bird. Is this a bird? No, it is indeed a bird." Chapter 264. Chapter 264, 264. Chapter 264 Terrifying Boss, Ancient Luan Bird. Not a black bird, but a bird wrapped in black flames. Lin Moyo. From a distance, it looked like a black cloud. Fly close enough to see what the bird looks like. Black flames blazed and wrapped around it. It was so fast, it felt faster than lightning. It was clearly a dozen kilometers away before, and in the blink of an eye it was already overhead. It was only then that Lin Moyo realized how big this guy was. Both wings spread out to at least over 300 meters. It really can be described as covering the sky. Its claws were tucked in, but you could tell the size. A boss like the battlefield serpent turtle could be grabbed by it with a single claw. Lin Moyo couldn't help but brainstorm a scene of how the battlefield snake turtle would be eaten. It gave him chills to think about it. What's scary isn't even how strong the bosses are. Rather, Lin Moyo saw a light called wisdom in its eyes than it did. This boss has intelligence and thought. That's what alarmed him. What is this? Mu Jianlian carried a giant hammer and ran beside Lin Moyo. Mu Jianlian, a rare collection master, was still enough to catch Lin Moyo's attention. Lin Moyo said, "It should be a boss." Garland Night Rain frowned. What kind of answer was that? Who doesn't know it's a boss? Saying it is the same as not saying it. Mu Jianlian's voice was soft, it looks so scary. Lin Moyo hummed, it once ate another boss. These words caused both men to blush at the same time. Being able to eat another boss is either a higher level or a higher class. And looking at its size, it was highly likely to be a lord class, or even a world class boss. Look out, it's coming. Lin Moya suddenly called out. He didn't look back as the skeleton warrior delivered a warning. This black bird swooped straight down from the sky with outrageous speed. Lin Moya didn't dare to block with his skeleton armor, and for the first time, he lost confidence in it. With a heartbeat, the skeleton warriors leaned towards him. At the same time, he shouted, all closer. Calypso Nitrane also shouted, quickly, all get closer closer closer. All of them were very close together, with skeleton warriors on the outside, and then skeleton mages on the outside. Lin Moya didn't dare to release the retardation curse. He wasn't sure if the retardation curse would be useful against this terrifying boss. Even if it works, what is the geometry of the effect? And the slow curse is highly likely to get the boss's attention and pull in hate. He didn't dare gamble with his own little life. The skeleton mages began to wield their skills as thousands of attacks fell towards the air. Fireworks exploded in the air, bursting with brilliant light. Skills were intertwined, and 10,000 kinds of splendor obscured the sight. Mu Jianlian said, the core area is so big, how did it find us? Lin Niai chortled, a distress signal. Calypso Nitrane smacked his lips at once, so, we were the ones who lured it here. What else? Lin Moya gave a sidelong glance, the meaning in his gaze self-evident. Another sharp, high-pitched sound rang out. The boss rushed through the skill struck by the skeleton mage and violently spewed out a mouthful of flames. Black flames. Lin Moya's face changed drastically, and he didn't need to see it to know that the flames were extremely powerful. Luckily, the boss's target wasn't them, but the skeletons on the ground. The flames landed with a thud, exploding into a large sea of fire. Hundreds of skeleton warriors were stained by the flames and were seriously injured. The witch demon general immediately cast a skill to heal. The boss's wings shook, and in an instant, a large number of black fireballs fell from the air, smashing down like a meteorite rain. The skeleton warrior who had been sprayed by the flames before was already seriously injured. The witch demon general couldn't even heal in time to be hit by the fireball again, and died instantly. The boss accompanied the rain of fireballs as it fell, its claws snapping out in a grab while its massive wings swept across. The gale carried black flames like a whirlwind blowing by. Skeletons were blown away, while a dozen or so skeleton warriors were also captured. Lin Moya watched with flashing eyes as it shoved the skeletal warrior into its mouth and crunched and chewed twice. It was followed by a very disgusting spit. The whole thing took no more than 2 seconds back and forth. There were at least 200 to 300 skeleton warriors that were seriously injured. There were more than 70 that were directly burned to death by the black fire, and several that were bitten to death. In just one wave, the skeleton warrior deaths had already exceeded 80. Lin Moya was secretly shocked. The strength of this boss was far beyond his imagination. It's horrible, how can it be such a strong boss? It was more than clear what attributes his own skeleton warrior had. The bonus state is 57,000 in all 4 dimensions. With such a high physique, he was still killed in seconds. Stiffly, Lin Moya popped out a detection spell. Luckily, the boss didn't notice him and once again hovered and flew up into the sky. Ancient Luan, Lord Boss. Rank, 67. Power, 300,000. Agility, 150,000. Spirit, 200,000. Body mass, 150,000. Skills, Flame Blast, Flame Explosion. Characteristics, immunity to fire, elemental damage reduced by 60%, physical damage reduced by 60%, fangs and mouth ignore defense. The moment he saw the attributes, Lin Moyo had the urge to curse. A level 67 Lord class boss with a total attribute of 800,000. It's a whole 300,000 higher than Battlefield Snake Turtle. With a strength of 300,000 and a mouthful of fangs that ignore defense, it's no wonder that the Battlefield Snake Turtle is defenseless. A boss like it was almost already the topmost existence in the upper space of the ancient battlefield. Usually, they are just moving around in the center of the core area, and they shouldn't be seen on the periphery. It deflected and flew right to the edge. Was it fun? The flame jet had already seen itself, but the roiling fireball just now. Obviously not a skill, just a normal attack that comes with stirring up the wings. It's really scary. You can't beat this kind of boss at all. Don't dare to stop, following each, every day. More, newcomer? From the group, continuously fleeing out. As long as we can escape to the central area, we'll be safe. It had never been heard of that anyone had ever encountered a boss beyond level 60. In the central area. It's like the monsters in the core area never leave the core area. You can't fight, the only hope now is to escape from here. Lin Moya's face was unsightly, and the same was true for Karen Night Rain. How could there be such a horrible boss? This attribute, it's higher than some level 70 top professionals. Comparing the attributes of a human professional to a lord level boss, how true? Lin Muyo gave the woman a look and didn't want to say anything. The human race's attributes have always been low, and it's okay to compare them with ordinary monsters, but is it possible to compare sex with a boss? With a shrill cry, the ancient Luan bird flew down once again. The huge wings kept stirring, and a large number of fireballs fell in the air. Lin Moyo could be 100% sure that these fireballs were either its skills or its normal attacks. Normal attacks were powerful and overwhelming group attacks, and one's numerical advantage was instantly wiped out. Mu Jianlian asked in a small voice, Lin Moyo, can you beat it? Lin Moya glanced at her, feeling that this master collector, her brain wasn't working too well. If you can beat them, why would you run away? Can't beat it. Another jet of black flame shot down. The earth was instantly scorched, and a large number of skeletons were caught in the fire. The fireballs slammed down and another batch of skeletons were killed. Ancient Yuan grabbed a dozen skeletons in the process. This time it didn't put the skeleton in its mouth to chew, but clawed it hard. With a click, the captured skeleton man pulverized. Lin Moyo heard the voice and sensed the skeleton disappearing with a pang of heartache. Lost a few dozen more skeletons. I lost a lot of money this time, but you can't think about that now. It's good to get out of there. Skeletons are heartbreaking to die, but at least they can be mended. If you hang yourself, better try to escape. The Ancient Yuan flew down again. Another round of attacks. After 3 rounds of attacks, almost a legion of undead had been exterminated. The opponent is too strong to block at all. The Ancient Yuan bird rose into the air once again, as if it was tired of playing, hovering in the air and letting out one shrill cry after another. Lin Moya took the opportunity to run a good distance again. Just when he thought it had had enough fun, Lin Moya suddenly had a creepy feeling. It's being watched. Without even thinking about it, Lin Moya reversed his direction and ran towards the other side. Karen Night Rain and Mu Jianlian and the others were about to follow them, but they were greeted with a stern cry from Lin Moya. Don't follow me. Chapter 265. Chapter 265, 265. Chapter 265 Top Phantom Attack, be good and go with sister. Karen Night Rain and Mu Jianlian and the others were startled by Lin Moya's stern cry. Lin. Without saying a word, Lin Moya had already run in the other direction. Why have you suddenly gone mad? Garland Night Rain was stunned in place. Mu Jianlian didn't react either. Suddenly she noticed something and pointed at the air. Ancient Yuan bird. It went over towards Lin Moya. It was only then that Garland Night Rain realized why Lin Moya had done this. Shame set in, and the whole thing was so hot that he wanted to drill a hole in the ground. She had initially thought that Lin Moya didn't want to run with them and was going to escape alone. I didn't realize that Lin Moya was trying to lure away the Ancient Yuan bird, alone and fight for a chance of survival for them. Sacrifice yourself, let them live. This great sentiment. Garland Night Rain was very decisive and quickly made a decision. Let's go. We can't let brother Lin Moya sacrifice for nothing. Garland Night Rain led the crowd towards the other side, running. Lin Moya didn't hear her words, otherwise he would definitely think, this woman can really think. Sentimentality does come into play a little bit, but not much. As for sacrificing himself so that they could live, Lin Moya didn't think he was that noble. He was targeted by Ancient Yuan bird, and a group attack skill came down. Not necessarily dead themselves, these people are definitely dead. Without any grudges, Lin Moya chose to still let them off the hook. What's more, if these people were killed by themselves, then wouldn't it be in vain if they worked so hard to go over and save them? Lin Moya darted to the other side as the undead legions disappeared in droves, all retracting. Now that Ancient Yuan bird had set its sights on itself, there was no longer a need for the undead legion to draw fire. Not only was there no need for Karen Night Rain and the others to be dragged to their deaths by themselves, there was no need for the skeletons to die with them. After the damage transfer, and with the addition of skeletal armor, the external strengthening trooper skill, it's not really a sure thing that you're going to die yourself. It's not that easy to kill me. Lin Moya was fuming in his heart, gritting his teeth and accelerating in the direction of the central area. The Ancient Yuan bird began to swoop down, and a monster appeared in front of Lin Moya. The monster seemed to have discovered Ancient Yuan bird, and fled as if it had no life. Black flames fell from the sky, and the monster was burned to ashes almost in the blink of an eye. Lin Moya's skeleton armor lasted a mere second in the flames before it exploded with a bang. Lin Moya patched himself up with skeleton armor as fast as he could, but he was still a bit too slow. The flames had already done a fair amount of damage to him. Lin Moya sensed a skeleton dying, more than 30 of them. His defense was nowhere near as good as the skeletons, and the damage he took in the moment the skeleton's armor broke was enough to kill him multiple times. The damage, which ignored the skeleton's defenses, affected the skeletons. It was a matter of a split second, the loss of more than 30 skeletons. The newborn skeleton armor clicked twice, about to break again. Without even thinking about it, Lin Moya directly patched himself up with skeleton armor. You can't wait for the skeleton armor to break and then replenish it, you have to keep replenishing it. After replenishing the skeleton armor 6 times in a row, it finally held out until the sea of fire receded. Ancient Yuan bird has killed the head. The huge claw pressed down in the air. Lin Moya was too small an individual and its claws were too big to grab. The Ancient Yuan bird changed its grip to a slap and heavily slapped on Lin Moya. The skeleton armor shattered with a sound, and Lin Moya was slapped away with a muffled grunt. The damage transfer took effect, and a shattering sound came from Lin Moya's mind. Dozens more skeletons died. It was already too late to be heartbroken. Lin Moya was still flying in midair, and the return armor had been patched up. At this time, Ancient Yuan bird was already heading into the air. You think I'm made of clay? Since it had already been a real fight, Lin Moya didn't bring fear. There was a flash of red light. Skill, damage, curse. With a buzzing sound, the blood-red sword appeared above Ancient Yuan bird's head. Then flames blazed in his palm. Skill, soul flame. Ancient Yuan bird immediately let out a miserable scream. A shudder ran through its body, obviously in pain. I didn't think that a little bug like Lin Moya would dare to fight back. It was utterly enraged. The black flames poured out as if they were monstrous. It turned into a huge black fireball that covered the sky. I'll go. Lin Moya fled even faster. This was clearly the second skill of Ancient Yuan Bird. Sure enough, the fireball landed. Boom! A horrific explosion occurs. A huge air current swept over the area, and Lin Moya was stunned. Looking at the mushroom cloud that was rising into the air, the power of this skill was so strong that it was terrifying. Immediately after that, the fireballs landed one by one and kept exploding. A mushroom cloud rose into the air and blew the earth apart. Garland, Night Rain and the others who had already run far away saw this scene, and the violent explosion reached them. The earth was shaking constantly. Karen Night Rain swallowed her saliva with difficulty. The picture was too beautiful for her to dare to look at it. Mu Jianqian's eyes were tearful and watery. Lin Moya was really a good person. Jialan Night Rain knew that Mu Jianqian's heart was soft. Don't be sad, brother Lin Moya was indeed a great man. We must set up a plaque for him when we return. Mu Jianlian nodded. 3 pillars of incense every day. The rest of the group chimed in. Well, let's all offer incense for brother Lin Moya. In the violent explosions, the skeleton armor continued to rupture and be replenished. Lin Moya was already moving fast, but occasionally it was still too late. The unlucky one was the skeleton, taking damage silently for Lin Moya. They do not fear death, and it is even said that they were originally lifeless. But Lin Moya didn't think so. Skeletons are both his summons and his comrades. In his eyes, the skeletons were alive. I'll take this revenge. Sooner or later, it's going to come back to you to clear the air. Lin Moya in the sound of explosions following each day. What's new? From the small, says the group, continued to flee outward. The Ancient Yuan Bird's skill was still continuing, a steady stream of blazing black fireballs falling. Lin Moya stifled his head and ran hard, using the skeleton armor nonstop. Ruptured or not, it's always right to use it. It wasn't far from the central area now, another 2 minutes at the most and we'd be running out of there. Ancient Yuan Bird, seeing that its skills were useless, it swooped down again. It had no intention of letting Lin Moya go. A level 33 little guy that couldn't be killed after so long made it lose face. It whooshed down and landed on the ground, blocking Lin Moya's path. The bird's beak opened, looking like it was ready to eat Lin Moya. Suddenly, huge breaths sped in from the distance. The Ancient Yuan couldn't help but look up. Lin Moya also felt the other party's aura. Request flowers. The power of the abyss rolled on, and it was the abyssal demons that came. The aura was very large, comparable to that of a top human professional. Lin Moya's heart was slightly flabbergasted. A level 70 or higher top-tier demon had come over. It's coming at you. Only then did Lin Moya realize that he might have been planted with a mark at some point in time, or else the eternal ancient battlefield was so big. How could there be such a coincidence? There's a pursuer in the back and a tiger in the front. Lin Moya was in a dilemma for a moment. Following each. Every day. More, newcomer? From the group. Continue to run or not. A few seconds later, the other's figure came clearly into view. Abyssal Phantom, an over level 70 Abyssal Phantom. Not as powerful as the Phantom King, but much better than Alice. Finally found you. I didn't expect you to hide in the core area. Since I'm here, you should obediently come with me. Don't worry, sister will take good care of you. Ha ha. Abyssal Phantom Mina stood in the air with a pouty face. There was a seductive power in its voice, and the skeleton armor flashed on Lin Moya's body, blocking its seduction. Mina's pretty face changed slightly when she saw that the charm was ineffective. She was ordered to take Lin Moya, not to kill him. The Phantom King told her to bring Lin Moya back to the abyss, and bring back the living one as a last resort. To this she had only to obey. Lin Moya caught the meaning of her words. I can't go with you. Pop up the detection spell as you speak. As a result, no information was obtained except for the name of the other party. Mina laughed chirpily. Little friend Lin Moya, it's not up to you. Yes. Lin Moya laughed and turned violently, running in the direction of the Ancient Yuan Bird. Lin Moya quickly passed through the location of the Ancient Yuan Bird, and his direction was clearly the depths of the core area. If Mina wanted to catch up, she would inevitably have to cross the Ancient Yuan first. Unexpectedly, the Ancient Yuan Bird didn't come after them, and Mina didn't move. Lin Moya turned his head strangely and realized that the Ancient Yuan Bird was staring at the phantom demon Mina dead in the face. The Ancient Yuan Bird's eyes held hatred, and flames were boiling. Phantom demon Mina laughed chirpily. A mere upper space boss, obediently get out of the way or I'll kill you. The Ancient Yuan Bird squeaked, its wings stirred, and a large number of fireballs rushed towards Mina. Mina laughed daintily and weaved her way through the fireballs, passing through in the blink of an eye, none of them able to touch her. It can also fly and is very agile. The Ancient Yuan Bird became enraged and spewed out roiling flames for a map cannon. This time Mina couldn't dodge. The black light on its body rushed to the sky, forming a shroud-like substance that blocked the flames. The flames were strangely powerful, and Mina's apparent shields were rapidly. It was then that Mina realized that the boss in front of her was not simple. The Ancient Yuan Bird doesn't care what you think. It has already charged up with hatred in its eyes. It no longer cared about Lin Moya, now it only wanted to kill Mina. Mina also got serious. This boss seemed a bit different from the ones she had encountered before. This time it was Lin Moya's turn to look dumbfounded. 2 bits in the sky, what the hell does that mean? For a split second, he seemed to be an outsider. Lin Moya chose a suitable pit to lie on and looked at the great battle in the sky. After all, tilting your head all the time is exhausting. Kangxi Radical 11. Chapter 266. Chapter 266, 266. Here is the chapter with improved grammar and formatting. Chapter 266, your life is truly remarkable, you don't die even like this. The ancient Luan bird and phantom demon Mina fought and killed each other in the air. Lin Moya watched as the ancient Luan bird seemed to have a grudge against her and fought with extra vigor. It fanned a sea of fireballs that detonated in the air, blowing up a mushroom cloud. The entire core shook. Abyssal energy was wrapped around Mina's body, fending off the ancient Luan's attack. It wasn't as easy for her now as it was in the beginning. The ancient Luan bird attacked like crazy, also exhausting her. Lin Moya watched for a while and realized that the two were of equal strength. Mina seemed to have some scruples, and counterattacks were rare, most of the time avoiding them when she could, or fending them off if she couldn't avoid them. Lin Moya understood that top-level demons like Mina, who was over level 70, had come up from the lower levels through the spacetime passage. If you did nothing, you could stay in the upper space for about an hour. If you got into a big fight with someone, you'd be evicted in a few minutes at most. That's why Mina behaved the way she did. Mina tried to rush down and grab Lin Moya several times, but the ancient Luan bird firmly entangled her. Both could fly, and the ancient Luan bird was very fast and not much less agile than Mina. Mina had trouble getting away. Lin Moya thought of taking the opportunity to slip away from the 760, but once he left, it was the same as giving Mina a chance. Facing an abyssal phantom that was over level 70, Lin Moya preferred to face the ancient Luan bird. Mina was starting to get a little antsy, as there wasn't much time left for her to stay in the upper levels. She also didn't expect that she would come over at just the right time to encounter the ancient Luan bird. The two were at a standstill for several more minutes before she finally relented and made her move. A black light shot out from her slender 10 fingers, which looked a little bit demonic with some strange red in it. Skill, charming light. Lin Moya was lost in thought for a split second when he saw the light. The skeleton armor flashed violently, only for Lin Moya to come to his senses. Lin Moya couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. The tactics of a top-tier demon were truly unimaginable. He himself was almost mesmerized just by looking at it. The ancient Luan bird was hit by the black light, and its pupils instantly lost focus, remaining motionless in the air. Without stopping, Mina had already lunged towards Lin Moya. The time it could mesmerize the ancient Luan bird wasn't very long, just a few seconds at most. Lin Moya also knew he had limited time. He was already prepared as he unleashed his skills. Legions of undead appeared in large numbers, blocking themselves. He happened to be in a blasted outpit, which was now densely filled with skeletons. Instead, he was buried in the very center of the skeleton. Mina didn't expect Lin Moya to move so fast and use this method to prevent her from catching him. There was a flirtatious smile on her face and a dangerous light in her eyes. If she really couldn't take the living Lin Moya, then she could take the dead one. Having already moved, Mina no longer had any qualms. Huge abyssal energies exploded, and the true might of being a top-tier demon was completely revealed. In front of it, the abyssal energy was like the waves of a great river, wave after wave. All the skeletons in the way were instantly blown away. She knew she would soon be forced back to the lower dimensions, so there was a bit of a rush. The hundreds of skeletons that Lin Moya had set up didn't even block for a second. All the skeletons were blown away and scattered in all directions like rain. Mina had already arrived in front of Lin Moya and reached out to grab him. "You can't escape." There was a thud, and a blackout as a tall witch demon general stepped in front of her. Although the witch demon general didn't have much combat power, his physique was high enough to be the one with the highest physique out of all of Lin Moya's summons. A level 33 witchfinder general, plus a constitution of over 15 when in condition. Even the chimera Mina wasn't able to shock it away at once. "Fuck off." Mina chirped, her abyssal aura exploding in full force, and the witch demon general was instantly sent flying. There was more than one, not a single witch demon general left that Lin Moya had placed in front of him as a final block. Lin Moya was completely exposed to Mina's sight. "Let's see what else you can do." Mina's pretty face changed before the words left her mouth. She was greeted by a bit of white light and a ball of flame. Lin Moya had prepared for this, and the witch demon general was just covering him up. Skill, skeleton fangs. Skill, soul flame. Lin Moya opened his arms left and right, using two skills at the same time for the first time. The flames were like flowers, gorgeous and beautiful. Mina let out a scream at once. Even after becoming a top-tier demon, it was still difficult to endure the severe pain from the soul level. The skeleton fangs landed on her with massive penetration. 1,200 skeleton fangs, densely packed, erupted in an almost concentrated point. Unfortunately, Mina's level was too high, and the abyssal power was extremely powerful. Skeletal fangs couldn't penetrate. Only the soul flame could still do some insignificant damage to her. The soul flames gave Mina a momentary freeze, about 0.1 seconds by time. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Moya flew backward. Witch and demon generals retrieved him and immediately released him. Once again, he blocked himself. The witch demon generals cast their healing skills at the same time, healing each other. Another terrifying power erupted, and the witch demon general flew away in response. Taking advantage of this point in time, the soul flames fell again. Here is the text with improved grammar and formatting. An attack that directly locks onto the soul is unavoidable. Another sharp pain hit her, and Mina looked at Lin Moya with anger in her gaze, killing intent filling her. As he did, Lin Moya once again took a few steps back and placed some skeleton warriors in front of him. Whether it was the witch demon general or the skeleton warrior, they all became the means he used to stall. In Mina's eyes, Lin Moya was like a bedbug. It's small, but it's on the wrong side of the treadmill. Exasperated, Mina almost went crazy. A huge lance appeared in Mina's hand. It was as black as ink, and the killing intent was sky high. Lin Moya's gaze narrowed as he saw a large number of dead souls on this lance, seeing countless dead human souls. The dead were roaring and making sounds of grief. You deserve to die. Lin Moya was equally murderous. Mina laughed petulantly, damn right it's you. At this moment, she had completely given up her intention of capturing Lin Moya alive. She was going to kill Lin Moya and take his head back with her. Let his soul become one of the lances of his own dead. The strong soldier, skill on the back of Lin Moya's hand was faintly glowing, and he was prepared to fight for his life. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura exploded in the air. Mina's pretty face changed drastically, and Lin Moya also saw the image in the air. A black fire meteorite that was at least 100 meters in size fell through the air. The black fire meteorite hadn't even arrived yet, and it was already bringing terrifying air pressure. All around it, space was burned into a twisted distortion. Startled, Mina let out a strangled cry and flew away. She sensed a deadly threat, and if she didn't escape, she would surely die under the black fire meteorite. I'll go. It's not on the skill list for detection. Lin Moya also fled as fast as he could. In detection, the ancient Luan bird had 2 skills, flame spray and flame explosion. Both skills Lin Moya had seen, but what was this? It seems the detection technique isn't 100% accurate either. Lin Moya knew that if he was hit head-on by this 100-meter meteorite, he would definitely be instantly dusted off. What skeleton armor can't stop it? The only plan now is to run away. At least not by a black fire meteorite head-on. All the skeletons were collected and left outside to die. Take out the advanced random teleportation talisman and activate it directly. Activation failed. There was an invisible force in the core area that restricted the advanced random teleportation talisman. Not just the advanced random teleportation talisman, but all teleportation props were all disabled. The teacher didn't tell Bai Yuan really didn't say. Who would have thought that he, a level 30 or so guy, would be able to kill his way into the core area? Bai Yuan had never thought of this layer at all. Lin Moya summoned a skeleton and ran holding himself. At least the skeleton was quite a bit faster than himself. Being hugged by a skeleton is very unpleasant. There is not an ounce of flesh on his body, it's all bone. But there's no way out now. Running for your life is important. Ancient Luan, this move is just killing me. The black fire meteorite landed with a bang. An immense mushroom cloud rose into the air. The simply irresistible shockwave interspersed with black fire swept over, and Lin Moya's entire body was rushed into midair and flew more than 1,000 meters away. Black flames enveloped the earth, and the earth in a radius of more than 1,000 meters almost instantly vaporized. Lin Moya fell to the ground like a broken stone and continued to tumble out hundreds of meters. Lin Moya was completely blinded by the fall, and the skeleton armor broke the moment the shockwave hit. It was then that he instinctively replenished the skeletal armor. Over and over again. By the end of the day, he'd forgotten how many times he'd added it himself. Anyway, he survived. After checking his summoning space, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. There were several undead legions that were half crippled. In that wave just now, at least 500 skeleton warriors and 100 skeleton mages were lost. Fortunately, one survives. Damage transfer and elemental resistance play a huge role. Typhoid transfer lets the skeletons take their own damage. Elemental resistance even reduces its own damage drastically, along with the flame immunity from the flame gem. Flame damage is reduced by a full 8 times. The combination of the two is what kept him alive. Otherwise, facing the desperate strike of a level 67 Lord-class boss, he, a little guy who was only level 33, didn't know how many times he would have to die. Hey, your life is really big, you don't die even like this. Nina's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Chapter 267. Chapter 267, 267. Here is the chapter with improved grammar and the character's name changed from Limerick to Lin Moyo. Chapter 267 Human Hero, The Tomb of Lin Moyo. My life has always been difficult, said Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo looked sideways at Mina. At this point, Mina didn't look much better. She was also injured and covered in wounds. Her breath was even weaker than just a moment ago. Lin Moya squinted at her. It seems you're even worse off than me. Mina waved the lance in her hand. Miserable or not, crushing you is enough. Lin Moya laughed. You can try, maybe I'll be the one to kill you. In Lin Moya's eyes, although he was also a bit of a mess, at least he wasn't injured. He had lost a large number of skeletons but still maintained 8 fully formed undead legions. The strong soldier skill hadn't been utilized yet. It's not like there wasn't a battle. The remaining legions of undead appeared en masse, bristling as they set their sights on Mina. Lin Moyo added skeleton armor to himself, and the strong soldier skill on the back of his hand was ready to fire. Mina's face changed violently when she saw the soldier character on the back of Lin Moyo's hand, Origin Rune. The skills that came with the Origin Rune were powerful, and Mina had to be on her guard. Seeing how confident Lin Moya was, Mina had some hesitation. She was not badly injured, and her strength was less than half of what it was in its heyday. A bit of black light exploded, and a space-time channel suddenly appeared around Mina. A massive suction force wrapped around Mina to drag her away. It was the rule of the ancient battlefield that time was up, and Mina must go, not following every day. More, newcomer? Since the beginning of time, the group continue to stay. Putting away the lance, the killing aura was all gone. Mina revealed a charming smile. Little friend Lin Moyo, sister won't take you back this time. Next time you have a chance, I'll come back to play with you. You have to take care of yourself, don't get eaten by that family 14 guys. The words didn't carry a hint of killing intent, more like a little banter before a couple. Lin Moya's tone was steel-like, not at all appreciative. The next time we meet, I will kill you. Next time, sister will definitely eat you. With a giggle, Mina was sucked into the time channel. Lin Moyo let out a long sigh of relief. He really didn't want to fight Mina if he didn't have to. Even if you use the strong soldier skill, you may not always be able to fight. Not to mention that there was also an ancient Luan bird, and Lin Moyo had to run for his life. Where's the ancient Luan bird? There was no trace of the ancient Luan bird in the air, and a black flame was burning in the distance. That was where the black fire meteorite had smashed down, and it had now turned into a sea of fire. Lin Moyo bravely went over and saw a huge pit with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. The giant pit was ablaze, black flames scorching the earth. But where did ancient Luan go? After searching for half a day, Lin Moyo finally saw the shadow of the ancient Luan bird in the center of the sea of fire. Detection spells flew out. Ancient Luan, Lord Boss. Rank, 67. Status, in Nirvana Rebirth, currently in invincible state. No more attributes, one more status. A chill rose up the back of his spine. Nirvana is reborn in a state of invincibility. Run! Lin Moyo only had one thought, hurry up and run. If you wait for it to finish its nirvana, you'll never have a chance. The sea of black fire was expanding, overflowing the pit and beginning to spread towards the outside. Lin Moyo had run away, a skeleton holding him, running very fast. The sea of fire was getting bigger and spreading faster. After only 10 minutes, the sea of fire had enveloped a 5,000-meter radius. Then a huge figure rushed out from the sea of fire and let out a high-pitched chirp. The flames boiled and rose up to the sky, pulling out long bands of black fire. Ancient Luan, Nirvana was over, reborn. It hovered in the air and chirped incessantly. The wings flapped, and black fire tumbled. It was searching for the whereabouts of Lin Moyo and Mina. By now, Mina had returned to the lower space. Lin Moyo had also escaped the core area. It searched for a while and found nothing and eventually flew towards the depths of the core area. Lin Moyo ran out of the core area and ran for thousands of meters more before stopping. Safe. A long sigh of relief that he was finally safe. Lin Moyo tallied up the losses, which were exceedingly large this time. 861 skeleton warriors died, 192 skeleton mages died, and 1 witch general died. It takes quite a bit of time to make up for it. Now there's no more desert fruit. It seems that I can only gnaw on the flesh of the earth, touch dragon god and meditate. Lin Moyo found a flat area and began to replenish the skeleton warriors. He was disturbed that the undead legions were not replenished. Fortunately, now that his spiritual attribute was high enough, his recovery speed was as high as 134 times, and he could replenish his spiritual energy in just 10 or 20 minutes per meditation. If you count adding the flesh of the earth touch dragon god as an additional supplement, a round of summoning could take place almost every 10 minutes. The mind silently estimated that it would take 3 or 4 days. Skeletons appeared one by one in front of Lin Moyo, and for several days in a row, Lin Moyo sat motionless. Finally, after 3 days, the undead legions were finally replenished. A level 33 Witchfinder General could lead 330 units. Lin Moyo had configured them with 200 skeleton warriors and 130 skeleton mages. 13 legions of undead, totaling 4,290 skeletons. Named Skull Mage. With 2,600 skeleton warriors at the forefront and 1,690 skeleton mages at the back for a concentrated attack, the damage was very substantial. Here is the chapter with improved grammar and Lin Moyo's name corrected. Lin Moyo was like a commander, reviewing his army of undead. A sense of pride could not help but grow in his heart. But thinking about a boss like the ancient Luan bird, that pride went up in smoke again. The ancient Luan bird was covered in flames, and Lin Moyo's best swarming sea tactics were useless. You can't climb up there. You'll be burned to death within seconds of climbing up there. The Witchfinder General's healing spells were too late. And how difficult flying bosses are to deal with, you only know if you've experienced them. It was able to fight when it wanted to and could walk when it wanted to, and as long as it didn't land, there was nothing he could do to it. Sooner or later, you'll be chopped down, Lin Moyo said darkly. If you can't beat them now, then you'll beat them in the future. The break was over, and a few days had been spent fully recovering. Gather up most of the undead army, leaving only a portion of it ahead to clear the way. Following each day, more, newcomer? From the group, continuing along the periphery of the core area. Finding a copy of the Demon Dragon Hall was a needle in a haystack with little probability, but it was still a fishing expedition. As initially planned, walk around the core area and talk about it. Whether or not you can find it depends on the face. I don't know if the guys got out yet. As long as you're not too stupid, you should be able to escape. After walking for a while, Lin Moyo arrived at the place where he had previously entered the core area. A huge rock was seen in the distance. The stone was more than 20 meters high and had been chipped with a sword into the shape of a stone monument, looking like a tombstone. Such a piece appeared on the ancient battlefield, appearing extremely abrupt. Lin Moyo walked over with curiosity in her heart, and from afar she saw that there were words engraved on it. Human Heroes, Tomb of Lin Moyo. Garland Guild, Knights of Night and Rain all stand. Lin Moyo looked on feeling speechless. Are these guys idiots? What kind of tombstone is it when you're alive and well? It's a curse on you to die. A few skeleton warriors clattered over to them, and a few slashes shattered the tombstones to smithereens. In retrospect, though, it doesn't seem like you can blame them. After all, they've all since separated and disengaged themselves from Legion mode. Underneath the terrifying and incomparable attack of the ancient Luan bird, most people wouldn't feel like they could survive, right? Lin Moya was also glad that there was a top-tier demon coming behind him. If it had not appeared, one might have been in real danger. Whether it was the ancient Luan bird, or the top-tier chimera that appeared later on, they couldn't be fought with just their numerical advantage. If it was under the same level, Lin Moya believed that he would definitely not be weaker than any of them. It wouldn't even be that hard to decapitate them. It has to be leveled up. He made up his mind that when he found the demonic dragon hall, he would leave the ancient battlefield and go to the duplicate to upgrade. The next time he returned would be when he actually stepped into the core area. The Night Rain Knights led by Karen Night Rain were already far away from the core area. The core is too dangerous. Karen Night Rain knew that if she was given another chance, she definitely wouldn't go in rashly. This time, if it wasn't for Lin Moya coming over to rescue them, they would have died for sure. At that time, in the entire team, only himself and Mu Jianlian could be resurrected. They have planted the seeds of resurrection in the Sanhedrin. As for the other sisters, if they're dead, they're really dead. Now and then I think about it and have some fearful heart palpitations. Sister Night Rain, do you think other people can see the tombstone we set up for Brother Lin? Mu Jianlian was soft and frail, completely at odds with the sledgehammer she was carrying on her shoulder. Garland Nightrain said, "It doesn't matter if we see it or not, what matters is our hearts. When we go back, we'll find a good place and make a proper grave for Brother Lin. I still have to find Brother Lin's old home. It's best if I can get some of Brother Lin's clothes and make a clothing grave." Mu Jianjian had tears in her eyes. Brother Lin is so pitiful, in the end he was burned to the bone. Karen Night Rain was about to say something else when the sound of fighting suddenly came from the front. A spell shot straight up from the ground into the sky and exploded in the air. In the air, the abyssal demon spun and flew, similarly launching attacks. It's an abyssal demon, prepare to fight. Garland Night Rain swished his longsword and took the lead. Chapter 268. Chapter 268, 268. Here is the chapter with improved grammar and the requested changes. Chapter 268, Heaven and Earth Vision, Earth Night. Lin Moya followed the planned route every day. What was new? From the small group's perspective, they were just continuing along. Lin Moya was measuring the Earth's core area. According to the information Bai Yaiwan had told him, if he wanted to walk around the core area, it would take at least a few months. The core area has a tendency to become larger each year. Some say it could be another million years before the core engulfs the central region. It would even end up engulfing the entire eternal battlefield. By that time, if you don't have level 60, you don't want to come to the eternal battlefield. However, there were also people who voiced different opinions, saying that although the core area was getting bigger, the entire ancient battlefield was also getting bigger, so there was no need to worry about it. In Lin Moya's mind, there was no need to think much about such things since they could not be stopped. Might as well think about how to kill more demons, how to attack the abyssal world, that's what mattered. How come there are so few monsters along the way? Lin Moya wondered. Is it hard to believe that I've traveled the path that others have traveled? The legions of undead were driving ahead, sending a steady stream of information back. There were somewhat fewer monsters encountered along the way. The undead legions were advancing in a fan-like formation, in groups of 10 skeletons, separated by a great distance, covering a not-so-small area. The route Lin Moya had chosen was only 2,000 to 3,000 meters away from the core area, so it could be said that it was sticking to the core area. There should be a good number of monsters here. But all the way around, there were far fewer monsters. But he was also faster as a result, and could advance more than 1,600 kilometers per day. In retrospect, it was a good thing that this wasn't the place to practice, after all. Hurrying up to find a copy of the Demon Dragon Hall, and getting enough dragon crystals was the right thing to do. To practice, just go back and swipe your copy. It was far more efficient than here. From afar, Lin Moya suddenly saw a cluster of brilliant clouds shimmering in the distant air. Clouds? How could clouds appear on the battlefield of eternity? These clouds were made up of clusters of light, a vision of heaven and earth. Lin Moya whispered softly, darting over with a hint of anticipation in his heart. It's possible that it's a copy of the Demon Dragon Temple. Every time a copy of the Demon Dragon Hall appeared, it set off a big battle. Teams that could enter the Demonic Dragon Hall were bound to go through a lot of killing before they could do so. The reason why this was the case was that when a copy of the Demon Dragon Hall appeared, it would always trigger a vision. The visions are varied and different each time. It wasn't just the Hall of the Demonic Dragon. For example, when Lin Moya entered a copy, there would also be starlight forming ribbons of light dropping down. Obtaining the origin rune, during the 10-day fusion period, the same heaven and earth anomalies appeared. This was a rule in the ancient battlefield, telling others that there were treasures here, so come and grab them if you want them. From there, it attracts a large number of living beings to come over and kill each other. Not just copies, but all secret realms, and places where treasures appeared, would have heaven and earth visions appear. Even some of the bosses that drop treasures descend with equally unusual images. During the 10-day fusion period of the origin rune, Lin Moya had also killed quite a few abyssal demons and dragon professions. Lin Moya was still hundreds of kilometers away from the starlight cluster at this time, and he quickly rushed over. In only half a day's time, Lin Moya had already arrived at the area where the vision was located. A few skeletons ran at the front of the pack, sending back information in real time. Human professional, abyssal demon, dragon professional. Tripod. From the information sent back by the skeleton, the three parties seemed to be in some sort of stalemate. Each side was outnumbered and on guard against each other, no one daring to act rashly. Lin Moya leaned over and sensed the copy, but a hint of disappointment grew in his heart. It's not a copy of the Demon Dragon Temple. Bai Yuan had once told him that the aura of the Demon Dragon Hall copy was similar to a combination of the power of the abyssal demons and the dragon bloodline. That is, it has the characteristics of the dark attribute, from which it will also be mixed with the attributes of the dragon race. It was very peculiar, you didn't even need to see it with your eyes, you could sense it from a distance of tens of kilometers. Now that Lin Moyo had sensed the replica's aura, it wasn't so. But even if it wasn't the Demon Dragon Hall, what could cause anomalies in the heavens and earth must be an unusual treasure. Could it also be a copy that contains the origin rune, like my sister? Lin Moyo wondered. Or something. Lin Moyo quickly approached and saw the entrance to the replica from afar. The entrance to the replica was clearly a huge round stone. A huge stone with a diameter of more than 5 meters floated in mid-air, emitting a yellow light all over. Within the light, Lin Moyo sensed a special element, the earth elemental. In the human mage's spells, there were only 4 elements: fire, wind, water, and electricity. There is no earth element. However, in the list of human professionals, there was a very rare profession called Earth Knight. Earth Knights belonged to a hidden profession, and their rank was a bit higher than legendary knights. Hidden professions have far fewer awakenings than legendary professions. Hidden professions are rare because they are awakened and require various conditions to be realized. There is a portion of it that can be gained directly through the first transfer of awakening. There is also a portion that requires the utilization of some special items during the second transfer, or even the third, in order to achieve it. Earth Knight is one of them. Awakening the Earth Knight requires a special item, the Heart of the Earth. Here is the text with improved grammar and Lin Moyo's name replaced. When a paladin reaches level 40 and makes a secondary transfer, they can use the Earth Heart. There is also a career ascension that has to occur to become an Earth Knight. First, you have to be a paladin professional, and then you have to have a career ascension occurring at the second transfer, followed by using an Earth Heart to go along with it. All 3 requirements are missing and very, very difficult to fulfill. It had been years since the human race had acquired the Heart of the Earth. That's why no more Earth Knights have been born in recent decades. In the records, the Earth Knights were strong and outclassed all the Knight professionals. Historically, Earth Knights have a colorful record on the battlefield against demons. There was once a god-ranked Earth Knight, one that carried the siege of 10 demon kings single-handedly. A monumental feat for the victory of the war. Not only the abyssal demons, but the legend of the Earth Knights was also widely spread among the Dragon clan. The Earth Knight can also be described as the pinnacle of the Knight profession. The Heart of the Earth spawns from Heart of the Earth, copies, and Heart of the Earth will only be found on the upper level of the eternal battlefield. The chances of a copy of Heart of the Earth appearing are low, and it doesn't last very long. The item, the Heart of the Earth, was also only useful to the human race. In order to prevent the human race from obtaining the Heart of the Earth, the abyssal demons and the dragon race would do their best to prevent the human race from entering the Heart of the Earth copy every time it appeared. Lin Moyo quickly ran through the knowledge about the Earth's heart. He didn't know much, but he knew that the Heart of the Earth was important to the human race. In a high school class, that instructor who spoke about history had sighed and choked because it had been too many years since an Earth Knight had been born. Surprisingly, it's a copy of the Heart of the Earth. Lin Moyo had already made up his mind and was ready to enter the copy and obtain the Earth's heart. When he saw the copy of the Heart of the Earth, Lin Moyo's first thought was of Shishingen. The envious look in the eyes of this nice and even-tempered big brother when he saw the Knight of the Holy Light. Shishingen is one of the few friends of Lin Moyo. If he can help, he will definitely help. Thinking of this, Lin Moyo walked towards the copy. In front of the replica, the 3 parties were standing in front of each other. The abyssal demons and the dragons were simultaneously staring at the human race, preventing them from entering the copy. This was to continue until the copy was going away. The human race was not weak to either side, but could not fight against both forces at the same time. The abyssal demons and the dragons also didn't want to break out into a direct conflict with the human race no matter who caused casualties, it would benefit the other side. So the 3 parties were at a standstill. These guys are so hateful. Karen Knight Rain gripped his knight's sword and stared at the abyssal demon with a face full of anger. Mu Jianlian also hummed, with a look of urgency on her face. There's only 10 hours left in the copy, if we don't go in, we won't have time. Raid copies also take time, and with less than 10 hours left, it's genuinely not enough anymore. At this time, Mu Jianlian suddenly thought of Lin Moyo and Lin Moyo's undead army. To herself, she said, if he's here, I guess it's okay. Click, click. Footsteps sounded. A legion of undead marched in formation, and Lin Moyo walked at the front of the legion as if he were the commander-in-chief. Karen Nightfall and Mu Jianlian were as struck by lightning as they froze on the spot when they saw Lin Moyo. A few breaths later, Karen Night Rain let out a cry of surprise. You actually didn't die, tail. These words flew into Lin Moyo's ears, and the corners of Lin Moyo's mouth couldn't help but twitch. You're surprised that I didn't die. Karen Night Rain instinctively said, then my tombstone wasn't erected in vain. Lin Moyo really wanted to have the skeleton warrior go over and give her a few slashes. Ask you if you can talk, Officer Lin. In the human team, Jiang Hansen walked out with great strides and saluted towards Lin Moyo. Chapter 269. Chapter 269, 269. Here is the chapter with improved grammar and formatting. Chapter 269, because I've read 3 Kingdoms a Transformation for All, Necromancer. I am the natural disaster. Lin Moyo's sudden appearance didn't just cause the abyssal demons and dragons to be on guard. The human professionals present also looked towards him. In their eyes, Lin Moyo was just a level 33 little guy. The Undead Legion, while looking quite imposing, was really just that their attributes were too trashy. What's the use of this kind of attribute? A mage could just destroy them in a group with a random group attack skill. Of course, there were some who knew Lin Moyu, and their faces showed joy. Especially the team that Jiang Hansen belonged to, they had seen how strong Lin Moyu was. Jiang Hansen respectfully saluted Lin Moyu, using a military salute. Lin Moyu similarly returned Jiang Hansen's salute. It was then that they noticed the seemingly insignificant, but golden colonel's badge on Lin Moyu's shoulder. Colonel's badge. This young man, a mere 33rd grade, was a colonel. Everyone present had a sergeant's badge, but none was a colonel except for Jiang Hansen. From this point of view, Lin Moyu had already outranked all of them. Especially when Jiang Hansen gave a military salute to Lin Moyu, it was obvious that Jiang Hansen thought that their status was not as good as Lin Moyu's. This made those who didn't recognize Lin Moyu even more amazed. It seems this young man is not simple. Although I don't know how strong he is, the colonel is solid, and the number of demon dragons who have died under him is not few. It's bound to be. I wonder if he can change things. Time is running out. I hope to obtain the heart of the earth. The people need new earth knights. The Karen Guild has already notified everyone they can contact, it's just that by the time they get here, I'm afraid it'll be too late. Lin Moyu's arrival caused the abyssal demons and dragons to be on alert. In their eyes, Lin Moyu was only level 33. The Undead Legion was also just some level 33 skeletons, and their attributes were even more of a mess. It was nothing at all, and it didn't put Lin Moyu in their eyes at all. There was contempt in their eyes. It was only when they saw the colonel's badge on Lin Moyu's shoulder that all their contempt turned into shock. With a murderous aura in his eyes, a dragon race professional whispered, "I sense the aura of our dragon race from his body. He has killed many warriors of my people. I thought I heard the wailing of the warriors of my people. These vibes make me want to go over there and kill him." He whispered, but didn't make a move. Reason told him not to do anything rash. Let the demons move first if they want to. The abyssal demons similarly stared at Lin Moyu. An abyssal phantom said in a melodious voice, "I sensed it, a top-tier phantom has marked him. He was once chased by a top-tier phantom demon." Its words immediately caused an uproar among the abyssal demon group. To be chased by a top-tier chimera and still not die, what was the origin of this human race? Lin Moyu had already walked up to the human team and pointed at Mu Jianlian. "Come over here and enter the copy with me." He said it as a matter of course, not bothering to question Mu Jianlian in the slightest. It also didn't care at all that Mu Jianlian was already as high as level 59, while he himself was only level 33. Crucially, Mu Jianlian didn't object, but asked in her soft voice, "Just the two of us?" Lin Moyu nodded, "That's enough." After saying that, he had already launched a group invitation towards Mu Jianlian. Mu Jianlian didn't refuse either and became Lin Moyu's teammate in a haphazard manner. Lin Moyu led Mu Jianlian, and the two of them headed towards the entrance of the replica. Some human professionals wanted to follow them, but Jiang Hansen waved his hand to stop them. "Don't go." Jiang Hansen's words worked well here. As the only colonel with the highest rank, all respected and obeyed his prestige. The abyssal demons and dragons bristled as they looked over, killing intent filling the air enveloping Lin Moyu as if in warning. Lin Moyu simply ignored them, only the legions of undead, all looking up at the same time and bristling. Mu Jianlian whimpered, "Be careful, they might be attacking." Lin Moyu pressed his hand and put a skeleton armor on himself and Mu Jianlian at the same time. "They won't do anything." With the three-way standoff, Lin Moyu had long since seen in their eyes that both sides wanted the other to make a move. He himself was only two people entering the copy now, and the large group of the human race hadn't moved, so it wouldn't cause an all-out war. The point was that Lin Moyu didn't have time to waste with them now. Of course, if they were going to get uncomfortable, Lin Moyu wouldn't be polite. If you can't beat level 67's Ancient Luan, it's not like playing when you beat these guys and can still use Corpse Burst. Mu Jianlian seemed to believe Lin Moyu's words very much and just followed Lin Moyu towards the copy. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance to the replica. The copy was within reach. Just as Lin Moyu had thought, the abyssal demons and the dragons, both sides did not make a move. Both sides wanted to wait for the other to make a move. Lin Moyu reached out and touched the copy. Copy, geocentric. Time remaining, 8 hours, 45 minutes, 41 seconds. Time was still dwindling a little. The copy had been in existence for a short time, less than 10 hours. No difficulty, no level restrictions. The situation in the copy was unknown. However, based on past experience, the highest replica that appeared in the central area of the ancient battlefield would not exceed level 60, and the lowest would not be lower than 45. That's about the extent of it. You'll have to go in there to find out. Ready, into the copy. Well, get ready. Mu Jianlian was obviously still a bit nervous. Two people entering a copy had never been tried before. With a swish, the two entered the copy together. Here is the chapter with improved grammar. The legions of undead disappeared at the same time. After Lin Moyu went in, the abyssal demon looked at the dragons with a mischievous face. The dragons also blared towards the abyssal demon. Both sides thought there was something wrong with the other side, so why didn't they stop Lin Moyu? Originally, the two clans were in a hostile relationship, and this time, if they didn't have a common interest, they might have joined forces to deal with the human race. Ostensibly united, they remained essentially hostile. It was this that Lin Moyu caught them in. However, they all uniformly agreed that only two people, Lin Moyu and Mu Jianlian, had entered the copy. There's no way to get through the copy, and it's highly likely that you'll die in the copy. Entering the copy, Mu Jianlian was relieved. They really didn't do anything. Lin Moyu whispered, "They won't do it." "Why?" Mu Jianlian wondered why Lin Moya was so sure. Lin Moya said, because I've read the Three Kingdoms. Ha! Mu Jianlian didn't understand. What did he mean by I've read the Three Kingdoms? Nor did Lin Moya continue to explain, as wasting breath was unnecessary. His eyes roamed the copy. It was a canyon-like territory. The height was about 100 meters. There was a light source, but it was not sunlight. Rather, it was the light emitted by certain fungal growths. There was water on the earth, pools of water, big and small. The water gurgled and bubbled, gusts of hot water coming up, boiling water. The pungent smell of sulfur filled the air. Ah, is this really the Earth's center world? Mu Jianlian let out a gasp. Lin Moya gave her a look that scared Mu Jianlian into shutting up. At this moment, she had forgotten that she was a level 59 high professionist, while Lin Moya was just a level 33 low professionist. The relationship between the two was completely reversed, and it was simply Lin Moya who was leading her. Let's go. Lin Moya walked forward first. Mu Jianlian followed. Ah, she let out another gasp, which she immediately covered her mouth as soon as it came out. Lin Moya looked over strangely. Was there something wrong with this girl's brain? There was something to be alarmed about. Mu Jianlian pointed at the entrance of the replica and said, there is no exit. Lin Moya did seem to have no exit. In all the copies that Lin Moya had experienced, even those of hell difficulty, there would be an exit present at the entrance. If you can't beat it, you can leave the copy through the entrance. But here, there was no exit. Lin Moya checked. The storage space on his body was still usable and had not been restricted. But things like the advanced copy disengagement charm were limited. In this instant, Lin Moya understood that either he beat the copy, or wait until the end of the copy time. Leaving halfway through was no way. The copy doesn't give a second chance to explore. Nor did it give him a chance to send a message toward the outside. Mu Jianlian asked in a small voice, what to do? Just get through. With that said, a legion of undead appeared around them. A large number of skeletons then dispersed in all directions to find their way and explore the copy map. Together, Lin Moya and Mu Jianlian followed behind the skeleton, advancing swiftly through the copy. The terrain of the replica was not complicated. It was no more than 1,000 meters wide, and on both sides were canyons of dead-end roads. It's not a labyrinth type of copy. There's only one path, straight ahead. Suddenly, a skeleton was attacked. There's something weird. Lin Moya rushes over there. Chapter 270. Chapter 270, 270. Here is the edited version with improved grammar and formatting. Chapter 270 Mu Jianlian, favored by heaven. National transformation, Necromancer. I am the natural disaster. The monster was a python. It was about 10 meters long, with a body that was at least half a meter thick and powerful. It firmly rolled up the skeleton warrior, making it difficult for the skeleton warrior to move. However, it didn't do much damage to the skeleton warrior and could only be said to have trapped the skeleton warrior. If it had been an ordinary person, it would have been highly likely that he would have suffocated. But the skeleton warrior doesn't need to breathe at all, and the possibility of suffocation doesn't exist. Lin Moya ran over, and the detection spell flew out in response. Core Python, Enhanced Elite Monster. Rank, 54. Power, 40,000. Agility, 40,000. Spirit, 30,000. Body mass, 50,000. Skills, Death Wrapping, Devouring. Characteristics, physical damage reduced by 50%, elemental damage reduced by 50%. When he saw the monster's attributes, Lin Moya was slightly relieved. From its level, you could tell that the copy should be around level 53 to 55. Enhanced elite monsters represent copies that are of nightmare difficulty. Luckily, as long as it wasn't the kind of monster that was over level 60, Lin Moya wasn't afraid. It doesn't matter if you're on nightmare or hell difficulty, it's not unbeatable. As long as the boss isn't too powerful, you can grind your way through it. Your turn, Lin Moya said to Mu Jianlian. Mu Jianlian naturally understood and ran up with a nod. When she was still about 10 meters away from the geocentric python, she threw out her skill. Skill, Gathering Arts. A cloud of fireworks exploded above the earth-centered python's head, blasting out countless points of light that landed on it. Dappled spots of light suddenly appeared on the body of the geocentric python, glittering somewhat nicely. The monster was instantly absorbed by Mu Jianlian and rushed towards her. This skill is very hateful. The skeleton warriors had been preparing for this for a long time, and all of a sudden, they surrounded them and exploded their skills. Lin Moya cast the skill at the same time. Skill, Damage Curse. At 10x damage, the skeleton warrior's damage was extremely impressive. Killing level 54 nightmare copy monsters was like cutting vegetables with a machete. The Earthcore python screamed miserably and was directly split into pieces. Killing, Acquisition of Earth Shard. Obtaining Earth Shards through gathering. Earth Shards, 1,000 Earth Shards to form a complete Earth Heart. Lin Moya looked at the explanation and couldn't help but show a hint of joy. He rose up together and took Mu Jianlian into this book with him, and it seems that he is leading the team. While the experience is halved, the benefits are doubled. If each monster drops an Earth Shard, it originally required 1,000 monsters to be killed in order to combine them into a complete Earth Heart. Now with Mu Jianlian, it was enough to kill only 500 of them. As I recall, you seem to have a group collection skill. How big is the range? How many targets can it be cast on at once? Mu Jianlian said honestly, the range I can control, the maximum can be up to 1,000 meters in a circle. Targets I can also control, currently capped at 200. Lin Moya had watched her release a group collection spell earlier, and it had only affected 8 battlefield wolves. He thought she could only affect 8. It seemed the woman wasn't completely clueless and knew that she was capable of pulling too much and would die. Lin Moyo had a number in her heart. When I pull the monsters together, you go up and cast group gathering. Don't worry, you're in no danger, understand? Mu Jianlian nodded. Well, I understand. Lin Moya started pulling monsters once again. The skeleton warriors spread out and ran, drawing out the monsters hidden in every corner. Some monsters hide in pools of water and rush out with boiling water, pythons, rats and all. Some monsters then come out of the cracks in the rocks and are shaped like centipedes, just bigger and more hideous. For a while, the entire canyon was swarming with monsters. Geocentric python, ground vajra rat, geocentric iron centipede. There is a lot of quantity and variety. There are all kinds of monsters here. It's like you've really entered a magical world of underground creatures. And these monsters, all of them, share a uniform one characteristic: the earth element is very strong. It was more or less earthy in color. At the same time, the smell of sulfur rose. Mu Jianlian looked a little pale and couldn't help but let out another exclamation. So many monsters. She had never seen so many monsters drawn out together. In the past, when you played a copy, you did it step by step, little by little. She used the gathering technique, and basically used it one at a time as well. Group gathering is rarely used. She didn't understand what Lin Moya was going to do. The skeletons ran as fast as they could, quickly pulling the monsters together. The number is just under 100. Here is the edited version with improved grammar. Get on, Lin Moya said with a point of his finger. Skill, slow speed curse. Red light filled the room, and all the monsters slowed down at once. Mu Jianlian was obedient and had already run over. A large cloud of fireworks was thrown with a dozen meters to go. The fireworks exploded with a bang, brilliantly. Like a sky full of falling stars, it's pretty. Lin Moya commented, this skill is great for setting off fireworks. Mu Jianlian blushed. Night Rain sister and the girls often let me release skills at night and watch them as fireworks. Lin Moya was dumbfounded, not realizing that it had really been done. But then again, it does look pretty good. The starlight fell on the monsters, turning into specks of light that glowed continuously. Every monster, without exception. These monsters looked at Mu Jianlian at the same time, their eyes glowing red with anger. Being targeted by so many monsters at the same time, Mu Jianlian was startled and ran back with a whoosh. Even though she was already level 59, she couldn't carry it off just as well if she was targeted by so many monsters at the same time. It could be an instant death. The monsters had rushed towards her, frightening her to the point where her pretty face was white, and she was trembling. Lin Moya looked amused. How is her gut so small? No wonder she is always in a state of shock. Another undead army was released to appear. The Witchfinder General released his enhancement skills at the same time. At the same time that the rushing white light appeared, 2 undead legions, 260 skeleton mages gathered fire at the same time. Fireball Barrage. Level 33 skeleton mage with 98,000 spirit attribute without status bonus. After the Witch Demon General's status addition, the attributes were close to 130,000. Although the skills were still the same, the power was too much higher than before level 30. A level 260 skeleton mage targeting a monster at the same time and focusing on it to hit it, even without the damage curse, it instantly killed the opponent. The moment the scream rang out, Lin Moya raised his hand, and the curse transformed. Slow curse converted to damage curse. Skill, corpse burst. Explosions rang out across the Earth's core world. The loud sound came back to vibrate in the canyon and rang out. Mu Jianlian was so scared that she covered her ears and almost didn't fall on the ground. Her nerve was so small. Lin Moya really couldn't imagine how she had gotten to level 59. Lin Moya cast corpse burst several times in a row. The explosions passed back and forth through the canyon for several minutes before they died down completely. A great deal of information popped up, and in his own storage space, there was one more earth shard after another. 0. A full 188 pieces. Each monster gets 2. Lin Moya looked at Mu Jianlian with appreciation in his gaze. No wonder Master Collector is one of the most popular professions whenever it appears. Rather have one less output in the group, bring the Master Collector. Playing a single copy can directly double your earnings. Who wouldn't like it if it were anyone else? No wonder. Lin Moya spoke softly, it was for him, and he was willing to group such a Master Collector. Mu Jianlian finally lowered her hand and whispered, it's over. Lin Moya said, it's just the first wave that's over, there will be more in a while. Mu Jianlian let out an oh, okay, then I'll put it on later. The two followed each other deeper into the canyon. The skeleton warriors had already made a move ahead of the others, going inside to lure more monsters. Lin Moya continued to pull monsters with a hint of curiosity. How did you train to level 59? Mu Jianlian answered truthfully, it's Night Rain sister and the others who brought me to leveling. I usually don't need to fight monsters, just keep following the team and put a collection spell on it. Lin Moya felt even more strange, but I saw that your battle sense doesn't seem bad. In the core area, you know how many monsters you can carry. Mu Jianlian whispered, that's because of my talent. Lin Moya didn't realize she had a gift. Gifted professionals, plus extremely rare legendary professions. God really favored her. What talent? Mu Jianlian very much believed in Lin Moya and didn't hide it. Battle instinct, I know how many monsters I can fight and how many monsters I should fight, and all kinds of battle skills don't need to be deliberately learned and practiced, they can be mastered naturally. Lin Moya was slightly speechless. This talent, if placed on a combat class professional, would be perfect. But put it on Mu Jianlian, the timid master collector, glancing over her shoulder at the long, huge hammer. Well, that's not bad. It was half a combat class professional, no matter what. No more than rare, no more than legendary. It's always not bad compared to regular fighters and such. The four-dimensional attributes are still very strong. Chapter 271. Chapter 271, 271. Here is the chapter with improved grammar and formatting. Chapter 271, Heart of the Earth, Plant Boss. The terrain of the Earth's core copy could be viewed as a canyon or as a giant cave. The forest was straight without even a bend until the end. The types of monsters inside were strange, and they all seemed to be mutations of various animals, increased size, hardened skin, and strength. Lin Moyo instructed the skeleton warriors to draw out the monsters hidden in every corner, 10 at a time. He would then focus and let Mu Jianlian use the group collection technique, followed by clearing them out. In doing so, he directly doubled his earnings. Gradually, the two became a little more familiar. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with Mu Jianlian except that she was a bit timid. Obviously level 59, she was no longer one of those unworldly little girls. The results were very simple experience. Her character mind was also very simple, as if a blank sheet of paper. Another batch of monsters was resolved, and the skeleton warriors had already gone to pull new monsters. Mu Jianlian didn't have the panic she had at first from the second wave onwards. She had already adapted to this group killing style of Lin Moyo's. The combat instinct talent played a role, allowing Mu Jianlian to have an excellent 760 adaptability to combat. As they walked, Lin Moyo asked, "Why did you guys put up a tombstone for me?" Mu Jianlian replied in a small voice, "At that time, you deliberately lured away the ancient Yuan bird and sacrificed yourself so that we could survive. We saw the explosion from a distance and felt the power even though we were far away. We thought that you might not survive. In your honor, you were given a headstone." Speaking in a reasonable manner, Lin Moyo found himself unable to refute it. "All right, that's it. Anyway, the headstones had turned to rubble and were probably all gone by now. The matter is closed." Another wave of monsters were pulled over, and Mu Jianlian completed her job very dutifully. Lin Moyo cleared out the monsters with familiarity and exponentially harvested the earth fragments. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 earth fragments had been collected. Only 2 hours had passed since entering the copy. That's efficient, amazingly so. The 1,000 earth fragments fused with each other and turned into a cloud of earth-colored light, eventually turning into an unremarkable-looking yellow stone. The yellow stone exuded an earthy elemental aura, not strong, but peculiar. Heart of the Earth, a must-have item to transform into an Earth Knight. Lin Moyo had also come into contact with many purely elemental gems. The Heart of the Earth didn't feel the same to him. It was not made up of pure elements, and there seemed to be some sort of strange energy within it. That energy, déjà vu. After a moment's careful recollection, it dawned on him, there's some similarity to the energies used in the transfer. The Heart of the Earth could indeed help a paladin transform into an Earth Knight, and could even increase the probability of a paladin's career ascension occurring during his second transformation. With it, it was possible for the human race to give birth to Earth Knights once again. Mu Jianlian's big eyes glowed with amazement. "This is the Heart of the Earth. I heard that Earth Knights can be powerful." "You've seen it?" Lin Moyo asked. Mu Jianlian shook her head. "I've never seen it, but I've read about it in books. It says that the Earth Knight is the pinnacle of the Knight class professions, more powerful than the Holy Light Knight, and the Elemental Knight. Even the Dragon race's Dragon Knights can't compare to it. Dragon Knights are the most powerful knightly profession in the Dragon race, and are equally surprisingly few in number. The two have clashed before, with the result that the Earth Knight won the battle. This also established the title of Earth Knight as the strongest knight." Lin Moyo gazed into the distance. "Perhaps there will be a chance to see it with your own eyes in the future. Book records always lack a picture, not as good as seeing it with your own eyes." Lin Moyo was also eager to see the elegance of the Earth Knight. The canyon came to an end, and a powerful heat wave hit with the air currents. The air became even more turbid from the scorching heat and the ever-present pungent sulfur. The sight was red and yellow, clouded with a yellowish haze. The canyon turned out to be a cliff at the end. The lava flowed below, as if they had truly come to the world at the center of the earth. Looking down, you can see that the earth is full of flowing lava, and there are waterways running through the lava. The heat of the lava boiled the waterway, and all that flowed was boiling water. The magnificent image of water and lava intertwined was displayed in front of the duo. "So amazing." Mu Jianlian couldn't help but let out another exclamation of surprise. Lin Moyo had seen it all. This girl, the number of exclamations of surprise was too much. "It doesn't help that I've reminded myself that it won't get better for long." Lin Moyo's gaze was like electricity, and his powerful spirit allowed him to sense the images beyond his sight. Scattered black dots appear in the midst of the lava. These black dots are the monsters hidden within. Lava and waterways intertwine with each other and flow into the distance. Looking around, it looked like there was another lava waterfall in the distance, thousands of meters away. Obscured by the yellow fog, there was no way to see it completely. With a heartbeat, the skeleton warrior had taken the lead in rushing down. Although it was only a nightmare-level copy, the monsters inside weren't too strong for him. Lin Moyo did not let his guard down in his heart. If it wasn't for the existence of Mu Jianlian, right now he would have only scraped together half a portion of the materials for the Heart of the Earth at best. The rest of the materials will have to be obtained from this world of intertwined lava and boiling water. This is part of the second half of the copy, and the difficulty should increase. The Earth's heart was bound to be not so easy to obtain, otherwise the Earth's heart held by the human race wouldn't be so scarce. The skeleton warrior had just rushed below when suddenly a tentacle flew out of the lava. The clamor coiled around the skeletal warrior and dragged it straight into the lava. The speed was so fast that even Lin Moyo didn't react at once. The skeleton warrior was scorched by the lava, and the skeleton warrior instinctively fought back. Here is the chapter with improved grammar. The greatsword kept landing on the tentacles, which were injured but instead wrapped tighter. The skeleton warrior carried a massive force with each slash, stirring up pillars of fire. Pillars of fire in the magma rose to the sky, more than 10 meters high. The tentacles trembled constantly, looking like they were about to break, but they just wouldn't. What the hell kind of creature? It was hidden under the lava and could not be seen by the naked eye alone. The tentacles desperately wrapped around and firmly wrapped around the skeletal warrior, still dragging the skeletal warrior downwards one by one. Some of the nearby skeleton warriors rushed over. Wow! A large amount of magma and sulfur boiling water exploded at the same time, and a large number of tentacles stretched out again, dragging all the nearby skeletons into the magma. Lin Moya looked on and his heart stirred. A Witchfinder general quickly ran past. Sure enough, when the Witch Demon General had just run to the edge of the lava, another tentacle reached out and dragged it right in with it. Lin Moya told the skeletons to stop resisting and let the tentacles drag them away. A large number of tentacles dragged the Witch Demon General, as well as nearly 100 skeleton warriors, flying and moving beneath the lava. The tentacles were so fast that they had passed 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. A topographical map of the area underneath the magma appeared in Lin Moya's mind. Beneath the lava was a complex of winding passages. In the midst of the lava, there were also quite a few monsters. These monsters looked like fish or snakes, and most of them stayed around 2 meters in length, and could survive freely in the magma. As the skeleton warriors were dragged past them, they would come together in droves to attack. The attack power was very strong, and Lin Moya judged that the strength attribute should be between 50,000 and 60,000. It was stronger than the monsters that had been eliminated earlier. The Witch Demon General cast his skills while being dragged along. White light continued to emerge from itself as well as the skeleton warrior, and the injuries it received continued to be healed. For a short time, there was no danger to speak of. After a few dozen seconds, Lin Moya finally met the owner of the tentacles. An immense, incomparable flower bloomed lushly in the lava. These were its 4.8 rhizomes that grew out from underneath it, densely packed and spread throughout the magma earth. On top of it was a lava waterfall, with lava raining down on it and watering it. A plant-based boss? A rare sight. Let's go, Lin Moya said, taking the lead and jumping down. Mu Jianlian also flew to follow. The skeleton warriors who were dragged back released their skills the moment Lin Moya acted. Skill, Berserk Strike. A powerful attack instantly erupted, chopping off the tentacle divisions tied to itself. The magma shot up into the sky, rushing tens of meters high, and a rain of flames fell. Fire rained down on the earth and blazed. It landed in a pool of sulfuric water, stirring up a great deal of yellow smoke. Skeleton warriors were disengaging from their bindings, bringing the Witchfinder General up in the process. A large number of monsters followed out of the magma, their lower bodies sprouting a single, tiny foot that allowed them to move freely even out of the magma, frantically chasing after the skeleton warrior and the Witch Demon General and biting them. The teeth in their mouths were so sharp that they made a metallic sound when biting down. Chapter 272. Chapter 272, 272. Chapter 272. 3 pieces of the heart of the earth. There's light up ahead. The monsters went crazy, chasing after the skeletons and biting them. Dense tentacle roots reached out from the lava, lashing at the skeletons like whips. There were too many tentacles, thousands of them, attacking at a ridiculously high frequency. Almost every skeleton took dozens of attacks every second. Fortunately, the attacks weren't particularly strong, and the Witch Demon General could still maintain its full power. The skeleton warriors counterattacked, their great swords dancing fast, killing the monstrous fish that chased after them one by one. Killing, acquisition of Earth Shard. Lin Moya saw the message, a level 55 monster. It wasn't powerful, not even close to the monsters in the core area. It's just that the skeleton warriors hadn't been killing them quickly enough. By the time he arrived, he had killed dozens of them, causing Lin Moya to lose dozens of earth fragments. He cast a probe spell at the boss. Lin Moya was very interested in plant-type bosses. Earth Flower, Elite Leader, Rank, 56, Power, 80,000, Agility, 20,000, Spirit, 20,000, Body Mass, 120,000, Skills, Strike, Pollen, Regeneration, Characteristics, Immunity to Fire, 50% reduction in elemental damage, 50% reduction in physical damage. Turns out it wasn't a boss, just an alpha-level monster. With a total attribute of 240,000, it was considerably weaker than a boss of the same level. After all, a level 55 Lord-class boss could reach 300,000 total attributes. Without needing Lin Moya to say anything more, Mu Jianxian had already run over in response. Skill, Group Gathering. Fireworks of skills were thrown out, landing on all the monsters, including the Earth Flower. The Earth Flower gave up attacking the skeleton warrior in an instant, and a large number of its tentacles simultaneously lashed out at Mu Jianlian. At the same time, the Earth Firefish also rushed towards Mu Jianlian in droves. Mu Jianlian shrieked in shock and flew back. The tentacles were very fast, pumping on Mu Jianlian's body. The skeleton armor shimmered and blocked all attacks. Mu Jianlian didn't seem to notice the presence of the skeleton armor and ran to Lin Moya's side without looking back. Lin Moya found it amusing. As a level 59 professional, who had fought copies of this type numerous times, how could his guts be so small? The red light flickered slightly, and all the monsters in front of them were enveloped in a damage curse. It was followed by the familiar sound of an explosion. In the burst of bodies, the Earth Firefish died almost instantly. The Earth Flower was also blown up very miserably, with a large number of petals falling into the lava. The Earth Flower was enraged, and the entire magma earth rumbled. Countless tentacles rushed out underground. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, it had almost become a world of tentacles. Tendrils swept across the sky. Each 100 tentacles intertwined together, turning into thick vines, pumping over with even more power. Skeleton warriors were jerked away in droves. I didn't realize that it was being combined. The attack power has increased a lot. Lin Moya sensed the damage the skeleton warrior had received, thus judging the opponent's attack power. It's true that the merger is much stronger than before, but it's still not enough. The skeletons quickly counterattacked, grabbing their greatswords and cutting back the vines. The skills of the skeleton mages also struck densely, all aimed at the earth flower. As long as the body is dead, these tentacles are naturally just dead things. As the earth flower exploded, hundreds more earth firefish jumped out of the magma and into the sulfuric water. The simultaneous appearance of so many monsters, coupled with the tentacle vines flying all over the sky, once again scared the timid Mu Jianlian out of a cold sweat. It was only nightmare-level monsters, but there were too many of them. If it's just a 6-man team coming in, it's no different than sending them to their deaths. It would have to be fought down by a team of at least 18 people, if not more, to be completely safe. Based on past experience, the 18th grade team is the bottom line. The Earth's core copy also didn't have a limit on the number of people who could come in, so it was entirely possible to organize more people to come in. As for 2 guys coming in, there's no way they're going to fight it down. So when Lin Moya and Mu Jianlian came in, the abyssal demons and dragons didn't stop them. They felt that it was impossible for 2 people to beat the copy, and instead, they would die in it. Parochial, everything is beyond their knowledge. Mu Jianlian looked at the calm and collected Lin Moya. Her heart couldn't help but feel much more at peace. She knew that the entire copy was being soloed by Lin Moya, and she was just the tool person. But that's fine most of the time, he's a toolman himself. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with being a toolman. Instead, Mu Jianlian had the pleasure of enjoying being a tool person. Here's your job, Mu Jianlian happily responded. Good. With that, she ran over and started setting off fireworks. There were so many monsters that one big firework wasn't enough. One after the other, Mu Jianlian turned all the monsters into glitter. After releasing it, Mu Jianlian swished back and ran as fast as she could. Then she heard a deafening explosion. Skill, corpse burst. Lin Moya kept detonating the corpses one after the other. The earth was blown apart, and magma and sulfuric water were blasted together, stirring up thick smoke. The entire space was filled with a strong odor of sulfur, which had developed into a powerful poison. Skeletal armor automatically surfaced, blocking all the poisonous gas. The earth flower was seriously injured again in the explosion. Countless vine tentacles were blown up and scattered on the ground. It was glowing all over, and a large amount of magma was converging on it. The petals that were originally blown off were being reborn quickly. Skill, rebirth. Mu Jianlian said, plant-based monsters are all particularly powerful in their vitality, and it's hard to wear them out. To deal with them, you have to kill them all at once. Lin Moya understood what Mu Jianlian meant. Extremely strong vitality is a characteristic of all plant-based monsters. The earth flower suddenly sprayed out a large amount of pollen, which landed in the air and then exploded with a loud bang. Skeletal armor blocked all the attacks, and explosions were heard as the skeletons threw the corpses of the earth firefish at the earth flower. Lin Moya began to detonate again. This time, the explosions were non-stop. There are hundreds of bodies on the ground. There's enough to go around. The skeletons kept throwing, and the Lin Moya's skills kept releasing. As long as the kill message didn't pop up, Lin Moya wouldn't stop. The magma pool where the earth flower was located was completely blown up, with magma shooting everywhere. The lava waterfall was blasted against the flow. The entire air rained lava and had turned into a sea of fire. Kill Earth Flower, experience plus 2240000, get Earth Shard 500, Earth Shard 500 obtained by collecting. The kill message appeared, and only then did Lin Moya stop the detonation. Plant-based monsters are really powerful in terms of life force. He bombed it at least 50 times back and forth combined before it was completely dead. This plant-based monster is able to regenerate quickly as long as a 760 bit of root remains. The harvest was great. The earth flower gave 500 earth fragments directly, and with the 500 from the gathering technique, it was equivalent to directly obtaining a piece of the heart of the earth. And those earth firefish that blew up earlier. The acquired earth shards can in turn be synthesized into an earth heart. 2 earth hearts were obtained at once. A rare reserve material like the heart of the earth was naturally the more the better. Right now, Lin Moya already had 3 pieces of earth's heart on hand. The copy isn't over yet. After finishing off the earth flower, the magma falls disappeared. This land lost its vitality and became shriveled. The flowing lava cooled and dimmed at a rate visible to the naked eye. The sulfur water also no longer boils. Go, Lin Moya said. The 2 jumped on the cliff following each other. Every day. More, newcomer? From the small, say group, continue to advance. Above the cliffs is the new earth. There was supposed to be a waterway in the ground with lava flowing through it, but now the lava has cooled and the waterway has become hard ground. The 2 walked for a while and didn't run into any monsters. The skeleton warrior running ahead similarly didn't run into the monster. The empty black earth looked a little spooky. The earth elemental scent is stronger here. It felt like every inch of the land was emanating a strong earth elemental scent. The weirder the situation became, the higher Lin Moya's vigilance grew. This area is so big, bigger than the first 2 areas of the replica. The light shining down from the plants in the air was getting less and less, and the whole space was getting darker and darker. There's a light up ahead, Mu Jianlian suddenly pointed ahead. After walking for a while, I finally saw a different color. A red light, like a lamp on a dark field. Kangxi Radical 118 Science. Chapter 273. Chapter 273, 273. Chapter 273 Ancient Earth Dragon, weakened version of the boss. As Lin Moyo approached, the source of the red light glow revealed itself as magma. And the origin of the lava was, quite literally, a prostrate behemoth. It lay curled up on the earth like a small mountain, at least 10 meters high. If it were to stand up, it would easily surpass 30 meters. The source of the replica's lava was the drool that dripped from its mouth as it slept, falling drop by drop. The lava didn't flow like a river instead, upon hitting the ground, it quickly cooled into stone due to the Earth's low temperature. Needless to say, it was the true leader of this copy. It's huge. Mu Jianlian covered her small mouth. This boss in front of them was even bigger than the ancient Yuan bird they had encountered in the core area. A probing spell was cast, landing on the boss. Ancient Earth Dragon, weakened Lord Boss. Rank, 58. Power, 130,000. Agility, 60,000. Spirit, 60,000. Body mass, 150,000. Skills, Flame Dragon Breath, or Trample, Dragon Tail Sweep. Characteristics, physical damage reduced by 70%, elemental damage reduced by 70%, curse effect greatly weakened. Seeing the words weaken Lord Boss, Lin Moyo instinctively felt vigilant. He had already encountered a shadowy opponent like the ancient Yuan bird. However, upon seeing the attributes, he couldn't help but feel relieved. The total attribute of 400,000 was the same as a level 56 world-class boss. They could still manage on their own. Mu Jianlian asked in a small voice, "What does a weakened Lord-class boss mean?" Lin Moyo pondered for a moment and then shook his head. "I'm not sure." It was also the first time he had encountered weakened types of monsters. Mu Jianlian furrowed her brows. "I've seen strengthened type monsters before, and they are much stronger than monsters of the same type. But a weakened type? This is the first time I've seen it." Lin Moyo shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. Indeed, it was the first time he had seen such a phenomenon. While they were contemplating, the ancient Earth Dragon suddenly shook its head as it woke up. A hot puff of air blasted out of its huge nose like a Force 12 hurricane. Surprisingly, it caused the skeleton armor to automatically reveal itself. "It's strong." Lin Moyo was astonished. Without hesitation, Lin Moyo commanded the undead legions to attack. The skeleton mages quickly dispersed and circled around the ancient Earth Dragon, while the skeleton warriors charged forward. However, the dragon's mere movement caused a powerful gust of wind that halted the skeleton warriors momentarily. Its massive size caused a commotion with every slight movement. As the ancient Earth Dragon looked upon the charging skeleton warriors, it lifted its foot and stomped down, using the skill War Trample. The earth cracked, and the skeleton warriors were sent flying backward, seriously injured. "It's so strong," Lin Moyo remarked. The skills were indeed powerful. Just one hit severely injured the skeleton warriors, nearly killing them. But with the Witchfinder General's healing abilities, they could continue the fight. Despite being shaken away by the dragon's skill, more skeleton warriors followed and climbed up, launching attacks on the ancient Earth Dragon. However, its thick scale armor provided formidable defense, and the skeleton warriors' attacks only inflicted minimal damage. Lin Moyo then utilized a curse to enhance the skeleton's damage, despite knowing that the dragon could weaken curse effects. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. The skeleton mage's skills rained down on the ancient Earth Dragon, forming a huge encirclement. In response, the ancient Earth Dragon unleashed its flame dragon breath, setting ablaze many skeleton warriors. The damage from this strike was still potent, and the skeleton warriors sprayed by the dragon breath immediately teetered on the edge of life and death. Before the Witch Demon General could heal, a huge dragon tail had already swept across with the skill Dragon Tail Sweep, sending hundreds of skeletons flying hundreds of meters away. More than 30 of these skeletons collapsed mid-air. Lin Moyo's heart ached as he said in a deep voice, "Although the attributes are weakened, the skills remain unchanged." He didn't know how strong the ancient Earth Dragon was before being weakened. Now, it seemed that while the attributes were diminished, the skills remained as powerful as ever. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a normal Lord-level boss to kill the skeleton warrior in seconds. A dragon's breath and a tail fling directly caused Lin Moyo to lose more than 30 skeleton warriors. His heart ached for the undead army, which had just been replenished, suffering another loss. Looking at the time, they had more than 5 hours until the end of the Earth's core copy, and they had been inside for almost 4 hours. If the fight can be resolved in half an hour, then there's room for another round. 1. Out of the intention to get one more round, and 2. Because he didn't want to see any more losses to the skeleton warriors. Lin Moyo took the initiative to enter the battle. Soul flames blazed in his hand and landed on top of the ancient Earth Dragon's head. The dragon lurched, its large eyes looking toward Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo froze for a moment, surprised by the lack of response. Could it be that the soul flame had failed? Lin Moyo felt that was impossible, considering his experience facing opponents like the Su Yin Divine Mage and the recent encounter with the ancient Yuan bird. His own soul flames had always been unbeatable. He didn't expect them to fail against the ancient Earth Dragon. Although the damage was present, the ancient Earth Dragon didn't show any pain at all. No, it felt the pain. Lin Moyo's heart was startled as he saw anger in the ancient Earth Dragon's eyes. "Be careful." Lin Moyo fiercely pulled Mu Jianlian behind himself while adding skeletal armor to both of them. A mouthful of flaming dragon's breath had already been sprayed towards them, sizzling hot with a destructive aura. The skeletal armor glistened as it protected them. Then, the dragon's leg lifted, and War Trample followed, giving Lin Moyo no chance to escape. With a loud boom, the two were sent flying away, their skeletal armor shattered. Lin Moya reacted quickly, patching himself up with skeleton armor halfway through, while also ensuring Mu Jianlian's safety. Mu Jianlian's pretty face was pale, clearly injured. They flew hundreds of meters away and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Moya handed her a few bottles of recovery potions and instructed her to run away and come back when called. The ancient earth dragon, clearly not relieved of its hatred, charged towards Lin Moya once again. Each step covered more than 10 meters, and after just a few steps, it was in front of Lin Moya. This time, it was an ordinary stomp, but the power was still formidable. Lin Moya summoned several witch demon generals to block the ancient earth dragon's attack. With their strong physique, they were able to withstand the stomp. Lin Moya attacked with both hands simultaneously, casting 6 skeleton spikes at once. The spikes pierced through the ancient earth dragon's feet, causing it to roar in pain. As it lifted its foot again, Lin Moya refreshed his skeleton armor to withstand the attack. He then used the highly toxic star ring tail skill, poisoning the dragon. Since he had already drawn the dragon's ire, Lin Moya once again acted as a meat shield. The ancient earth dragon directed all its attacks towards him, completely ignoring the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. Fight! Chop it up! Lin Moya commanded, determined to defeat the dragon. Chapter 274. Chapter 274, 274. Chapter 274 Strong Seconds, Huge Gains. Lin Moya secretly sighed, realizing he was wrong to fight like this. As a necromancer, he wasn't a warrior himself, so why should he participate in the battle? Wouldn't it be nice to watch from afar, letting the skeletons grind it down a bit? One could even find time for a nap. But here he was, in a hurry because he didn't want to see any more losses to the skeleton warriors. Thus, he had no choice but to act as a meat shield. Seeing that the skeleton warriors had already climbed all over the ancient earth dragon, with hundreds of them covering its body, plus more at its feet and in the corners, Lin Moya knew it was time to strike. Come here, activate the gathering spell, quickly! He roared. Mu Jianlian darted in response, a level 59 professional with incredible speed. With a burst of speed, she dodged the dragon's attacks and returned. As fireworks exploded, Lin Moya activated his strongest skill, Strong Soldier. The runes on his hands erupted with brilliant light, boosting the attributes of each skeleton instantly. The skeleton warriors, enhanced by the witch demon general, unleashed their berserk strike skill, dealing massive damage. Even with the ancient earth dragon's 80% physical immunity, the damage from the skeleton warriors was considerable. The skeleton mages, after receiving boosts from Strong Soldier and Legion Strengthening, dealt tremendous damage with their skills. Lin Moya knew the ancient earth dragon couldn't withstand their assault. As the dragon turned its attention to Mu Jianlian, Lin Moya unleashed his soul flame, empowered by the Strong Soldier skill, dealing significant damage to the dragon. The ancient earth dragon, now in pain, redirected its fury toward Lin Moya. But before it could unleash its dragon's breath, thousands of skeleton warriors descended upon it, their attacks raining down like beautiful red lights. The ancient earth dragon let out a miserable roar before collapsing softly, its eyes dimming and eventually disappearing. Kill ancient earth dragon, experience plus 5,800,000. Acquired earth dragon armor. Acquisition of earth crystals. Acquisition of earth gems. Acquired jade heart of the earth. Gathering of earth dragon armor. Earth crystals obtained by gathering. Earth gems obtained through gathering. The heart of the earth is obtained by collecting jade. Earth dragon armor, warrior class exclusive platinum grade defense, full attribute plus 2000, damage reduction 20%. Skill, total defense. Earth crystals can be used with other single elemental crystals to form elemental godstones to enhance the chance of professional sublimation during the third turn. The more elements that are fused, the stronger the effect of the godstone. It can also be used alone to permanently enhance physical attack resistance, and after using it alone, you can no longer obtain the help of the elemental godstone. Earth gemstone permanently reduces physical damage by 50% and has a chance to gain a physical-based skill. If used by a paladin during the second transfer, it can drastically increase the probability of professional sublimation. Heart of the Earth, a must-have item to transform into an Earth Knight. Under a full-blown outburst, the ancient Earth Dragon was directly killed in seconds without any suspense. The Strong Soldier skill was simply too strong, and in Lin Moya's hands, this skill was utilized to the fullest. With the presence of the gathering technique, the harvest was directly tripled. Even a piece of equipment like the Earth Dragon armor was more than enough. Only the two pieces had different properties, with one having very good skills and the other not. Equipment was only second to Earth Gems and Earth Crystals. This was a complete windfall, and Lin Moya couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. It's really too much money to group a master collector. Especially for a solo brush like his, the benefits of grouping a master collector were even more impressive. Mu Jianlian ran over with a look of excitement on her face. Amazing, you actually killed the boss in seconds. Lin Moya smiled faintly and took out a piece of skilled Earth Dragon armor, throwing it to Mu Jianlian. Mu Jianlian took it and was overjoyed. Is this for me? Lin Moya replied, compare it to the one you're using now and see which one is better. Mu Jianlian checked the attributes and changed into the Earth Dragon armor without saying a word. Obviously, the Earth Dragon armor was better. The brand new Earth Dragon armor was worn on her body, putting Mu Jianlian's shapely figure on full display. Although Mu Jianlian was a bit timid, her figure was really good. She had a look of surprise on her face, and she could tell that she really liked this armor she was wearing. As for the other items, Mu Jianlian didn't even mention them and didn't care. This girl was as pure as white paper. Lin Moya thought for a moment and threw an earth jewel to Mu Jianlian. Activate it, now. Mu Jianlian was slightly stunned to see what the earth gemstone could do. Would it be too much of a waste to give this to me to use? In her opinion, with such good attributes, Lin Moya should have used it himself, or at least given it to a knight-like professional. Don't talk nonsense, use it quickly, we still have to move forward, Lin Moya urged. Mu Jianlian didn't dare to object and directly activated the earth jewel. She was soon enveloped in an earthy yellow glow. Lin Moya also took the earth crystal and fused it with the elemental godstone at this time. Soon, he obtained an elemental godstone that was a fusion of the three elements of fire, poison, and earth. A three-element elemental godstone, which only increased the chance of professional sublimation by 10%, was still not enough. As for the earth gem, Lin Moya didn't use it. He wanted to see if the boss would drop more earth gems in the next round. If it didn't, he would leave this earth gem to Shi Xingen, drastically increasing the probability of Shi Xingen's transformation into an earth knight. As for himself, he already had the physical resistance passive skill. Physical damage had been reduced by a full 4 times on him. As long as he didn't die, he wasn't in any danger. So the earth gem's usefulness to him was not as great as one might think. As for skills, physical skills were of little use to him as a mage. The light on Mu Jianlian's body disappeared, and the fusion ended. From now on, all physical damage would only do half damage to her. Did you gain any skills? Lin Moyo asked. Mu Jianlian shouted happily, I gained a physical skill called stun. I finally have a warrior class skill too. Thank you, thank you. Hearing this skill, even Lin Moyo had to be a little envious. If Mu Jianlian's strength was high enough to exceed her opponent's physical attributes, it was highly likely that an infinite knockout would form. This skill was probably not very useful in group kills, but if it was one-on-one, it was a divine skill. Mu Jianlian jumped and danced happily, her pretty face reddening from excitement. Lin Moya said, it is indeed a good skill. Get ready, we're leaving. Don't linger outside, Lin Moya instructed. There were now exactly 4 hours and 40 minutes until the Earth's core copy closed, totally in time for another brush, even twice or a third time. Chapter 275. Chapter 275, 275. Chapter 275, a new round of speed brushing. Excitement. The two of them appeared outside the copy, and Lin Moya used the cooling amulet to cool down the copy time. The one he used was his own cooling amulet, and he didn't use the advanced cooling amulet given by Bai Yuan. Lin Moya moved quickly before, and after only 2 seconds, the two entered the copy again. Outside the replica, the three parties are still facing off. This has happened many times in recent decades. The standoff was to last until the replica was closed. They're out. How did they get back in? Man, they didn't die in there. This copy doesn't have an exit, so it's hard to believe that they beat past the copy. Is that possible? The human professionals were stunned one by one. Their mouths were open in disbelief. The geocentric copy is special unless one passes it or waits for the copy to disappear, otherwise, it couldn't have come out. All disengagement props are null and void. The fact that Lin Moyo and Mu Jianlian were able to come out could only mean that they had really gotten through. And it's starting to hit for the second time now. Jiang Hansen said silently in his mind, of course it's possible. Only those who had seen Lin Moya fight would know how strong Lin Moya was. With his undead legion, it really wasn't that difficult to single-handedly brush this kind of copy. Karen Knight Rain couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Mu Jianlian come out. She was truly afraid that something would happen to Mu Jianlian inside. The two grew up together and are like sisters. It was natural to see that she was safe now. Jiang Hansen's eyes narrowed slightly. Brothers, from now on, we need to get our spirits up. When Colonel Lin comes out next time, the abyssal demons and dragons will likely launch an attack. Jiang Hansen knew very well that the abyssal demons and the dragon race did not want another Earth Knight to be born in the human race. In the records of history, the Earth Riders brought them great defeat, so it was highly likely that they would snipe Lin Moyo. Understood. Everyone was pumped up and ready for a big battle at any moment. On the side of the abyssal demons and the dragons, a dangerous light flashed in each of their eyes. The people at the head of the two clans had gathered together. Demon, the first time it took him 4 hours, the second time might be faster, maybe 3 hours or so would be enough. Dragons, let's get ready to strike a killing blow when he comes out. Never allow another Earth Knight to appear in the human race. That's right, the threat of one God-ranked Earth Knight is better than 3 God ranks from other professions. Our clan has an iron order to prevent the birth of Earth Knights from the human race at any time. The second time Lin Moyo entered the book, the environment was already very familiar. Standing at the entrance, he pondered the fight in his mind. Strong soldier, skill cooldown time 1 hour. Without this skill, the last, ancient Earth Dragon, is not good to fight. That means that even if you swipe the book as fast as you can, it'll be once an hour. Seeing that Lin Moya seemed to be in deep thought, Fiber Mumu quietly watched from the side and did not interrupt. She was a little excited at the moment, with her new gear, her warrior skills, and the gear came with really great skills, plus 50% physical immunity. She has so much to gain. Trying not to get excited, Lin Moya suddenly raised his head. No, it's not necessary to rely on the strong soldier skill. As long as I move fast enough, I can completely utilize the Earth Flower and Earth Fire Fish to fry the ancient Earth Dragon. I wonder how well the alpha monsters blow up. The strength of the plant-based boss's life force was amazing. Lin Moya was curious as to what the effect would be if he used it to blow up. If his idea could work, there's every chance of getting a few more rounds of copies. At least, with the cooldown time of the strong soldier skill, it could be swiped for another 3 to 4 rounds. Eyes lit up and it was settled. It's been a while since Lin Moya speed swiped, and his blood boils. Mu Jianlian, have you tried speed brushing? Quick brush. Mu Jianlian shook her head, indicating that she didn't understand. Lin Moyo admonished, in a moment, I'll pull the monsters together and you run after me. When I start gathering monsters, judge the timing yourself and go up and release the group gathering spell. If it doesn't feel right, it's okay to leave it out. The degree of it, take it into your own hands. You can't miss out on your gathering technique when it's only the leader and the final boss. Since you're going to speed brush, you're going to have to give up some gains. As long as you keep the big head, you'll be fine, and some of the fly should be let go. Mu Jianlian listened carefully to Lin Moya's words and nodded her head vigorously to assure, don't worry, I'll do my best. Well, it's on then. After Lin Moya finished speaking, he put the skeleton armor on himself and Mu Jianlian. With a soft gulp, the skeleton warrior answered the call. The skeleton warriors pulling monsters didn't need to be many, 2 undead legions and 400 skeleton warriors were enough. Skeleton warriors ran through the canyon like the wind. This time, instead of pulling in batches, they just ran all the way to the end. Some of the monsters that were too hidden, Lin Moya simply let them go and let them live. A large number of monsters were attracted out by the skeleton warriors, and their numbers grew. The first section of the Replicas Canyon has an approximate monster count of 500. Lin Moyo gave up some of them and pulled a large portion, up to about 400. 400 monsters of huge size occupied a large space. The sound of mud and rocks tumbling and splashing as they ran was amazing. Mu Jianlian honestly followed Lin Moya's side. She had never seen a monster fight like this before. She finally realized that this was the quick brush that Lin Moya was talking about. Pass the entire copy as fast as you can. She also got a little excited at the thought. The combat instinct talent flew, and his mind became extremely clear at this moment. When the talent was activated, Mu Jianlian discarded her timidity, and her thoughts cleared. As the monsters gathered, she ran over with a chirp. Skill, group gathering. A large cloud of fireworks was thrown. The range was extreme, and so were the monsters affected. It absorbed the attention of 200 monsters in a flash. 200 monsters simultaneously abandoned their respective targets and rushed towards Mu Jianlian. Mu Jianlian didn't run away but ran around the periphery of the monster group. Lin Moya realized that the monsters she attracted were all in the back half of the monster group. There was also a large number of monsters whose attention wasn't on her in between. Very clever. Mu Jianlian was running around, waiting for the skill to cool down. 10 seconds later, she cast another group gathering spell. This one drew the attention of all the monsters. The speed of gathering monsters was even weirder than Lin Moyo. All the monsters had only one target, Mu Jianlian. Mu Jianlian didn't run away again this time but gave Lin Moyo an I believe you look. Skills, total defense. The skill she had just obtained was unleashed, and Mu Jianlian glowed all over. For 1 minute, defense is increased 1000 times and damage is reduced by 99%. And that 1% damage is almost the same as no damage in front of 1000x defense. Within that 1 minute, Mu Jianlian was almost invincible. Request Flower's meat shields aren't even as meaty as she is. Lin Moya didn't expect her to do this match. There is no other word for it than perfect. Lin Moya didn't wait half a second longer either. Lin Moyo had already moved when Mu Jianlian unleashed her group collection spell for the second time. More than 200 spells cut through the sky, the red light of the skeleton warrior's great sword exploded, and the soul flames in Lin Moya's palm jumped and boiled. A red light fell and the damage curse turned into a sharp sword. A monster was attacked by concentrated fire and instantly killed in seconds. Then a roar echoed through the copy. After a dozen consecutive loud bangs, there was silence all around. Countless messages popped up that were too much to read. Lin Moyo gave Mu Jianlian an appreciative look. Well done. Mu Jianlian's pretty face was slightly red and hot. Thank you. There was some small joy in being able to get a compliment from Lin Moyo. Following each day, more, newcomer? From the small. The story of the group continued. Since it's a speed brush, you can't stop. The skeleton warrior grabbed a large number of monster corpses and ran straight forward before jumping off the cliff without any hesitation. Lin Moyo and Mu Jianjian also followed behind and jumped straight down. The second section of the replica, a world of magma and sulfuric water. Zero the skeleton warrior dragged the corpse in a frenzy, charging straight towards the earth flower. Along the way, it attracted a large number of earth firefish, and the tentacles of the earth flower were reaching out of the lava and sulfur water. But the skeleton warriors were running so fast that not many of them were entangled. Skeleton warriors arrived and threw the corpses and their hands on the ground next to the earth flower. Lin Mou and Mu Jianjian then arrived, and without saying a word, Mu Jianjian directly went up and unleashed a group collection spell on the earth flower. Earth flower instantly unleashed its skills at Mu Jianlian. The tentacles lashed over frantically, all of which were blocked by the skeletal armor. Buzz. Red light falls, damage curses. An explosion went off. After just 3 explosions, the earth flower was seriously injured after that. The nearby earth firefish also died out. In the next second, the flower of the earth exploded. It began to cast its rebirth skill to recover from its injuries. At the same time, the tentacles frantically reached out from the ground and formed vines. More than 200 earth firefish rushed out of the magma. Mu Jianlian let out a delicate cry and cast the group collection technique once again. Even if it couldn't cover all of the earth firefish, it could at least cover 80%. Explosions continued to ring out, and in the midst of them, the skeletons had thrown their bodies at the earth flower. Lin Moya grabbed every second, not wasting any. Mu Jianlian had looked dumbfounded. It's too soon to play a copy like that. This time into the replica, it's been a little over half an hour at most so far. Most of the time was spent on top of running, and not even 5 minutes of real fighting time. Mu Jianlian kind of saw that this was what Lin Moya called speed brushing. It was too exciting. With a roar, the earth flower was blown up and died an even more suffocating death than the last time. There wasn't even the slightest chance of a counterattack. Not waiting for the lava to cool, not waiting for the earth to harden, not waiting for the waterfall to disappear. The skeletons had grabbed the bodies of the earth firefish and the earth flower and jumped up the cliff. The earth flower's body was too big, and its tentacles were very long, making it very inconvenient to drag around. The skeleton warrior kept slashing with his knife, cutting off all of its tentacles. It was then carried by 4 skeleton warriors and ran towards the ancient earth dragon. Mu Jianlian sighed softly. I'm afraid that the earth flower would never have imagined that it would be split up after its death. Lin Moya glanced at her, this girl's focus, some peculiar awe. Jiu, Kangzi Radical 118 Science. Chapter 276. Chapter 276, 276. Chapter 276, it can't be a boss reincarnation, right? Lin Moya ran too slowly, far too slow to keep up with the speed of the skeleton warriors. He had to let the skeleton warrior run on his back. Although it wasn't very comfortable to turn upside down, and her whole body was choked with bones, Lin Moya still decided to endure it. Mu Jianlian looked at Lin Moya and showed her teeth a little, slightly blushing. Actually, if you're not comfortable, I can carry you. Lin Moya smiled slightly. It's okay, I'm used to it. Oh. Mu Jianlian's heart was a little disappointed for some reason. A large group of skeleton warriors was now running at the front of the entire group with their corpses. Lin Moya and Mu Jianlian were in the middle. At the very back was the Witchfinder General. The last copy took over half an hour to travel, this time it took less than 3 minutes to run away. The fresh, fiery corpse no longer existed, having lost at least half of its life force. But it's better than nothing. As for the earth flower's vitality, it was still strong, and even if it lost most of its life force, it was still far superior to ordinary copy monsters. Botanical heads, the life force speaks for itself. Lin Moya was looking forward to the damage it could do. The ancient earth dragon appeared in the line of sight. At this time, the magma has not been extinguished. Ancient earth dragon, magma mouth 760 water is still constantly added to the flow of magma. The ancient earth dragon didn't react much to the arrival of the skeletons, just lifted his eyelids and gave a lazy glance. It saw a large pile of bodies flying towards it, getting closer and closer. Why stuff? A hint of doubt appeared in the huge dragon's eyes. The next second, the curse descended. Violent explosions then fell from the sky. They exploded in the air, and a terrifying power swept through the air. Especially the flower exploded with love and truth. The ancient earth dragon, scale armor shattered and was blown to a bloody mess. Mu Jianlian rushed up in the midst of the explosion and cast collect on the ancient earth dragon, before quickly fleeing. Right now, the ancient earth dragon had no time to care about Mu Jianxian, a continuous explosion that blew it up. The injuries were expanding, and if he kept blowing up like this, he would really die. Suddenly, it saw Lin Moya in the swarm of explosions. It's him, the damnable mole. Without waiting for it to do so, a large number of skeletons appeared in sight. The skeleton mages directly focused their attacks, and the skeleton warriors took their swords regardless. There's a Skull and Bones movie following every day. More, new to you? From the small, the group, continuing to throw the body, Lin Mo language following each, the day. What's more, new to you? I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. I'm not sure if you're a fan of this. Continued to detonate. For this one, Lin Moyo had prepared a whole 200 corpses. It's only halfway to detonation now. Even if you have high defense and great damage reduction, Lin Moyo believed that he wouldn't be able to carry 200 corpse bursts either. The ancient earth dragon leapt up high with a roar and stomped down hard towards Lin Moyo. Skill, war trample. Lin Moya didn't move at all, still detonating the corpses as he had been doing. A single war trample is not enough to break skeleton armor. It could be seen that the ancient earth dragon had already reached its limit and wouldn't last long. 1,690 skeleton mages set fire. The skeleton warriors jumped over to unleash their skills like they didn't want to die. It was all a fatal blow to the ancient earth dragon that had already reached its limit. Under the war trample, Lin Moya's skeleton armor shone and blocked all the attacks. Lin Moya's fingers tapped repeatedly, detonating several more bodies in succession. With a roar, the ancient earth dragon collapsed with unwillingness in its eyes. The tiny molecule it ignored only gave it one chance to cast its skill. Kill ancient earth dragon, experience plus 5,800,000, acquisition of earth dragon bow, acquisition of earth crystals, acquisition of earth gems, acquired jade heart of the earth, acquisition of earth dragon strongbow by collecting technique, earth crystals obtained by gathering, earth gems obtained through gathering, the heart of the earth is obtained by collecting jade, earth dragon strong bow, for archers platinum level weapon, plus 3,500 to all attributes, 90% increase in bow and arrow type skills. Skill, ultimate dodge. Extreme dodge, within 30 seconds, dodge 100% of attacks without any damage, cooldown 30 minutes. Earth Dragon Strong Bow, for archers platinum grade weapon, plus 3,500 to all attributes, 90% increase in bow and arrow skills. 2 Earth Dragon Strongbows, one comes with a skill and the other has no skill. Weapons obtained through the collecting arts do not carry skills. Lin Moya didn't know if it was a coincidence or a limitation of the gathering technique. The extreme dodge skill attached to this Earth Dragon Strongbow was also in the extreme category. This skill is another life altogether for archers. It can be used both against the enemy and to escape. Mu Jianlian's pretty face was filled with surprise. It only took 37 minutes, that's too fast. The first took 4 hours and the second took 37 minutes. The difference between them is too great. Lin Moyo counted the time left. There are 4 hours left, a full 240 minutes. Even if you leave it open, you can still swipe it at least 5 times. You can harvest at least 4 earth hearts each time, and there's still plenty of earth shards to go around. Counting the first 2 times, that's a total of 7 swipes. A total of 28 to 30 earth hearts. With this one, at least for the next few hundred years, the human race would no longer be short of earth knights. In that case, let's brush it. Putting the skeleton armor on himself and Mu Jianlian respectively, while admonishing, while teleporting out, you may encounter attacks from the abyssal demons and dragons. Don't panic and don't bother with them. You just need to choose to re-enter the copy directly, and I'll remove the copy cooldown at the first opportunity. We're going to swipe as many times as we can now to get enough earth hearts. Mu Jianlian gave a forceful I understand. With Sister Knight Rain here, they'll deal with the abyssal demons and the dragons. Good, then we're out of the book now, let's go. The two leave the copy. Surprisingly to Lin Moyo, no one came to attack them at all. Lin Moyo completed the copy reset in 2 seconds, and the two of them re-entered the copy again. The abyssal demons and dragons were dumbfounded. What just happened? How is it that those 2 humanoids came out of the copy and then swished back in? It had obviously been less than 40 minutes since they had last entered the copy. Is that a hell of a thing? The abyssal demons and dragons are in a bit of disbelief. It wasn't just them, the human side couldn't believe it either. I don't know what happened. Jiang Hansen muttered, so fast? What efficiency is this? He then became ecstatic and a thick smile appeared on his face. If that's true, you can brush it at least 4 or 5 more times. For the next few hundred years, the human race will not lack the heart of the earth. Inevitably the knights of the earth will be born again. The ancient earth dragon once again collapsed in front of Lin Moyo. Right now, in Lin Moyo's hands, both the earth gemstone and the earth crystals had 5 pieces each, and the earth heart had even reached 13 pieces. Mu Jianlian looked very excited. It was 1 minute faster than last time, and this time it only took 36 minutes. Lin Moyo hummed. With 3 hours and 18 minutes left on the clock, 4 more swipes would be no problem at all if things went well. Good luck, maybe 5 swipes. Like earth gems, earth crystals, and earth hearts, these 3 reserve materials are not too much. The two leave the copy and enter with it again. The abyssal demons and dragons outside hadn't been able to return to their senses until now. Who would have thought that a copy of this tier, for 2 people, would take just under 40 minutes to beat? It's a no-brainer. Is this guy really a human? It can't be a boss reincarnation. 40 minutes to brush through the Earth's Core copy. Is the difficulty of the Earth's Core copy so low now? I don't believe it. I think he must have used some special props that we don't know about. Anyway, no matter what, he absolutely cannot be allowed to leave alive. Don't worry, we're ready. When he comes out next time, we'll do it, he can't escape. The abyssal demons and dragons discussed the matter, staring at the copy with a deadly stare, the murderous intent in their eyes growing thicker and thicker. The atmosphere changed. Jiang Hansen sensed it at the first moment and shouted in a low voice, they might be about to make a move, everyone get ready. It's been ready for a long time. Kill a lot of people in a while. The atmosphere is more and more 4.8 tense, the swords are drawn, and a big war will break out at any time. If the demons and dragons hadn't sided with each other, they would have gone to war long ago. Even if they joined forces, the human race was equally unafraid to fight. Entering the copy for the 4th time, Lin Moyo and Mu Jianlian's cooperation became more and more skillful. Quickly clearing out the monsters in front of them, it took only 30 minutes to pass the 2nd stage of the replica. The skeletons cut off the earth flower's tentacles with exceptional skill, jumped onto the cliff with its corpse, and ran. Chapter 277. Chapter 277, 277. Chapter 277. I'll be waiting for you in the center of the core area. Ah! A scream rang out, then came to an abrupt end. Lin Moyo felt terrifying air currents cutting through his body like knives. The skeletal armor creaked and almost cracked. Skeletons and witch demon generals were all blown away and fell to the ground, unable to move. Mu Jianlian was also blown away along with the skeletons and had fallen to the ground, either alive or dead. The only one who could still stand now was Lin Moyo, and all of this stemmed from just a roar from the ancient earth dragon. The ancient earth dragon appeared in front of Lin Moyo as if it was instantaneous. A pair of huge dragon eyes stared at Lin Moyo. Chills rose from his back and went straight to his head. The whole man's hairs stood on end. In the eyes of the ancient earth dragon, he saw emotions and wisdom. The ancient earth dragon in front of him was by no means the one he had seen before. What the hell happened? Lin Moyo wasn't sure, things were going beyond his understanding. You've gone too far. A voice like thunder rang out, shocking Lin Moyo's ears. This boss actually spoke. Things seemed to be getting a little out of hand. A dangerous light flashed in the ancient earth dragon's eyes. As the saying goes, things don't come in threes. How many more times do you want to kill me? Lin Moyo looked up, his mind spinning. Not having encountered such a thing, synthesizing all the causes and consequences, in a flash of insight, Lin Moyo caught the 3 big words, we can type. Are you a true, ancient earth dragon? Lin Moyo asked. The ancient earth dragon hummed, what do you think? 2 huge breaths erupted from its nose. The skeletal armor creaked again, then blew apart with a thud. Lin Moyo did not replenish the skeletal armor. People can even blow away skeletal armor with a single breath. It's easy to kill him. There's no point in adding more. There is no way back from this copy, and all disengagement props are null and void. His intuition told him that this ancient earth dragon in front of him was even more terrifying than the ancient lawn bird in the core area. The ancient dragon lowered its head and came over, and Lin Moya could see his own reflection in its eyes. Lin Moya's head continued to run at high speed. Honorable being, you seem to have violated the rules. At this moment, Lin Moya guessed that the ancient earth dragon in the copy was just a diversion. That's why it's called something like weakened. This is the same thing as the principal split of the Divine Summer Tower. And right in front of us, the present body drove up. But Lin Moya had calmed down, which allowed him to say this with courage. What did you say? The ancient dragon let out a roar as waves of air rolled out, and a terrifying aura rose to the sky, as if it was going to break through the entire replica. In the outside world, the entrance to the replica violently erupted with brilliant light, illuminating the earth. Everyone was taken aback and wondered what had happened. How did the entrance to the replica glow, and what the hell is going on in the replica? No one knows. A three-way standoff, with no one able to get in to see it. I hope nothing happens to Colonel Lin, Jiang Hansan thought silently in his mind. Garland Night Rain was also worried, but it was Mu Jianlian who was worried. In the duplicate, Lin Moya tried to calm himself down. I said that you have violated the rules. With the level of the Earth's core, duplicate, there should not be an existence like you. Lin Moya was now 80% certain that he could be sure that the copy boss was the doppelganger of this being in front of him. The ancient dragon suddenly let out a thunderous laugh, and the copy shook violently once again. Lin Moya waited patiently and quietly. He could already tell that this terrifying existence in front of him had no intention of killing himself. The ancient dragon laughed for a while, then suddenly lowered its head and opened its mouth to roar. Believe it or not, I can burn you to ashes with a single mouthful of dragon breath. Lin Moya shook his head. You will not kill me. Oh. It was its turn to freeze. Lin Moya followed every day. What's new? From the small, said group. Continued, if you wanted to kill me, you could have done so when we met just now. And you didn't need to take control of my undead army and intentionally stun my teammates. You just came to give me a warning, I guess. When he said this, Lin Moya looked calm and collected, not the least bit false. Anyway, the worst outcome is the word death. There is nothing to be afraid of. The ancient dragon laughed again. Not bad, you're good. Limerick knew he had guessed right, following every day. More, new too? Since the small, said group, continued to ask, then do you have anything else? The ancient dragon shook its large head. It's fine, I just came to see what could have messed up the below-cation of the honored one so badly. Sure enough, another good guess. It's really a diversion from it. Limerick said, I didn't know that. The ancient dragon's voice became low, interrupting Lin Moya's words. Alright, this father didn't want to eat you. You guessed it a long time ago, so there's no need to pretend now. This honored one has come over and wants to make a deal with you. Lin Moya immediately said with slight respect, Senior, please speak. The ancient dragon said, there is no rush. The current you are not qualified to fulfill this deal. When you can walk to the true center of the upper space, my father will wait for you there. Lin Moya instantly revealed a look of surprise. You are. The ancient dragon didn't answer him. The honored one is waiting for you in the center. As the words fell, the ancient dragon disappeared into 10,000 points of starlight. It was exactly the same as the starlight that Lin Moya had seen after the monster's death in the core area. The vortex where you can leave the copy appeared in front of you. Lin Moya let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party didn't really want to kill himself. Otherwise, one would certainly not have survived. Even Lin Moya felt that the puppet talisman given by Yuan wouldn't be useful. At best, it's just a little more work for the other side. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the one sitting at the center of the core area of the upper space. I didn't realize that it possessed intelligence and wasn't an ordinary boss. Lin Moya remembered the ancient lawn bird. The ancient lawn bird seemed to have intelligence, having seen a similar look in its eyes at the time. It's just that the ancient lawn bird has simple intelligence, like a child a few years old. In comparison, the intelligence displayed by the ancient earth dragon just now is already no different from that of an adult. Could it be that because it hasn't been killed for countless years and has lived too much, it has been born with wisdom? Or because of all that light in the core area? The center of the core area, I'll have to go there sooner or later. And avenge for sure. The ancient lawn bird chased him up to the sky and down to the ground, extremely wretched. How could Limerick ever forget it? While Limerick was thinking, the witch demon general and the skeletons recovered. They are not injured, merely controlled. From this point, it was enough to say into how superior the ancient earth dragon's means were, far beyond the phenomenon of the Lin Moyo. With a soft chant, Mu Jianlian woke up quietly. She rubbed her head. What just happened? Lin Moya shook his head. It's fine, the copy has mutated, and the boss is gone. With his eyes wide open, Lin Moya's face did not turn red, but rather had a look of taking it for granted that this was the way it was. Ha! Mu Jianlian couldn't believe it. Copy mutation, this kind of thing is rarely seen. Rarely seen, in the past just heard about it. I did not expect to be able to be encountered by myself. In his memory, he had just arrived at the ancient earth dragon, and was subsequently roared at and fainted himself. I didn't expect it to be like this. Some copies mutate and become very strong. It's normal for a boss to level up a dozen or so levels at once. Even with Lin Moya's strength, it could be dangerous. After all, the matter of the ancient lawn bird was still fresh in his mind. Slightly anxious, she asked, so, are you okay? It's okay. Mu Jianlian patted her high chest. It's good that it's okay, it's good that it's okay. Lin Moya said, "The copy is over, it's time for us to deal with those guys outside." Mu Jianlian gave an ah, "It won't appear again. It's all gone, how can it reappear?" This was that Kunda's Belokatayan. Now even if he was standing here, Lin Moya would not kill again even if he could not. Lin Moya put on the skeleton armor for himself and Mu Jianlian, while taking out the earth gem and activating it. Right now, he still had 5 earth gems in his hands, 1 reserved for Shishingen, and 4 at his disposal. It's so natural not to skimp. The earth gemstone bloomed with an earthy yellow light that enveloped Lin Moyo. Limerick was well on his way to obtaining the attribute of 50% reduction in physical damage but did not obtain the corresponding physical skill. Lin Moyo had prepared for this in his mind and didn't feel disappointed. Besides, he was a law profession. What was the point of having physical skills? It's hard to let him go up and slash the monsters. Isn't Soul Flame strong? Don't skeleton fangs smell good? I'm a little curious as to what you would reap if your group collection technique was used on the abyssal demons and dragons, Limerick said softly. Mu Jianlian shook her head. I don't know, never tried. You can try it later if you get the chance. Yeah. Lin Moya was half joking, but Mu Jianlian answered seriously. Chapter 278. Chapter 278, 278. Chapter 278 Protecting Lin Moyo. Ever since the ancient earth dragon left, the light outside the instance also disappeared. Everything returned to silence. Outside, people were waiting, each on high alert, until there was a faint distortion in space, and 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the instance. They're coming out. Attack! Amidst the harsh shouts, the abyssal demons and dragons attacked simultaneously. From leaving the instance to the end of the teleportation, it took about 2 seconds. 2 seconds might be short, but it was enough to launch a wave of attacks. A point of light exploded in the air, and instantly a huge barrier appeared, enveloping everyone within it. Abyssal demons were skilled in barriers, with both skills and various props. Inside the barrier, even high-level random teleportation symbols were of no use. Lin Moyo must die. This was the consensus reached by the 2 races. Protect Lin Moyo. In the moment they attacked, Jiang Hansan also roared. Hundreds of human professionals were prepared long ago and charged without hesitation. Leading the charge was Jiang Hansan himself. He initiated the charge skill and rushed to the front of the instance. Skill, Group Protection. A sturdy shield with a soft glow appeared, blocking the first wave of attacks in the nick of time. Giant fireballs and meteors fell from the sky, and not just one. There were over 20 dragon mages present, all attacking simultaneously, and each meteor was extremely powerful. Arrows rained down densely, covering a large area. Abyssal demons scattered a large amount of abyssal power, like a myriad of swords, causing intense explosions. Human professionals charged through the attacks. Mages and archers had already launched ranged attacks directly at the demons and dragons. But abyssal demons and dragons could fly, putting humans at a disadvantage. Jiang Hansan faced hundreds of attacks at the same time, and his shield shattered. The second barrier appeared instantly, taking over his work. Garland Night Rain arrived, just half a second slower. Meteors fell, and the barrier didn't last a second before shattering again. The 2 looked at each other and raised their shields, each protecting Lin Moyo and Mu Jianlian. No matter what, they had to protect each other. A bright light suddenly appeared on both of them. Skeleton armor appeared on them, blocking all attacks. Lin Moyo's voice sounded, "Thank you." Jiang Hansan chuckled, "It's what I should do." He knew that as long as he helped Lin Moyo block the first wave of attacks, the outcome of this battle was already determined. He was clear, but the abyssal demons and dragons were not. They were still shouting loudly, "He's out, kill him. We can't let him take the heart of the earth back. He must die. Not a single human here can be spared, kill them all." A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Moya's mouth as he said to Jiang Hansan, "Let them come down." Jiang Hansan nodded and immediately shouted, "Spatial restraint." The Shadow Mage in Jiang Hansan's team raised his staff high, and a beam of light shot out and exploded in the air. In an instant, a spatial restraint field formed, and the abyssal demons and dragons fell from the sky in terror. Not good, they have mages who can use spatial restraint skills. So what if they have spatial restraint? We can still kill them after landing. Spatial restraint is time limited, at most 1 minute. Everyone, don't worry. The 2 races shouted frantically, without any fear. Suddenly, one undead army after another appeared on the ground. 13 undead legions, totaling 4,290 skeletons, appeared with a strong killing intent. How is this possible? How could he have so many summons? This is simply an army. Now I understand why he can level up so quickly. It's all about quantity. Hold on. The spatial restraint only lasts for 1 minute. As long as we hold on, we'll be fine. By now, the abyssal demons and dragons finally understood how Lin Moyo was clearing instances. Less than 40 minutes, and he cleared an instance. It wasn't about taking shortcuts, it was about real strength. But now, it was too late for anything. They couldn't hold on for 1 minute, and Lin Moyo wouldn't give them a chance. The abyssal demons and dragons fell into the cold embrace of the undead army. A heat surged on Lin Moya's back and suddenly exploded. Skill, strong soldiers. A dazzling light fell, and all skeletons collectively strengthened. Along with the strong soldiers, Mu Jianlian's group collection art was also activated. A brilliant firework exploded in the air, and most of the abyssal demons and dragons were covered by the fireworks, shining brightly in the eyes. What's this? Why is it shining? Amidst their puzzled voices, the attacks of skeleton warriors and skeleton mages had already landed. The skill eruption of the skeleton warriors caused terrifying damage in that instant. On the battlefield, screams resounded one after another. Then they were engulfed by the spells of the skeleton mages. In just a few seconds, the battlefield fell silent. Under the effect of the strong soldiers' skill, even the explosion of corpses was spared. The strength of the skeleton warriors had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. The first time the strong soldiers' skill was used, it directly killed the abyssal fire spirit. Not to mention these ordinary demons and dragons. Just as Jiang Hansen had thought, when Lin Moya took action, the outcome was already predetermined. Continuous information popped up on Lin Moya's side. A large number of kill messages, a large amount of experience, a large number of military merits. There were over 300 abyssal demons and dragons present, and all of them were above level 50. Each person received 2,000 military merits, a total of nearly 700,000 military merits. He and Mu Jianlian split these military merits. The military badge on both of their shoulders was shining brightly. A star appeared on Lin Moya's colonel badge, promoted to 1-star colonel. At this moment, Mu Jianlian's 3-star lieutenant badge also changed magnificently, becoming a colonel, but it still didn't have any stars. Mu Jianlian didn't feel excited about her promotion to colonel. Instead, she said to Lin Moya, "Wow, you've been promoted." A white light emanated from Lin Moya's body. He had been promoted. Even after clearing several instances and facing so many abyssal demons and dragons, he managed to level up. Even though he teamed up with Mu Jianlian, received half the experience, he still managed to level up. After level 30, most professionals needed 2 or 3 months to level up. From just under level 31 to now level 34, it had only been over 20 days since Lin Moya had loosened up and started fighting monsters. This speed was already considered very fast. Not only did he level up, but Lin Moya also found that his corpse explosion skill had also leveled up. It had reached level 5. Corpse explosion, level 5, detonate corpses, dealing damage equal to 30% of the corpse's health to enemies within a 5-meter radius. After talent amplification, the skill's killing range reached 200 meters, and the damage reached 12 times the corpse's health. Lin Moya felt that as long as he had enough corpses, he could completely devastate the abyss. This thought was extinguished the moment it appeared he thought of the core area. There were simply no corpses there, so what's the point? He also couldn't bring corpses into the core area. After death, the corpses would lose their vitality in just over 10 minutes. By then, they would be useless. To unleash the maximum power of corpse explosion, fresh corpses were needed. The skeletons began to strip the equipment from the dragon race professionals. Dragon race professionals always brought a lot of things, and even if the human race couldn't use them directly, they could be recycled for materials. Lin Moya looked at the massive amount of information, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. So group collection art is useful against demons too. Killing demons. Through group collection art, obtain demon core fragments. Demon core fragments, after use, can be shrouded in demon aura for 1 hour. Through group collection art, obtain low-level dragon race essence. Low-level dragon race essence can be made into potions by alchemists, and used by blacksmiths and alchemists when making battlefield equipment. At first glance, demon core fragments didn't seem very useful, being shrouded in demon aura. But upon careful thought, Lin Moya knew the purpose of these materials. If one day he rushed into the abyss alone, he might need them. Usually, killing demons, regardless of their level, only yielded demon blood. Unexpectedly, through group collection art, he could also obtain demon core fragments and low-level dragon race essence, different from the dragon monsters killed in the elemental battlefield instance. After Lin Moya entered the ancient battlefield, he killed these dragon race professionals and didn't receive any items. Still thought they wouldn't drop anything. It seems they still need group collection art to obtain them. Zhao Wang's. Lin Moya realized that rare legendary professionals like Mu Jianlian had a role not only in instances but also on the battlefield. In the human team, except for Jiang Hansan and others, everyone else was stunned. Clearly, it was quite a significant battle, but how did it end in the blink of an eye? What skill did Lin Moya use? How did his skeletons suddenly become so powerful? Not only were there more of them, but they were also stronger. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to end the battle in just a few seconds. Suddenly, someone pointed at Lin Moya and shouted, "It's the light of the primeval rune." That's right, it's the light of the primeval rune. Look closely at the back of his left hand. There's a tail of the primeval rune. No wonder, every primeval rune is very powerful. If used properly, it can explode with tens or even hundreds of times the combat power in a short time. I envy him. He's only level 33. Oh no, now he's level 34. He's only level 34 and can obtain the primeval rune. I envy him too. I've been in the ancient battlefield for a few years, and I haven't even seen the shadow of a primeval rune. Heh, even if you saw it, could you keep it? People were discussing one after another, looking at Lin Moya with admiration. Over 300 abyssal demons and dragons of at least level 50 were easily killed like this. Even with the help of the primeval rune, it was enough to prove Lin Moya's own strength. Chapter 279. Chapter 279, 279. Book Chapter 279. Next time, you don't want your eyes. Lin Moya took stock of the gains from this, Earth's core, copy. There were a total of 3 replicas before and after, and the 4th time, because of the descent of the ancient Earth Dragon itself, it didn't make it all the way through. Because of the presence of Mu Jianlian, the experience was halved, and all the rest of the gains were doubled. Gained 6 Earth Gems, 6 Earth Crystals, and a total of 14 Earth Hearts. Myself and Mu Jianlian each used an Earth Gem. He also used up 2 Earth Crystals himself. An elemental godstone composed of the 3 elements of fire, poison, and earth was synthesized respectively, as well as an elemental godstone composed of the 2 elements of earth and fire. There are currently 4 Earth gems and 4 Earth crystals left. The heart of the Earth had not been used. It was human war material and was useless to him personally for the time being. Ever since entering the ancient battlefield, Lin Moya's chances had continued. All kinds of chances have increased his strength greatly. Baiyawan was right, although the ancient battlefield was dangerous, there were opportunities everywhere. It always adds a lot of strength as long as it's not too all over the place. The power of divinity has been raised to level 34, and each time it is upgraded, it increases the attributes by an additional 34%. Lin Moya wasn't sure why the power of divinity could increase the probability of career ascension, but it's true that the sooner you get it, the better. Mu Jianlian returned to the group of Karen Night Rain, and Lin Moya was used to going on the road alone. Experiencing speed scouring a copy with Lin Moya was something she had never experienced before. That feeling, it's so good, it's so exciting. Mu Jianlian was already hooked on this feeling. She reluctantly watched Lin Moya leave, unable to move away until Lin Moya completely disappeared from sight. What, can't bear to part with it? Garland Night Rain suddenly came to Mu Jianlian's ear with a teasing face. Mu Jianlian was startled, her pretty face slightly reddened as she whispered, which is true, Night Rain's sister, don't talk nonsense. Jialan Night Rain laughed, hey, our little fiber is still blushing. Karen Night Rain's words drew a good-natured laugh. One by one, the sisters and the Night Rain Knights looked at Mu Jianlian and covered their mouths as they laughed lightly. Mu Jianlian was embarrassed by the look. There really isn't any law. I just think that the way he brushes the book is very special, very exciting, and it's especially fast. Garland Night Rain was also aroused with curiosity. Quickly tell me, how do you brush up? A bunch of women gathered around. They were also extremely curious about the way Lin Moya swiped his books. How on earth did you manage to finish the Earth's Core copy in less than 40 minutes? The best time in recorded history was over 6 hours. And that's with 20 plus people coming into the book together. Mu Jianlian didn't hide it and told it all. As she spoke, she held a teleportation stone in her hand. This was a positioning teleportation stone given by Lin Moya, and it was a two-way positioning. Lin Moya and her agreed to inform each other when they found a copy of the Demon Dragon Hall. Mu Jianlian was also looking forward to the fact that Lin Moya would take her with him again to brush the books and experience the fun of speed brushing. Lin Moya left under the respectful gaze of the crowd. The Earth's Core copy has disappeared, and that big guy at the center of the core area doesn't seem to have a good temper. When the Earth's Core copy will appear again depends on his mood. He once again set out on the path to find a copy of the Demon Dragon Palace. The Demon Dragon Hall was both a task given by Baiyawan and his own quest. Talent. How difficult it is to awaken a gift. Lin Moya wasn't sure if the talent given by the system was considered a talent or not. If he counted, then if he awakened his talent again at the second turn, Baiyuan's probability would only be 30% even if he made a good arrangement. That's why it's extremely important to head to the Demon Dragon Hall copy and get the Dragon Crystal. Through Dragon Glass, there is a probability of acquiring a talent. When the time comes, even if you can't awaken the talent in the second turn, that won't be a loss. Lin Moya accelerated the words that God Mage Suyan had said to himself. He very much hoped that another triple-gifted God-level powerhouse would appear in the human race. A 3-gifted God-level powerhouse was terrifying to think about. It was enough to bless the human race for hundreds of years so that the abyssal demons and the dragon race would not dare to act rashly. Of course, all 3 talents had to be powerful in order for it to work, and it couldn't be a wasted talent. As Lin Moya walked, he summoned supplemental skeletons. He's level 34 and the undead army needs to be replenished again. Each of the 14 Witchfinder generals who have reached level 34 can have 340 skeletons. Still replenishing the skeleton mage this time. When replenished, not counting the spare skeletons in your own summoning space, the total number of skeletons in the 14 undead armies will be 4,760. That's almost 500 more than at level 33. As long as you don't run into a flying boss like the ancient Luan bird, with super strong attacks. With the strong soldier skill in place, Lin Moya was confident in facing most of the bosses. The only trouble now is that you can't fly. The inability to fly was also the biggest disadvantage for most of the human professionals until level 70. After traveling for 10 days in a row, Lin Moya had finally replenished all the undead legions. 14 legions of undead, once released, were so loud and powerful that they were a completely terrifying army. Moving along, clearing out the monsters along the way. Close to the core area, there are quite a few monsters. The experience, while growing though not as much as a copy, is generally fine. To practice, swiping copies is the way to go. After 10 days of walking, there was no secret realm in sight, and no copies of anything. Instead, they ran into a few waves of abyssal demons and dragons. The Dragon Clan's gang wasn't very brainy, and they were quickly tricked down by Lin Moya and directly exterminated. Abyss is a little more problematic than that. A few abyssal demons saw the 1-star colonel rank on Lin Moya's shoulder and fled faster than anything, not daring to linger at all. Lin Moya was too lazy to go after them. In the eyes of some of the smart abyssal demons, those who could reach the rank of colonel were basically stained with their blood and that of the dragons. They hated and feared such people. Gradually, news about Lin Moya spread across the ancient battlefield. Both the abyssal demons and the dragon race, as well as the human race side, all knew that there was such a person as Lin Moya in existence. There was even an abyssal demon that sent the news back to the abyssal world. Many demons in the abyssal world also knew that a foreigner who was only level 34 but had reached 1-star colonel had appeared in the ancient battlefield. It would definitely be a great credit if they could kill him. But demons aren't idiots, and no one is thinking about getting killed. The abyssal world is not a static black, there are green flames burning everywhere. There would also be strange creatures known as the magic lightbird flying in the air. In flight, they radiate light, bringing light to the abyssal world. Magic lightbirds are not demons or magical creatures, but simply beings that live in the world of the abyss. They are so numerous and countless that they cover almost the entire abyssal world. And no demon bothers them because there's no benefit to it at all. Outside the ornate palace where the Phantom King was located, space twisted and fluctuated, and then a huge ball of flame jumped out of the darkness. An eye opened in the flames. The Flame Demon King appeared outside the Phantom Demon King's palace, his voice carrying anger. "Phantom Demon King, come out." The sound boomed out, and the entire palace shook. The Phantom Demon King's figure appeared in the air, sleepy-eyed and tinged with anger. "Flame, do you know what will happen if you disturb my sleep?" The flames jumped violently, as if they had flinched. The Flame Demon King still held onto his face. "Whatever the consequences, I'm asking you, do you know that Lin Moya is in the ancient battlefield?" The Phantom King yawned. "I know, why?" The Fiery Demon King said. "Why didn't you tell me if you knew? You knew." The Phantom Demon King let out a delicate laugh. "Ridiculous, I know that he's in the ancient battlefield, so why should I tell you? What kind of person are you to me? Unless you come and spend a night with me, people tell you everything." The flames pulsed even more violently, and the Flame Demon King whooshed back 100 meters. The Phantom Demon King laughed delicately. "How dare you come to mess with me with such a small amount of guts? This time this king will forgive you. If there's a next time, you won't want this eye." Anger rose in the huge eyes, but they didn't dare to retort. Although both were Demon King level existences, the Flame Demon King knew that he was inferior to the Phantom Demon King. If there was a real fight, this eye of his, he couldn't save it. But no matter what, face is still needed. The Flame Demon King said forcefully, "Since you know that Lin Moya was in the ancient battlefield, why don't you send someone to kill him?" The Phantom Demon King laughed delicately. "How do you know I didn't send anyone to kill him? I even sent out the Red Moon Demon and the Abyssal Fire Spirit, and I couldn't kill him just the same. It's not like you don't know the rules of the ancient battlefield. If you want to have the ability, do it yourself. What are you doing here looking for me?" The Flame Demon King said in a deep voice. "I want to know information about Lin Moya." The Phantom King naturally knew exactly what he wanted to know. It was nothing more than some information about Lin Moya's skills, attributes, and so on, so that he could look for weaknesses. Although the Phantom Demon King looked down on it, as the same Demon King, basically face had to be given. The Phantom King threw a black stone at him. "All the information you want is in there. I'm going to follow every day. More, newcomer? From the little. I'm going to go to bed. Continue to go to bed. I warn you not to bother me again, or I'll make you look good." After saying that, the Phantom King disappeared into the air. The Flame Demon King took the black stone and didn't even dare to fart a bit more. Blah 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 disappeared. Kangxi Radical 118 Science. Chapter 280. Chapter 280, 280. Book Chapter 280. Is it possible to trap me to death? Lin Moya didn't know how far he had ventured. Tens of thousands of kilometers? Or perhaps 100,000 kilometers? There were no discernible days and nights in the ancient battlefield. If it weren't for the time displayed on his communicator, Lin Moya wouldn't even know how long he had been traversing its expanse. The journey continued along the periphery of the core area, seemingly without end. Among the three areas in the upper space, the core area was the largest and the most perilous. Lin Moya had no intention of venturing into it again anytime soon unless absolutely necessary. His skeletal companions led the way, clearing out monsters as they progressed. In the ancient battlefield, monsters could never truly be vanquished. Slain creatures were absorbed by the earth, only to reappear as new foes after some time. This cycle had persisted for countless years. Lin Moya pondered the similarities and disparities between the eternal battlefield and the Yuan battlefield. While the latter bore evidence of the human race's historical conflicts with the abyssal world, the former's origins were shrouded in mystery, existing for eons beyond reckoning. Recalling a conversation between Bai Yuan and Meng Yanwen, Lin Moya contemplated the dangers of delving into the ancient battlefield's secrets. Many who sought its mysteries never returned, and the human race had lost several of its mightiest warriors in the attempt. To explore the deepest secrets of the ancient battlefield, one had to venture into deep space, the most perilous region of all. As Lin Moya mused over this, he resolved to embark on such a quest in the future. With a shimmering light at his fingertips, he summoned a skeletal mage, the 15th addition to his undead legion. Lin Moya diligently worked to strengthen his forces, knowing that the ancient battlefield held countless dangers. Despite the arduous journey and the constant need for replenishment, Lin Moya pressed onward. His skeletal warriors, now numbering in the thousands, were formidable allies in this treacherous realm. As he contemplated his sister's exceptional talents and the unprecedented speed of her advancement, Lin Moya couldn't help but marvel at her potential. Meanwhile, his own progress, while commendable, paled in comparison. Amidst his reflections, a peculiar aura caught Lin Moya's attention. It bore traces of the dragon race's bloodline, yet there was something distinctly unique about it. Lin Moya sensed it. This aura contained not only the essence of the dragon bloodline but also the presence of an abyssal demon, along with the aura of a replica. Magic Dragon Hall. The corners of Lin Moya's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes filled with joy. The aura was exactly as described by Bai Yuan. After searching for so many days, he had finally found it. Lin Moya rushed forward without hesitation. The distance wasn't far, about 100 kilometers, and it wouldn't take much time to get there. After a few minutes, Lin Moya suddenly stopped. His eyes became heavy. No. There were no bands of light hanging in the sky, no heavenly visions. He had been so excited upon sensing the aura that he had overlooked this detail. When the Demon Dragon Hall replica appears, there are always anomalies in the sky and earth. The vision spread over thousands of kilometers and attract a large number of people from the three clans. A great battle would be inevitable. However, at this moment, only the aura of the demonic Dragon Hall was present, with no corresponding anomalies. Two possibilities: 1, the replica of the demonic Dragon Hall hasn't fully formed yet, and the anomalies haven't appeared. 2, this isn't the Demon Dragon Palace at all. As he pondered this, Lin Moya saw a point of light explode in the distance. A large, colorful cloud formed, illuminating the surroundings. The range of the colored clouds was immense, and from within them, Lin Moya saw a replica vortex forming. The vision of heaven and earth had appeared, the replica was forming, and the aura was correct. It was quite a coincidence that it appeared just as he thought of it. Lin Moya vaguely felt something was wrong, but regardless, he had to go and take a look. He was now less than 20 kilometers from the colorful cloud. In just a few minutes, he was already beneath it. His fingertips glowed slightly, and Lin Moya's first reaction was to use a detection technique to check. That was the standard reaction of human professionals. The detection spell landed gently on the swirl of the replica within the colorful clouds. The clouds blew away with the wind and completely dispersed in front of Lin Moya, disappearing along with the replica vortex. A huge boundary quickly formed, enveloping Lin Moya within it. A junction. Abyssal demons. Sure enough, his sixth sense was correct, something was indeed wrong. On the ground, a hexagonal crystal was inserted, glowing faintly. All the sense about the Demon Dragon Hall replica came from this hexagonal crystal. The detection spell landed on the crystals. Dragon crystal, used, there is a chance of awakening a talent after use. It turned out that this was the dragon crystal, but it had been used and lost its usefulness. Someone had used a special technique to draw out its breath and lure him in. Ha 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 ha. Crazy laughter rang out. Lin Moya's brows tightened slightly, then relaxed. The voice was familiar, an old acquaintance. Flame Demon King, so it's you. Lin Moya remained outwardly calm but was already on guard internally. A giant eye burning with blazing flames appeared in the air. It was only a projection, not the real body or a doppelganger. Under the rules of the upper space of the ancient battlefield, whether it was the Flame Demon King or the Phantom Demon King, bringing a projection over was the limit. Otherwise, if they came in person, Lin Moya wouldn't be able to block them. Lin Moya understood this rule, so when he saw the Flame Demon King's projection, he wasn't scared or worried. The Flame Demon King's voice echoed in the boundary, "Lin Moya, you're dead this time." Lin Moya noticed the Flame Demon King's confident tone. He couldn't tell where this confidence came from. There were no demons around, no bosses, it was empty except for the boundary. Lin Moya couldn't help but speculate if this was a trap to confine him inside. The Flame Demon continued, "Enjoy your last moments. You will be wiped out and die completely. The king will watch and see you end up an idiot, a fool, killed and divided. What human genius! In front of this king, you're nothing." With a movement of his heart, the undead legions appeared and protected him. I saw him, he wanted to see what the Flame Demon King was planning. Why draw him in without arranging a single monster? Where did the confidence to kill him come from? The atmosphere was eerie. Mist festered in the boundary, so faint it was hard to notice without close inspection. By the time Lin Moya realized it, a layer of mist had filled the entire boundary. The eyes of the Flame Demon King were also hidden in the mist, becoming hazy and indistinct. Chapter 281. Chapter 281, 281. Chapter 281, Life and Death, Abyssal Phantom Demon. The fog thickened, impairing Lin Moya's vision and blurring the surroundings. The Flame Demon King's projection vanished, concealed within the mist. The skeletal warriors had become invisible long ago, their soul flames barely discernible amidst the haze. Soon, even those flames disappeared, leaving only a clicking sound in Lin Moya's ears as the skeletons dispersed in all directions. Despite the obstructed view, Lin Moya's connection with the skeleton warriors allowed him to glean information about their surroundings. The boundary spans approximately 1 kilometer, he assessed. There are no monsters within, only pervasive fog with no blind spots. However, Lin Moya couldn't fathom the Flame Demon King's intentions. What purpose did trapping him serve? Could one truly perish within such confines? Upon Lin Moya's command, the skeleton warriors launched an assault on the boundary, but it remained impervious to their attacks. Even when Lin Moya attempted to employ burst skills, the boundary merely rippled slightly, resilient against their efforts. The Flame Demon King had erected a formidable barrier that defied penetration. Pondering his options, Lin Moya wondered if the strong soldier skill could breach the barrier. As he breathed, the mist infiltrated his body, seeping through his skin without any reaction from the skeleton armor. Assured of its safety, Lin Moya allowed more mist to envelop him, sensing the laughter of the Flame Demon King. Gradually, his surroundings transformed, displaying vivid recollections of past experiences, battles against demons, vanquishing bosses, participating in professional competitions, exploring various dungeons, and traversing the meta battlefield. Yet, as quickly as they appeared, these memories dissipated, leaving Lin Moya disoriented. Suddenly, he found himself back in school, surrounded by familiar voices. Confusion clouded his mind as he questioned his presence there. Wasn't he supposed to have completed his transfer already? Despite the nagging feeling of something amiss, Lin Moya proceeded with the transfer, propelled by uncertainty. As the spell activated, a shadowy wind enveloped him, conjuring a vision of a mage clad in arcane robes amidst a vast army of skeletons. The scene seemed vaguely familiar to Lin Moya. Beyond, countless skeletons clashed in a monumental battle, numbering in the billions, both on the ground and in the air. Observing the spectacle, Lin Moya marveled at its scale, surpassing any previous visions. Suddenly, the necromancer in the vision raised his hand, gesturing towards the sky. A ball of flame erupted in Lin Moya's line of sight, accompanied by crisp sounds echoing in the distance. The image in front of Lin Moya's eyes suddenly fragmented. Lin Moya snapped out of it. He found himself standing on the earth of the ancient battlefield, and what he had just experienced felt like a dream. In the dream world, all is forgotten, and memories fade fast. If he continued to follow each step without clarity, he would really become an idiot or a fool. What happened? Lin Moya wondered aloud. Fire blazed in front of his eyes. He realized that he was burning. It didn't hurt, it felt warm. It wasn't just the surface that was burning, it was his entire body. Thumps and thuds continued to ring out, accompanied by screams. A large number of unidentified objects were burning inside his body. It's soul fire, he realized. What I just saw was an illusion. Lin Moya recalled the knowledge he had once read in a book. Among the abyssal demons, there is a strange, mysterious, and dangerous kind of demon called abyssal phantom demons. These demons are 100 times smaller than a hairline and exist in swarms, with a tiny clump containing trillions of them. In terms of numbers alone, they could be considered one of the most numerous of the abyssal demons. This demon can burrow into the body, create illusions, erode the soul, erase memories, and even control the host. Once they succeed, the host becomes an idiot, loses their sense of self, and eventually becomes a puppet of the phantom demons. A wave of fear ran through Lin Moya's mind. The phantom demon was too small and bizarre to have any offensive capabilities of its own until it invaded the body, and even his skeleton armor didn't react much. Fortunately, Lin Moya was surrounded by soul flames. The phantom demons that entered his body were all burned to ashes by the soul fire. It was the first time Lin Moya had cast soul flames on himself, and he had never expected it to have such a magical effect. Then, with a movement of his mind, the skill soul flame erupted. A bright flame rose from Lin Moya's palm, then exploded into a huge ball of fire. From the mist came numerous screams as the abyssal phantom demons hidden in the mist were burned to death without resistance. Soul flames were their nemesis. Ha! I can't believe you found out. What kind of fire is this? Why can it burn the illusion demon? A soft voice came from the air, followed by a loud growl. Lin Moya spoke with fury, his killing intent unprecedentedly strong. Extinguish your fire. The Flame Demon King laughed out loud. I am the Flame Demon King, born with a mastery of flames. For you to play with fire in front of me is laughable and ridiculous. One try and you'll see. He almost got himself caught in the crossfire, and chaos ensued. Fortunately, at the last minute, that mysterious being pulled him back. Firelight pulsed in his palm, aiming at the Flame Demon King's projection in the air. Even if it was just a projection, Lin Moya was going to try. The soul flame locked onto the Flame Demon King's projection, and then through a meditative connection, a spark fell into the head of the Flame Demon King, who was far away in the abyssal world. The screams resounded through the abyssal world. Severe pain swept through his soul, and the Flame Demon King was screaming as its palace roared and shook. The projection located in the ancient battlefield disappeared with a bang, and a black gemstone fell from the air. Lin Moya held the gem in his hands and could feel the strong power of the abyss emanating from it. He remembered that the Phantom King used the same black gem when he projected over. Devil's Gem, a jewel condensed from the power of the Demon King of the Abyss, which contains the power of the Demon King. Lin Moya looked at it and didn't find anything particularly special or useful. He put it away for now. The soul flames grew further and burned the abyssal phantom demons in the air. Lin Moya didn't know how many abyssal phantom demons the Flame Demon King had this time, but he planned to burn them all within the boundary. A small number of abyssal phantom demons aren't scary, and they don't have a long survival cycle, but in large numbers, they are a rather terrifying existence. Silently, they can kill. In the abyssal world, the miserable screams of the Flame Demon King finally stopped. Lin Moya followed the connection of the projection and the attack directly locked onto the Flame Demon King's soul. He sent the skill 3 times in a row within 1 second. To the Flame Demon King, Lin Moya's attack wasn't particularly powerful, but it was too painful to bear. He rolled off the Demon King's throne in agony, frightening several other demons in the palace. Lord Demon King, are you alright? A few demons rushed over. The Flame Demon King waved his hand, and with several thumps, the demons that rushed over were burned to ashes instantly. This king's disgrace cannot be known by others. The Flame Demon King covered his head and returned to his throne. Along with the Demon King's throne, it was on fire. The more the flame flourished, the more intense it represented his anger. Killing intent raged, and the Flame Demon King said coldly, Lin Moya, this king vows to kill you. Don't come out of the ancient battlefield for the rest of your life if you dare. Men, pass on the king's orders. Chapter 282. Chapter 282, 282. Book Chapter 282. The real hull of the demon dragon replica. The soul flames blazed, burning all of the abyssal phantom demons to death. Lin Moya burned them carefully, over and over again. The abyssal phantom demons couldn't be defended against, and Lin Moya fell into the trap, almost wiping out his memory. It also gave him a warning: skeletal armor is not infallible, and there are existences that its defenses cannot detect. One can't rely entirely on skeleton armor. This time it was luck, but next time it's hard to tell. Additionally, the abyssal world was far weirder than the human world, with many unknown phenomena. He needed to spend a few days back at the library after this trip, brushing up on his knowledge about the abyss. It might prove useful when he entered the abyss someday. Whether with the Flame Demon King or the Phantom Demon King, they were all immortal. Even if he didn't go to the abyss to look for them, they would still come to the human race. Given the current trend, they wouldn't allow themselves to grow. Once they reached the god level, it would be a huge threat to the entire abyss. Lin Moyo had confidence in his profession, especially after the illusion he saw, where he witnessed billions of undead armies sweeping across everything. In the future, he would become stronger, leading an army of billions of undead to sweep through the abyssal world. Burning out the abyssal phantom demons, the skeleton warriors, and skeleton mages gathered fire to attack the knot. The energy source of the junction was the black abyssal gem. Now that the abyssal gem had fallen into Lin Moya's hands, the boundary had no energy supply. It was quickly broken by the skeletons. The boundary dissipated, and Lin Moya felt his waist vibrate. A trace of joy flashed through his heart. It was the teleportation stone that Mo Yun had given him. Could it be that she's found the demonic dragon palace? He put away the undead legion and suited up in skeleton armor. Lin Moyo activated the teleportation stone. The transmission was a bit long, up to 2 minutes. Lin Moya judged that the distance was close to 30,000 kilometers. Without realizing it, they were already so far apart. His feet landed on the ground, and before his sight was fully restored, he already sensed the scent of the copy, the power of the abyss, the bloodline of the dragon clan, and the aura of the replica mixed together. The similarity to the aura emanating from the previous dragon crystal was 99%. In addition, there were sounds of fighting, skills erupting, and elements fluctuating violently. It was confusing. 2 seconds later, sight was completely restored. A transparent shroud of light enveloped him, and Mo Yun and her Holy Spirit unicorn were standing aside. Mo Yun looked at him with a smile, showing no condescension. The Holy Spirit unicorn similarly glanced at Lin Moyo and hummed softly as a greeting. This man, it recognized. Lin Moyo was already roughly certain that Mo Yun had found the demonic dragon hall. Not far away, a melee was ongoing. Abyssal demons, dragons, human professionals, dozens of teams, hundreds of people, all intertwined in a massive battle. 3 great battles, all preventing each other from entering the copy. Dragon glass was of great use to every race. 10,000 points of starlight hung in the air, like a beautiful river of silver stars. The vision of heaven and earth also appeared. Under the starlight, a replica vortex was spinning more than once. Detection spells flew out. Copy, Magic Dragon Hall, rank, 53, difficulty, normal, nightmare, hell. Mo Yun laughed softly. How about that? I'm still the one who finds it fast, right? Lin Moya nodded. They were tens of thousands of kilometers apart. If it wasn't for Mo Yun, he wouldn't have been able to find it even if he searched for another half a month. Lin Moya sincerely thanked her. Mo Yun quickly waved her hand. You don't have to thank me. I know you must have to brush up on it many times. If you have extra dragon crystals, just send me 1 or 2. Each person could use the dragon crystal multiple times, but the gift could only be awakened once. Once it succeeded, the remaining dragon crystals would be useless. Lin Moyo agreed without hesitation, of course. Mo Yun had no intention of entering the copy, a level 53 copy on hell difficulty with strong monsters inside. Moreover, the difficulty of the Demon Dragon Hall was said to exceed the hell difficulty of a copy of the same level. If there was an accident, she was only level 42 and would likely be killed on the spot. Mo Yun urged, hurry up and go in. It's hard to say how long the Demon Dragon Hall has existed. It might disappear soon. It will be harder to find it next time. Well, I'll call someone else. Saying that, Lin Moya took out a positioning teleportation stone and sent out a message. Mo Yun's face was strange, but she knew Lin Moya's character. Other than that girl Ning Yi, who else would Lin Moya call? 2 minutes later, light jumped around Lin Moxiang and a person teleported. Mu Jianlian carried the iconic giant long-handled platinum hammer, which directly betrayed her occupation. Of all the professions, there is only one that can use a long-handled hammer, the Master Collector. The most special existence among the legendary class professionals. Mo Yun's basic knowledge was extremely rich, so she naturally recognized it at a glance and showed surprise. Surprisingly, it's a Master Collector. At this moment, she also knew what Lin Moya was going to do. Take the Master Collector with you on a brush and the benefits are directly doubled. Especially if you're soloing like Lin Moya, it's more than appropriate to bring along the Master Collector. Mo Yun murmured, such a rare professional can be encountered by you. Lin Moya smiled, just lucky. Mu Jianlian saw the image in front of her and exclaimed, it's the Demon Dragon Palace. Ah, you've seen it? Lin Moyo asked. Mu Jianlian hummed, I've seen it a few times, and I've also entered it once. It's just a pity that the difficulty was too high to get through. What level were you in that time you got in? When did you get in? Mu Jianlian said, we entered the level 55, Demon Dragon Hall. We were lucky, the copy had just taken shape, there was not much competition, so we rushed in. The monsters in there are all level 57 and above, we couldn't really beat them, so we retreated. The level 55, Demon Dragon Temple, was difficult for most teams of professionals. Unless a whole team is level 60 plus. Inferno difficulty with a maximum team of 12. It was normal for a team like Mu Jianlian's and theirs, with a majority of milkmaids and a Master Collector, to not be able to beat them. Lin Moyo added skeleton armor to Mu Jianlian and Mo Yun respectively, while grouping up Mu Jianlian. You leave first and be safe. Prepare advanced copy disengagement charms and potions. Lin Moya let out a low gulp and rushed towards the copy with Mu Jianlian in tow. 2 armies of undead appeared, and the Witch Demon General instantly refilled his status. The skeleton warriors charged forward with their trademark clicking sound, and with a great deal of vigor. The men who were fighting were taken aback. The Undead Legion. It's Lin Moyo coming. How did he get here? Stop him. This guy has such a strong Dragon Clan aura on him, at least several hundred clansmen have died at his hands. Kill him. Lin Moya's current reputation could almost be said to have spread throughout the entire ancient battlefield. The abyssal demons and dragons saw him as a thorn in their side. The human race, on the other hand, regarded Lin Moya as a hero-like figure. The news about Lin Moya had spread thoroughly. The abyssal demons and dragon professions that were in the core area had already left the core area in droves, ready to come and kill Lin Moya. There was the same saying among the abyssal demon group: if a single person saw Lin Moya, then needless to say it would be over if they directly fled. But now the abyssal demons and the dragons, too, are coming in groups. They were all rushing towards the Demon Dragon Palace, and one by one, their strength levels weren't bad, at least they were all above level 55. That way, it wasn't so much of a fear of Lin Moya. The abyssal demons and dragons were instantly on the same page. At the same time, he launched an attack at Lin Moya. Lin Moya softly drank, and the skeleton warrior leapt up at the same time, directly exploding his skills. The skeleton mage's spells were also thrown all over the place. For a time, the light was brilliant and booming. Hundreds of skeleton warriors jumped up at the same time, swinging their greatswords with great vigor. The legends about Lin Moya were too amazing and even a bit exaggerated. Its skeleton was also blown up into the sky. The abyssal demons and dragon professions didn't dare to fight hard and pulled up in altitude. The skeleton mage's spells, however, had exploded over their heads, hitting them and making them wince. A level 35 skeleton mage with a mental strength attribute of close to 150,000 after additions. Even the worst skills can be used for powerful attacks. The abyssal demons and dragon professions were blinded by the intensive attacks and fled as fast as they could. Awesome! Mu Jianlian squinted her eyes and smiled brightly. Just a wave of attacks almost forced the abyssal demons and dragons back. Lin Moya didn't answer, but in her heart, she knew. The skeleton mage hadn't improved his skills in these upgrades. Unlike the skeleton warrior, the skills were also upgraded time and time again, becoming more and more powerful. The skeleton mage's skills had always remained the same, it was only the increase in mental power that made the skills more powerful. In short, it's strong enough to be limited. At the same level, a skeleton warrior's skills were far more powerful than a skeleton mage. Lin Moya knew that the skeleton mage couldn't be just that. Before it was a guess, but now it's a certainty. Because he's just seen it. He's seen it through the Abyssal Phantom. Chapter 283. Chapter 283, 283. Book Chapter 283. 10 Devil Dragon Temples have 10 kinds of bosses. The skeletons opened the way and covered the way, escorting Lin Moya and Mu Jianjian all the way into the Demon Dragon Hall. There were a few resourceful human teams that had followed Lin Moya and rushed into the copies. All of a sudden, most of the human professionals outside were gone. The undead legions disappeared after Lin Moya went inside. The human race was at a disadvantage with a large portion of their numbers missing. Several of the teams saw what was happening and quickly retreated away from the fighting circle. Only the ranks of the abyssal demons and the dragons were left behind, you looking at me and me glaring at you. The abyssal demon and dragon teams glared at each other, looking as if a great battle was imminent. Regardless of how they play, the winner of this round is the human pros. At least 10 teams rushed into the replica just now. After glaring for a while, the demons and dragons they actually stopped fighting at the same time. Both sides then rushed towards the entrance of the replica together. I don't know where the tacit understanding came from, but I didn't make a move the whole time. A team rushed into the replica. The remaining humanoids on the sidelines looked dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? Always meet to divide life and death of hostile races, now how to say do not fight on do not fight. Seconds later, they too quickly rushed towards the copy. All at once, the outside of the replica was empty. Only the visions are telling people, here's a treasure, here's something good, come and get it. In the distance, Mo Yun was sitting in the Holy Spirit unicorn parked in the air. She had looked dumbfounded and couldn't understand how this could have happened. The Demon Dragon Temple copy has always been one of the most competitive copies. The three races mix it up for a chance to get into a copy. Every time you fight for it, the fight is sure to end in bloodshed. There will be no shortage of casualties in any of the three tribes. Whereas now, the outside of the replica was empty and all the teams entered the replica without any problems. She couldn't see it anyway, the world had changed too much for her to accept. A procession of abyssal demons whistled in the distance. Human pro teams also appeared on the ground. Emma Rhyme quickly dodged and moved a little further away. She was alone and not a big target. Seeing that the outside of the copy was surprisingly empty, the newly arrived abyssal demons thought that they were the first to arrive and couldn't help but rush in excitedly. The same goes for human professionals. Mo Yun once again saw at least 10 teams rushing into the replica in just 5 minutes. She estimated that this time would be the most crowded time ever in a copy of the Demon Dragon Temple. Lin Moyo and Mu Jianjian entered the Demon Dragon Temple copy. A chill greeted them as the temperature plummeted to below zero. Ice prongs hung everywhere here, and the ground was covered with a light blue layer of ice. The temperature was low, at least around -50 degrees. For professionals, this temperature is acceptable. Mu Jianlian brought a small exclamation of surprise. Good luck, it's an ice demon dragon. Lin Moya glanced at her. There was ice everywhere, so it seemed like she didn't need to be told. The Demon Dragon Temple copy is peculiar, and the environment is different every time you come in. It's somewhat similar to the secret realm of divine choice. There were times when they encountered fire demon dragons, other times when they encountered ice demon dragons, and there were also demon dragons of other elements. According to statistics, there were as many as a dozen types of demonic dragons that had appeared in the Demonic Dragon Hall so far. The most difficult of these is the Black Dragon. Something like the Ice Demon Dragon is kind of easy. However, the higher the difficulty, the higher the amount of dragon crystals dropped. Lin Moya whispered, "In a moment, you yourself will see the right time to go and release the collection spell. Mu Jianjian and Lin Moya had already worked together. Don't worry, I understand." In front of the duo was a huge dragon cave that was 100 meters high and 50 meters wide. Another special point of the Demon Dragon Temple copy is that there aren't any mini-monsters. There is only one monster in the entire copy, and that is the Demon Dragon. Kill the Demon Dragon to pass the copy. The rules are very simple when it comes to facing the boss straight on, but it's not easy to really pass. Depending on the difficulty, the demon dragons in the copy, their attributes will also change drastically. Entering the dragon cave, a cold wind blew. The wind carries a wet scent and the ice on the ground thickens instantly. The ice prongs hanging in the caves have also gotten quite a bit larger. Skeletal armor surfaced, and it was clear that the blowing wind possessed offensive qualities. Looking at the state of the skeleton armor, the attack is not small. Mu Jianjian's small face turned slightly white. It seems like it's breathing. Lin Moyo asked, "What kind of demonic dragon did you encounter the last time you entered the demonic dragon hall?" Mu Jianjian said, "The one we ran into was a poison demon dragon, and the entire group was poisoned right at the start of the battle. The 5 healers in our team couldn't even make it in time, and its poison skill level is so high that the healers couldn't detoxify it. And it's getting more and more toxic as the battle continues. In the end, we had no choice but to exit the copy." Lin Moya wondered, "Didn't you guys prepare any antidote potions?" Mu Jianlian said, "I prepared it, but it's not much use. The entire dragon cave is filled with poison, and just after detoxifying it, I got hit again. The antidote potion also has a cooldown and can't be used all the time." As Lin Moya listened to Mu Jianjian's words, he felt somewhat similar to the earth-touching dragon god. But this situation, on the contrary, he was not afraid. The dragon cave was big and deep, and the two of them walked for about 20 minutes before they finally saw the ice demon dragon. The ice demon dragon was lying on its huge crystal throne, its blue body emitting a rolling chill that froze the entire cavern. The throne was glittering with tons of treasures frozen inside. The ice around the cave was so thick that it was clearly its work. The ice demon dragon, still slumbering, breathed out a breath of frigid air that blew head-on like a gale, inspiring the also-ran armor. Mu Jianlian was right, the cold was just its breath. Lin Moya sensed its aura, although he hadn't yet used his detection technique to check it out, and already had a bottom in his heart. It's probably comparable to Earth-touched dragon god. It's far worse than Ancient One. Compared to the Ancient Earth Dragon main body, it was even more of a difference between heaven and earth. Having killed more bosses, Lin Moyo had developed his intuition. The ice demon dragon opened its eyes and saw Lin Moyo and Mu Jianjian. A murderous intent came out of the ice-cold eyes. With a high-pitched growl, it awoke. It is 30 meters high and even more than 50 meters long. With a long tail and huge wings spread out, it roared towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo's detection technique should also fall on it with it. Ice Demon Dragon, Inferno Level Leader. Rank, 56. Power, 100,000. Agility, 60,000. Spirit, 120,000. Body mass, 160,000. Skills, Ice, Snow, Freeze, Super Ice Blast. Characteristics: immunity to water elemental damage reduced by 50%, physical damage reduced by 50%, curse effects greatly reduced, life force greatly increased. With a total attribute of 440,000, it was comparable to a level 58 Earth-touched dragon god. A level 56 hellish difficulty copy boss could have attributes that exceeded a level 58 world-class boss. The difficulty of Demon Dragon Temple is really high. Trying to rate her is asking a lot and a lot of the entire team. Bai Yuan said at the time that he was level 45 and happened to run into a level 40 copy of the Demon Dragon Hall, which was pure luck. Although that's what he said, it now seems that it can't be that simple. Strength accounts for a large part of it as well. World bosses can also be stacked in numbers. Dozens or hundreds of people can fight a world boss. But the Demon Dragon Temple is a copy, and hell difficulty tops out at 12 people. Overall, it's still Demon Dragon Temple that's harder. Started. Lin Moya spoke softly. 15 legions of undead appeared before them in unison. Luckily, the dragon cave was big enough to accommodate it. The witch generals raised their staffs together. The roar echoed through the cavern, and white light rushed through the sky, shining brilliantly through the ice. The skeleton warrior had charged while adding status. The skeleton mage's skill had also been thrown. Only skeleton mages. The sound was so loud that even the ice demon dragon was startled. The growl vocalized an odd change with it. The skeleton mage's skills covered every corner of its entire body. The flames burned, the wind howled, and the thunder rumbled. Various sounds were intertwined into a pile that rang through the cavern. A small explosion was constantly occurring on the blue body of the ice demon dragon. Mu Jianlian looked a little dazed. Lin Moya's skeletons were even more numerous than the last time they met Ming. Daze followed by excitement. With so many skeletons around, surely you can beat King Zhao's. Mu Jianlian already felt the dragon crystal beckoning to her. Lin Moya would definitely share the extra dragon crystals with herself as well after she awakened her talent. She believed that Lin Moya would do so. After all, last time even the earth gemstone was used for her. Before the ice demon dragon could finish its roar, a large number of spells from the skeleton mage fell into its mouth, immediately gagging its voice. The wings unfolded and quickly flew up. breaking through the mage's attack net. The skeleton warriors had already rushed to its heels, and a large number of them jumped up, grabbed the dragon scales on its body, and flew up after it. The skeleton warrior is very dedicated to his work as he is being taken flying, not forgetting to slash with his sword. The ice demon dragon had a red patch and a black patch on its body. The red is burned by fire, the black is struck by lightning. On top of that, there were many dragon scales that had been broken, that had been scraped by the tail of a wind blade. The Skull Mage's skills were no joke, with over 2,000 spell attacks that dealt considerable damage to the ice demon dragon. The ice demon dragon was furious and shaking, trying to shake the skeletons down. The skeleton warrior has a death grip that won't fall off with all the shaking you can do. Even feet are used for stability. The sharp, bony-footed girl was stuck dead center into a gap in the dragon's scales. The greatsword slashed, and a crack appeared on the dragon's scale. Lin Moya's finger pointed and red light spilled out. Curse of Injury in Effect. Chapter 284. Chapter 284, 284. Necromancer. I Am the Natural Disaster chapter reads Siku Bookstore. 13 to 16 minutes. Book Chapter 284 Violent Woman Mu Jian. Skill, Damage Curse. Curse of Damage, level 35 curses the enemy within a range of 27.5 meters, causing all damage dealt to the enemy to increase by 27.5% for 1 minute. Lin, the entire dragon cave was enveloped in cursed red light. The mirror-like cavern reflected red light infinitely, and in an instant, the ice blue cavern turned red. Damage Curse at level 11, significantly weakened by Ice Demon's trait. It can only increase the damage twice. Gargoyles or dragons, as long as they possessed the bloodline of a dragon, they were naturally resistant to curses. Skeleton attacks are already high, and being able to increase damage twice as much is already very impressive. Those skeleton warriors stuck on the ice demon dragon had their skills explode, and all of a sudden, ice blood splattered and the ice demon dragon screamed miserably. The ice demon dragon's entire body glowed and a thick layer of ice appeared all over its body. In a split-second's effort, all the skeleton warriors that were on top of it were all frozen. Skills, Large Range Freezing. The temperature of the entire cavern dropped drastically, and thick layers of ice appeared on the skeletons on the ground. The skeletons that were frozen in ice became extremely slow in their movements. It's like a slow-speed curse. The Witchfinder General kept casting elimination skills to remove the control status for the skeleton warrior. Lin Moyu and Mu Jianxian had skeleton armor on them, blocking the freezing attacks. Freeze also comes with some attack power, though it's not very strong. Control is its strong suit. It just became useless against the Witch Demon General. The Ice Demon Dragon roared angrily as a thick blue light emerged from its body once again. Skill, Ice and Snow. Snow suddenly drifted in Dragon Cave 773, and the snowflakes were like knives, falling on the skeletons and exploding. The blast of snow once again froze the skeleton. The Witchfinder General was once again busy, healing and thawing. The Ice Demon Dragon hovered in the sky and refused to land. The skeleton warrior could play too little of a role and had to rely on the skeleton mage to attack it. Not being able to fly is just a pain in the ass. Lin Moyu thought in his mind. He thought of the undead bone dragon in the transformation vision. It would be nice to be able to summon undead like that myself sometime. The Ice Demon Dragon's skills had a large range, all of which carried control effects, but it was just a shame that they were too small in power to pose a threat to the skeletons. Once again, the two sides are at a stalemate. Lin Moyu was still thinking about brushing a few more times and didn't want to wait. Flames rose in his palm. The Ice Demon Dragon immediately let out a miserable scream, its huge dragon body trembled, and its flight became unsteady. Lin Moyu struck the soul flame several times in a row, causing severe pain to the Ice Demon Dragon. The Ice Demon Dragon also shifted its target to transfer to Lin Moyu. Come down and see what I'll do to you. Lin Moyu whispered. The Ice Demon Dragon favored just not coming down with one roar after another. The blue light on his body exploded once again, more intense than the previous 2 times. Skill, Super Ice Blast. The skill was used, and the entire dragon cave began to vibrate and tremble. The thick layer of ice that had accumulated in the dragon cave exploded at the same time and smashed down crazily. The ice landed on the ground and once again exploded with a loud bang, like a fireball exploding, sweeping with a terrifying aura. The skeletal armor clicked, and Lin Moyu grew slightly more serious. Previously, I thought that the Ice Demon Dragon's skills were only control, and not too strong of an attack. At first glance, this is not the case. The attack power of this skill is amazing, and it's still a sustained attack. The ice in the dragon's cave wasn't sure how thick it was, bursting off layer after layer as if there was no end to it. The skeleton warrior was buried by a large amount of ice, and Lin Moyu and Mu Jianxian were also buried by the ice that fell from the sky. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis rose up in flames and quickly reached the extreme. Without even thinking about it, Lin Moyu directly retrieved all of the undead legions while shouting, "Defense!" Mu Jianxian seemed to have sensed the danger as well, and she had already cast her skills when Lin Moyu's words had just left her mouth. Skills, Total Defense. The skill was just released with a loud boom. The whole cave completely exploded. Lin Moyu finally understood what it meant to have a super ice explosion. This skill continues to deal damage constantly while surprisingly having one last big burst. Some of the skeletons didn't retract in time because they were controlled and lost contact with themselves at the moment of the big explosion. Dead. Completely dead. The skeleton armor shattered in response as a terrifying force blasted through the body. Lin Moyu saw the skeletons in his summoning space die in batches. With the Elemental Resistance passive skill, all elemental damage is reduced by 4x. A 4000 attack only ends up doing 1000 damage to yourself. Even so, the skeletons in the summoning space, because of the damage transfer, had died by almost 100, plus the dozens of skeletons that weren't retrieved in time. This wave of skills caused Lin Moya to lose over 150 skeletons. Lin Moya was still a bit thankful that he had reacted in time and retrieved most of the undead legions. Otherwise, the entire undead army would have regrouped. This skill was just too powerful, not just the power of the ice demon dragon, and the energy in all the ice throughout the dragon cave. The ice in the dragon's cave was now completely blown out, exposing the dark rock walls. The reason this skill is so powerful is that it can only be used once. No wonder the power is so great, Lin Moya said to himself. It's really not easy to deal with, so it's better to be cautious. Mu Jianlian had an afterthought. Fortunately, it's okay. She turned on her full defense and didn't take much damage. A growl rang through the air, a hint of weakness in his voice. Mu Jianlian looked up, and her battle instincts told her that she had a good chance now. She let out a dainty cry and stomped her feet on the ground, her entire body jumping up violently. The tremendous force caused the earth to crack. Mu Jianlian rocketed straight up into the sky at an unbelievably fast speed. Violent woman. Lin Moya also didn't expect Mu Jianlian to suddenly explode and have such a strong outburst. Although she wasn't a combat class occupation, Mu Jianlian's attributes were definitely not low. Before the ice demon dragon could react, Mu Jianlian had already arrived on top of it. Grasping the dragon scale with one hand, the white gold warhammer glowed with light and slammed down. Skill, stun. The probability of inflicting a stun on the boss is not very high, but this time, it came about very coincidentally. The ice demon dragon fell down in a stunned state. Chance. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the entire undead legion attacked. Skeleton mages all set fire. The skeleton warriors jumped up and stood in their respective positions, their skills in full force. The 5-second stun time was enough to half cripple the ice demon dragon if utilized properly. Lin Moya wasn't idle either, the soul flame was already on. At this time, Mu Jianlian threw out a firework that exploded, and the collecting technique was used, causing the ice demon dragon to become glowing all over. Mu Jianlian's movements were incredibly fast and looked like they were flowing. Mu Jianlian's talent for fighting instincts was put to good use. Lin Moya's fit was also perfect. The whole process, back and forth, was no more than 0.5 seconds. Before the ice demon dragon could fall to the ground, the skeleton mage's spell attack had already landed on the ice demon dragon. The first batch of skeleton warriors had then intercepted it in the air, and the skill bursts all landed on it. Then a second batch, and a third. By the time it fell to the ground, 4 rounds of skeleton warrior had completed the burst attack. More skeleton warriors then jumped on it, fighting every corner of the ice demon dragon's body. Skills erupted like mad. In 5 seconds, almost all of the skeleton warriors swung through the skill. The skeleton mage's skills also set fire to a full 5 rounds. Now that's a clusterfuck, a total clustero. 5 seconds later, the ice demon dragon awoke from its stunned state. A breathless growl erupted from his mouth. How this sound fell on Lin Moya and Mu Jianlian's ears, it sounded a bit like a deathbed scream. Anyone could hear that the ice demon dragon was finished. Although it was the undead legion that ended its life, the culprit was Fiber Mu Mu. Without the 5 seconds it had fought for, Lin Moya would probably have had to spend a little more time with it. Kill Ice Demon Dragon, experience plus 56000000. Get Dragon Crystal 4, gain Dragon Crystal 4 through collecting art. Dragon Crystal, chance to awaken a talent, no limit on the number of times it can be used, can only awaken a talent once. The Demon Dragon Temple copy will not drop any equipment, only dragon crystals, ranging from 3 to 6 blocks at a time. Dropping 4 pieces this time, and getting an additional 4 through collecting spells, has been pretty good. Among the many demonic dragons, the Ice Demonic Dragon was among the weaker ones. As long as you could block its last Super Ice Blast skill, killing the Ice Demon Dragon wasn't difficult. Lin Moya looked at the hexagonal dragon crystal, which contained extremely dense energy. Thanks to you, it was very good. Mu Jianlian was happy to be praised and smiled cheekily. Then we'll follow every day. More, new to, since the little sayings group. Continue. Well, following every day. More, newcomer, from the small, the group of sayings. Continued. Kangxi Radical 118 Science. Chapter 285. Chapter 285, 285. Book Chapter 285. You've done it again, killing the Black Devil Dragon. Outside the duplicate, the band of light remained. Lin. A gust of wind blew, and Lin Moya and Mu Jianlian stood in the wind, both a little dazed. Why? There's no one. No humans, no demons, no dragons. A light fell from the sky, and Emoyan flew down, quickly talking to Lin Moya about what had just happened. The fact that such a thing would happen was completely beyond Lin Moya's expectations. Just for getting into the copy by himself, while slipping in a bunch of human teams after him, causing the balance of the 3 races outside of the replica to be completely interrupted. Eventually, everyone stops beating the crap out of each other and all go into the replica to fight the demon dragon. Lin Moya whispered, "It's a good thing I just didn't take you in." Emoyan realized the meaning of Lin Moya's words after careful thought. If you go in by yourself, it could be dangerous. Emoyan whispered, "Well, you're fast following every day. More, new here? Since the little," said the group. Continue brushing it, the Demon Dragon Hall copy will disappear at any time. Okay, you be safe out there. Lin Moya took out the advanced cooldown amulet given by Bai Yuan and directly reset the cooldown time for the 2 of them. The advanced cooling amulet is for the Temple of the Magic Dragon. Compared to low-level cooldown amulets, high-level cooldown amulets can be used a full 100 times. The two of them, he and Mu Jianlian, can also use it together and repeat the brush 50 times. After both of them have cooled down, they enter the copy again. Just as I entered the copy, I heard a roar. In front of him was a high mountain, pitch black as hell. A boulder happened to roll down the high hill, raising a large cloud of smoke. Mu Jianlian swallowed. It's the Black Demon Dragon. The hardest to fight of all the demon dragons known to exist in the Demon Dragon Hall. Shall we switch? Lin Moya thought for a moment, play through it. It's not in his character to say change without having played. What's more, Lin Moya had her own plans. Mu Jianlian listened to Lin Moya very well. Last time, we used a total of 33 minutes. I don't know how long it will take this time. Lin Moya said, it will be much faster this time. With that, he had run off. The second time he swiped, knowing the situation of the Magic Dragon Hall, Lin Moya began to let himself go again. A dark, huge cave without a single bit of light. The Black Demon Dragon was known as one of the strongest bosses in the Hall of Demon Dragons, and Lin Moya was eager to see it. The last time I fought the Ice Demon Dragon, it took a total of 33 minutes, of which more than 20 minutes were spent on rushing. It actually took about 10 minutes to actually fight the Ice Demon Dragon. This time, Lin Moya ran so fast that he was close to using his skeleton back. It only took 6 minutes to run to the end of the dragon cave and see the black magic dragon lying on the ground. There was little light in the cavern, and the soul flame burned in his palm, becoming the only source of light. Looking through the soul flames, the black demon dragon was even more hideous and terrifying. Its size was clearly larger than the ice demon dragon. It is estimated to be over 40 meters in height and over 70 meters in length. The tail, like black ink, is poured with sharp barbs. The dragon scales on his body emitted a black oily luster and were very sturdy. The arrival of Lin Moya and Mu Jianlian caused it to awaken. It didn't put a small insignificant person like Lin Moya in its eyes, and there was a provocation in its eyes. A hot breath came out of his nose, and a hurricane of wind whistled in the dragon's cave. Lin Moya responded to its provocation with an action. Legions of undead instantly appeared and simultaneously attacked towards it. The skeleton mage's attack arrived first, and Lin Moya's detection spell was mixed in. Black Devil Dragon, Inferno Class Leader. Rank, 56. Power, 150,000. Agility, 60,000. Spirit, 40,000. Body mass, 200,000. Skills, Earthquake Explosion, Dragon Tail Sweep, Mad Rush. Characteristics, elemental damage reduced by 80%, physical damage reduced by 80%, curse effects greatly reduced, life force greatly increased. It was also a level 56 Hell class boss with 10,000 more total attributes than the Ice Demon Dragon, reaching 450,000. Although the total attributes were only 10,000 more, the distribution of attributes was completely different from the Ice Demon Dragon. The Black Demon Dragon's strength was as high as 150,000, and its physique was even higher at 200,000. With dual immunity to elemental and physical damage, up to 80%, it was another high offense and high defense boss. This, coupled with its skill, meant that it was highly likely to kill skeletons in seconds. In the battle with the Ice Demon Dragon, the skeleton warriors lost over 150 of them. This time, it wasn't a good idea to mess up and lose a lot of money. With a slight chill, Lin Moya made his decision. Just as he was about to make his move, the Black Demon Dragon's eye suddenly flashed with a reddish light. Lin Moya looked at him with palpitation, as if something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, the Black Dragon charged at the skeleton warrior with a roar. It didn't fly, it clearly had wings, it just didn't fly. Instead, it was charging across the ground with its wings tucked in. The entire body was glowing with black light, which wrapped around it like a relentless fortress crushing over. Skill, Mad Dash. Lin Moya tried to retrieve the skeleton warrior, but it was still a step too late. Batches of skeleton warriors were knocked away, and a portion of skeleton warriors suffered crushing head-on. Messages were constantly coming in about skeleton warriors being dead. Lin Moya was completely numb. This guy doesn't talk about martial arts, directly using skills, and the skills are so powerful. The Black Demon Dragon performed a mad dash and charged into the middle of the skeleton warriors with an invincible crushing force. Suddenly, he stopped. There was another flash of light in his eyes, and the dragon's feet stepped heavily on the ground. Skill, Great Earthquake Explosion. The dragon cave shook violently. No good. Lin Moya was shocked in his heart and immediately ordered to retrieve the skeleton warriors. Another step too late, the skeleton warrior had been attacked by Emo and was unable to retrieve it. The attack came from the earth. The earth roared, and terrifying energy swept out, even more terrifying than the crazy rush just now. I don't know how many skeletons are going to die in this wave. Estimates are in the thousands. Spell it out. Lin Moya ruthlessly gritted his teeth. The soldier character on the back of his hand glittered, and the strong soldier skill was instantly launched. Request flowers. The Undead Legion attributes increased wildly. With his powerful attributes, he hardened himself against the Black Demon attack's skill attacks. Against the attacks, the skeleton warriors have counterattacked. The skeleton mages also attacked frantically. Lin Moya's damage curse skill answered the call. The Witchfinder General, on the other hand, healed with all his might. Mu Jianlian flew out at this time. Come back, don't you want to die? Lin Moya shouted. Her total defense cooldown hadn't ended yet, and charging up now would be attacked head-on by the Black Demon Dragon. Skeletal armor doesn't always carry the day. Mu Jianlian was as if she hadn't heard. The fire of wariness was burning in her eyes. The combat instinct talent had been fully activated, allowing her to see a different picture. The Black Demon Dragon's skill attack was not without a dead end. As she ran, Mu Jianlian was looking for gaps to go through. She hadn't been attacked once until she ran up to the black magic dragon. This time it was Lin Moya's turn to be shocked. The gift of fighting instincts was surprisingly strong to this extent. Mu Jianlian threw out fireworks and embellished the black magic dragon into a glittering dragon. The black demon dragon's hatred instantly focused on Mu Jianlian, and with a wail, the dragon's tail swept over with incredible speed. Skill, Dragon Tail Sweep. Although Mu Jianlian had fighting instincts, the black demon dragon's skills were too fast to dodge. She simply didn't dodge and slammed her giant hammer towards the black demon dragon's tail. The only combat skill used, Stun. With a bang, Mu Jianlian flew out backwards and hit the cave wall. Large cracks appear in the skeleton armor. Lin Moya looked on, relieved. As long as the skeleton armor was still there, Mu Jianlian couldn't die. Then he froze. The black demon dragon had gone into a stun state. The stun skill is in effect again. What luck is this? 5 seconds of time, especially 5 seconds in the strong soldier state, could completely determine the life and death of the black demon dragon, even though it is immune to 80% of damage. But it still couldn't carry the geometrically increasing attacks. Lin Moya was likewise in the attack sequence. The soul flames were released at top speed. The skull warrior's skills exploded wildly. The same goes for the skeleton mage. The entire army of undead, within 5 seconds, poured all of their attacks onto the black demon dragon. As strong as it was still just a level 56 hellish boss. Even the strongest life force has its limits. Without waiting for the stun time to end, it had already collapsed with a reluctant yelp. Mu Jianlian flew back and happily shouted, "Killed, killed." Lin Moya smiled slightly, "You've taken credit again." Mu Jianlian laughed cheekily, "I'm very powerful." Kill black magic dragon, experience plus 56000000. Obtaining Dragon King voucher. Get Dragon Crystal 6. Dragon Crystal 6 obtained through collecting arts. Dragon King voucher, a voucher to enter the copy of Dragon King Hall, located in the lower level of the ancient battlefield. Chapter 286. Chapter 286, 286. Chapter 286, Blocking the Door, Killing People. Dragon King voucher is directly bound to the soul and cannot be traded to others. Lin Moya was also very surprised that the black demon dragon would even drop something like Dragon King voucher. Didn't they say that the Demon Dragon Hall would only drop dragon crystals? So what is this? Or is it just that there are so few teams that can kill the black demon dragon that it's not documented? Guess that's it, Moya thought in his mind, guessing that was it. In the records, the number of times the black demon dragon had been killed over the millennia was just a handful, so its fall is lost in the records. Dragon King's Palace, copy, he heard Bai Yuan mention it once, but it doesn't say specifically. Moya looked at Mu Jianlian, "Do you know about the Dragon King's Palace, copy?" Mu Jianlian nodded, "I've heard of it, it's said to be a very powerful copy, in the lower space of the ancient battlefield, nothing else is clear." It seemed that if he wanted to know more, he still had to go back and ask Bai Yuan. Maybe Mo Rhyme will know something too. Moya did not follow every day. What's new? From the small. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. Continuing to dwell on the matter about the Dragon King Hall copy, he once again brushed up the copy. There is still no one outside the duplicate 7-7-3. The two reset and re-enter the copy. Mu Jianjian became the time recorder. For the Ice Demon Dragon copy, we used 33 minutes, and for the Black Demon Dragon copy, we used 9 minutes. I don't know how many minutes this one will take, Moya said. It's definitely going to be slower this time. The Black Demon Dragon was fast because it used up its strong soldier skill. Now that the strong soldier skill was on cooldown, it was definitely slowing down. At least how long it was slow, Moya couldn't really tell. The key also depended on whether or not Mu Fiber gave a damn. Her knockout skill was instrumental in the first 2 fights, arguably the decisive key. If it's still possible this time. For the 3rd time, they took on the Wind Demon Dragon. The winds howl throughout the dragon's cave, all year round. The wind was as fierce as a knife, and the rocky cave walls had been scraped incredibly smooth, like a mirror. The Wind Demon Dragon was covered in green light, its wings flapping one at a time. It hovered in midair, and every flap of its wings could erupt into a powerful whirlwind. The skeleton warrior struggled to approach against the whirlwind and became slow. It was hard to get close, but it was firmly blocked by the wind elemental, unable to truly attack the Wind Demon Dragon. The wind element was so dense that it turned into a band of wind visible to the naked eye that wrapped around the Wind Demon Dragon. Like putting an armor made of wind element on the Wind Demon Dragon, it turned away all the skeleton warriors that leaned over. The Wind Demon Dragon's attributes were comparable to the Ice Demon Dragon, but it was clearly harder to deal with than the Ice Demon Dragon. It has cyclone armor, which is more of a problem than a shield. Even the spells of the skeleton mages, many of which were deflected by the gale. Moyo had a feeling of being at a loss. Luckily, its attack skills weren't strong. The wind elemental skill has a huge range and is a total map cannon. Each attack enveloped the entire dragon cave. Luckily, the power wasn't very great and didn't deal a fatal blow to the skeletons, and the witch demon general was completely cured. "I can't hit you, and you can't kill me." The skeleton warrior couldn't lean over, and the skeleton mage's skills were only half effective at best. The Wind Demon Dragon was also constantly launching attacks, favoring the skeleton and Lin Moxian without being able to do anything about it. The parties are at a stalemate. Mu Jianlian said, "Why don't I go and try?" Anyway, the Wind Demon Dragon didn't have any lethal skills, and Mu Jianlian was protected by the skeleton armor. Her total defense cooldown had also ended, and coupled with her fighting instincts, she shouldn't be in any danger. Moyo put the skeleton armor on her. You be careful. Mu Jianlian let out a battle intent rising in her eyes as her fighting instincts kicked in. In her sight, the whole world changed. The wind element was glowing with a greenish light, and every attack that was formed was clearly visible. Mu Jianlian flew towards the wind demon dragon, weaving back and forth between the gaps in the wind elemental's attacks. Duck and cover if you can. If she really couldn't avoid it, Mu Jianlian would also swing the sledgehammer in her hand and harden the wind element. There was disdain in the eyes of the wind demon dragon hovering over the throne, and it didn't care about Mu Jianlian, who leaned over. Protected by the cyclone armor, no one could get close. Mu Jianlian rushed to the wind demon dragon and jumped up violently to burst in. The cyclone armor erupted with a buzzing sound, and the terrifying wind scraped against Mu Jianlian's body like a knife. The wind demon dragon had disdain in its eyes, and it knew that Mu Jianlian would definitely be blown away. Nothing can break through its cyclone armor. The effect of a forced shock flight is no laughing matter. At this moment, the wind demon dragon revealed its condescension as well as arrogance. Things exceeded its expectations. Skeletal armor blocked the whirlwind and also immunized it from all skill effects. With the skeleton armor, Mu Jianlian landed hard on the wind demon dragon against the shock fly effect of the cyclone armor and against the cyclone armor powerful cut. The gusts of wind crackled like knives and landed on the skeletal armor, making it creak. Dense cracks appeared on it and it was about to break. Lin Moya stood below and with a little bit of her finger, she once again replenished Mu Jianlian with a layer. What Lin Moya hated the most was skills like the black demon dragons that were so explosive that it was too late to even heal. For an attack like the wind demon dragons that was persistent and not explosive enough, Lin Moya wasn't afraid at all. Mu Jianlian landed on the wind demon dragon and raised her sledgehammer. Skill, stun. With a bang, the sledgehammer slammed down, and the wind demon dragon didn't move. The knockout effect did not occur. The wind demon dragon let out a roar as if it was mocking Mu Jianlian's insouciance. Such a small amount of power couldn't do much damage to him at all. Mu Jianlian wasn't disappointed. If once doesn't work, then twice. 5 seconds later, another hammer fell. Still no effect. The wind demon dragon grunted again. It's too slow to smash once in 5 seconds. The wind was blowing and whistling in the dragon's cave. All the skeletons endured the attacks of the wind element all the time. Moyo was ready to strike at any time. Mu Jianlian did it for the third time. With a bang, the gale stopped in an instant. The wind demon dragon fell in response, smashing into its throne. The cyclone armor on his body was also weakening and fading at the same time. It's in effect. Moya's eyes lit up, and the skeleton warriors that had been prepared long ago pounced on them like wolves. The skeleton mages were also finally able to smash through their skills without any hindrance. The damage curse fell at the same time. Soul flames are synchronized as well. Mu Jianlian didn't stop either, hammer after hammer. And under his breath, he mumbled, "I'll let you underestimate me. I'll let you underestimate me. Now you're getting your ass kicked." She wasn't stupid, and she could totally feel that disdain from the wind demon dragon. The skeleton warriors rushed up and exploded their skills, their greatswords bubbling with red light, slicing through the remaining wind elementals and slashing hard at the wind demon dragon. 5 seconds is a short time for the average person to say, but for the skeleton warrior, it was perfectly adequate for a round of explosions. It's also enough for the skeleton mage to do 5 rounds of set fire. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Moya was certain that he could severely injure the wind demon dragon. Without the protection of the cyclone armor, the wind demon dragon's skin was split open and its appearance was miserable. 5 seconds later, screams resounded through the dragon's cave. There was anger in the screams. 5 short seconds did unimaginable damage to it, near death. The wind element became dense, and the whirlwind armor was about to take shape again. With a cry, Mu Jianlian slammed another hammer head on the wind demon dragon's head. The wind demon dragon wailed, its anger dissipating with the hammer. Another 5-second knockout announced its death. Moya deeply felt that the skill of Mu Jianlian's was a bit perverted. The probability of stun is too high, and you're still facing a boss. If you're facing normal monsters, you can really just keep fainting until you die, with infinite control. Now it seemed that Mu Fiber, the master collector, was evolving in the direction of perversion. If someone were to go one-on-one with Mu Fiber, they would definitely be abused and cry. 2 consecutive rounds of stuns caused the wind demon dragon to be killed without any resistance. The duo reset the cooldown following every day. More, newcomer? From the group. Continue to brush the book, again and again. There are 4.8 fast and slow speeds. Moya ran into all sorts of demonic dragon bosses. Poison demon dragon, fire demon dragon, lightning demon dragon. One of them, the lightning demon dragon, caused him some trouble, dragging on for a full hour before grinding to death. All the other demonic dragons could be quickly cleared away with the cooperation of Mu Jianlian. In just half a day's work, Lin Moyo had already taken Mu Jianlian and swiped the brush a full 8 times. With Mu Fiber's collection skills in place, each harvest would be as little as 6 pieces of dragon crystals, or as many as 12. After 8 times, Lin Moyo already had a full 72 pieces of dragon crystals in his hand. After the 8th brush, Lin Moya realized that the entrance to the replica had changed. The aura at the entrance to the replica began to become unstable. Mo Yun flew over, the copy is about to disappear, half an hour at most. Mu Jianlian hurriedly said, then let's hurry up and brush again. After thinking for half a second, Lin Moya shook her head and said, no more brushes. With that said, legions of undead appeared on the earth and surrounded the entrance to the replica. Mo Rhyme's eyes lit up at the sight. You were thinking. Lin Moya's murderous intent rose, block the door, kill people. Chapter 287. Chapter 287, 287. Chapter 287. Lin Moyo made a huge profit this time. There were still quite a few teams in the dungeon. In the past half day, many teams had successfully cleared it. They didn't linger outside, but teleported back in for a second round. A team of 12 members could only get 3 to 6 dragon crystals each time. Even with the best luck, they needed at least 2 rounds to get 12 dragon crystals. Mo Yun calculated, now in the dungeon, there are 20 teams of our human race, 239 people. 18 teams of abyss demons, 216 in total. 16 teams of the dragon race, 192 in total. The dragon race and abyss demons combined exceeded 400 in number. Lin Moyo understood the situation. He teamed up with Mo Yun and said to Mu Xianxian, remember to set off fireworks. Mu Xianxian nodded, don't worry, I won't miss a single one. Mo Yun asked curiously, what fireworks? Mu Xianxian giggled, it's one of my skills, it looks like setting off fireworks. So that's what it was. Mo Yun only knew there was a collector career, but had never seen one before. She didn't know much about the collector's various skills, but she knew collectors didn't have any powerful combat skills, just slightly stronger attributes that could bring huge benefits to the whole team, and they were extremely rare. Therefore, collectors were classified as a legendary career. Lin Moyo had made all preparations, just waiting for the dungeon to disappear. Mo Yun and Mu Xianxian were also ready for battle. Soon, there was a spatial fluctuation as a team left the dungeon. The skeletons didn't move. It was a human team, so the skeletons held their positions. As soon as this team left the dungeon, they found themselves surrounded by murderous skeletons. Each person was surrounded by several skeletons, their large blades gleaming with sharp light. Though they looked only level 35 with pitifully low attributes, their appearance was terrifying. Chilling wind blew around them, making people shudder. Instinctively, they all took battle stances, but didn't dare to actually attack. Please leave, Lin Moyo's voice came. Why should we? We want to run it again, someone protested, shouting at Lin Moyo. A few others also clamored, yeah, why should we listen to you? Lin Moyo frowned. Did they not know their own capabilities? Did they not know how long it would take to run once? The dungeon would disappear in at most 20 minutes. What were they going to run? Mo Yun flew down on her Holy Spirit unicorn. The dungeon is about to disappear. You don't have time to run it again. Leave quickly, or you might get caught in the crossfire later. Mu Xianxian also spoke up, you should go quickly. That person was about to say something else when his team leader stopped him and said to Lin Moyo, alright, we'll leave right away. With that, he waved his hand and led the team away. The skeletons automatically cleared a path for them. After leaving, a team member grumbled, Captain, why did we have to leave? The captain said solemnly, the dungeon is indeed about to end. We don't have time for a second run. Besides, that's Lin Moyo. It's best not to offend him. So what if it's Lin Moyo? No matter how powerful he is, he can't block the dungeon entrance. That person had heard of Lin Moyo's name and knew he was very powerful. But no matter how powerful, he couldn't be so unreasonable. The captain said, I think he's probably going to kill the abyss demons and dragon race. The other team members looked up at Lin Moyo. At this moment, Lin Moyo was full of killing intent, his gaze fixed on the dungeon exit. Before the dungeon disappeared, a few more teams cleared and came out. They were all human teams and didn't provoke a reaction from the skeletons. These people were also persuaded to leave by Mo Yun and Mu Xianxian. Most people were reasonable. They had heard of Lin Moyo's name and could guess why he was doing this. But there were also some who ignored Lin Moyo and insisted on entering the dungeon again. Lin Moyo let them be. If they got caught in the crossfire later, it would be their own fault. As adults, they had to be responsible for their own choices. The space around the dungeon was becoming more and more distorted. At the moment the dungeon disappeared, everyone inside would appear here. Lin Moyo was ready, the soldier, rune on the back of his hand gradually heating up. Mu Xianxian also gripped her hammer tightly, one hand glowing. Her fireworks were ready. Mo Yun circled in the air, keeping watch. Her role was to fill in with flight restriction. If any stragglers flew up, she could use her flight restriction skill to let them experience the joy of gaining and losing. As for the other human teams still in the dungeon, Lin Moyo could only try his best not to harm them by accident. He gave up the wind and water element skeleton mages, keeping only fire and lightning element skeleton mages. The wind and water element skeleton mages' skills were all area attacks. Under the amplification of the strengthened soldiers' skill, even a graze would cause injury. With a soft sound, the vortex at the dungeon entrance burst like a bubble. The next second, space violently distorted, and all beings in the dungeon were teleported out. Attack! Red light fell as slow curse instantly took effect. The strengthened soldiers' skill and Mu Xianxian's fireworks exploded simultaneously. It was dazzling. The skeletons and the career holders who had just come out all glowed. The skeleton warriors' soul fires flickered violently as they raised their blades to unleash skills at the same time. The skeleton mages also released skills, launching many attacks. Their targets were unified, all the winged creatures. The abyss demons and dragon race career holders suffered a fatal blow. Screams rang out continuously. Mu Xianxian's fireworks could only target 200 people at a time, and there were many human career holders mixed in. But there was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't be too demanding. They also couldn't wait for her skill cooldown to end before using it a second time. Lin Moya's goal was to completely resolve the battle within seconds. The screams never stopped once they began. Fire exploded, lightning rolled. Red light flashed on the large blades, spraying fresh blood. The blood of demons and dragons mixed with screams, dyeing the eternal battlefield. After leaving the dungeon, there was about 2 seconds to adjust. These 2 seconds were enough for Lin Moya to do many things. Not to mention mere career holders, even a black magic dragon would be severely injured within 2 seconds under the strengthened soldiers skill. Because humans were mixed in, otherwise it would have been even simpler. A few corpse explosions would have cleaned everything up. When the human teams that Lin Moyo had driven away earlier saw this scene, they all broke out in cold sweat. They saw the miserable state of the abyss demons and dragon race. Just out of the dungeon, without even time to react, they were decapitated. Wave after wave of attacks, too fast to follow. They tried to imagine what would happen if these attacks were aimed at them. There was only one answer: death. This destructive power is too strong. These are all level 50 plus demons and dragons. How do they look like tofu, directly chopped to pieces? Can only say Lin Moya's skeletons are too strong. Lin Moyo himself is too strong. These guys are so miserable. They finally got dragon crystals but couldn't keep them. Lin Moyo made a huge profit this time. Yeah, military merits, experience, dragon crystals, he profited greatly. The abyss demons and dragon race were quickly annihilated. After 2 seconds, few were still alive. An abyss demon burst with black light, abyss power surging, actually pushing back the surrounding skeletons. It broke through with heavy injuries, soaring into the sky. Mo Yun rode her Holy Spirit unicorn over, releasing her skill, flight restriction. That demon fell back into the skeleton horde with reluctance, then went silent. A dragon race knight also activated ultimate defense, frantically breaking through. Mu Xianxian arrived, her giant hammer smashing down. Skill, stun. It froze in place, then its ultimate defense was directly shattered and it was killed on the spot. 5 seconds later, the battle stopped. The battlefield suddenly became eerily quiet. Except for the chilling wind raised by the skeletons, there was no other sound. Lin Moya sensed a rich aura of dragon crystals. Many dragon crystals were scattered on the ground. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. All the dragon crystals these guys had obtained had dropped. With a thought, the skeleton warriors immediately picked up the dragon crystals while also skillfully stripping the dragon race's equipment. Among the skeleton horde were over 100 human career holders. They had just realized what had happened. Lin Moyo had actually launched an ambush against the abyss demons and dragon race outside the dungeon, killing over 400 abyss demons and dragon race career holders on the spot. It took less than 5 seconds, too fast and clean. By the time the skeletons finished picking up the dragon crystals on the ground, they still hadn't reacted. The military badges of Lin Moyo, Mu Xianxian, and Mo Yun were all glowing brightly. The three of them each gained over 270,000 military merits and a lot of experience. Through the collection skill, Lin Moyo obtained many demon core fragments and dragon bloodline essences. A large amount of dragon race equipment was also thrown into Lin Moya's storage space. The biggest gain was still the dragon crystals. Lin Moya hadn't expected the dragon crystals could be dropped. He unexpectedly obtained 151 dragon crystals in total. Added to his own 72, his dragon crystal count had reached an astonishing 273. Chapter 288. Chapter 288, 288. Chapter 288, Awakening Talents. This girl is getting more and more abnormal. The undead army disappeared, leaving behind a large number of corpses. There was no need to clean up the battlefield. Due to the nature of the eternal battlefield, these corpses would not exist for more than half a day. The entire eternal battlefield was like a man-eating beast, silently digesting the corpses. Lin Moya left with a large number of dragon crystals. No one dared to stop him. Some were envious, some were jealous, but no one dared to go up and stop Lin Moyo. Looking at the miserable fate of the abyss demons and dragon race, it was clear Lin Moya's skeletons would not be merciful. After walking for half an hour, they had left the battlefield over 10 kilometers behind. The three of them found a clean place and stopped. Lin Moya said, "Who wants to go first?" He was referring to using the dragon crystals. Using dragon crystals to awaken talents had varying probabilities of success, not guaranteed. They needed to try one by one. Now he had 273 dragon crystals, more than enough for the three of them. Mo Yun said, "The chance of awakening a talent with dragon crystals is about 10% to 15%. That means it takes 7 to 10 dragon crystals to awaken a talent. But this is just an approximate probability. Some people have used 20 dragon crystals before awakening a talent. Others have succeeded with just 1 crystal. In any case, as long as there are enough dragon crystals, you're sure to successfully awaken a talent." Mu Xianxian said, "Yes, I've heard similar things." Only Lin Moya was hearing this for the first time. He was still lacking in this kind of knowledge. Just like how he wasn't clear about abyss phantoms, otherwise he might have reacted immediately. Lin Moya took out 10 dragon crystals. "Who wants to go first?" Mo Yun smiled, "I'll go first. I didn't awaken a talent during my second transition, so it won't affect the probability of the dragon crystals." She took a crystal and activated it. The dragon crystal immediately burst with hazy light, turning into a ball of light enveloping Mo Yun's entire body. A strange power spread. The aura of the dragon crystal was very complex. It contained the aura of the abyss, the aura of dragons, and some indescribable auras. Intertwined together, they formed its unique appearance. A moment later, the light of the dragon crystal disappeared. There would be unusual phenomena when awakening a talent, but Mo Yun clearly didn't have any. Mo Yun's face showed no disappointment. She calmly took the second dragon crystal and continued activating it. The hazy ball of light enveloped Mo Yun again. Mu Xiangxian's eyes sparkled, thinking about how she would soon use dragon crystals to activate talents herself. She was a bit excited. Like Mo Yun, she had awakened a talent during her first transition, Battle Instinct. Then at level 40 during her second transition, she didn't awaken any new talents. This was true for most talented career holders. Being able to awaken one talent was already very enviable. It was extremely rare among career holders. The vast majority of career holders never awakened a single talent in their entire lives. I wonder what talent Mo Yun will awaken, Mu Xianxian said softly. Lin Moya shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Mu Xianxian muttered to herself, there are countless talents. Some talents aren't very useful. If you awaken a useless talent, it would be a waste. I hope Mo Yun can awaken a useful talent. The light disappeared, and the second dragon crystal still had no effect. She continued, the third, the fourth. Until all 10 dragon crystals were used up, Mo Yun still hadn't awakened a talent. However, Lin Moya felt that a special aura seemed to have appeared on Mo Yun. It was an accumulation caused by the continuous use of dragon crystals in her body. Lin Moya took out another 10 dragon crystals. Continue. Mo Yun didn't hesitate and took the 11th dragon crystal. 11, 12. Lin Moya sensed that the aura of dragon crystals on Mo Yun was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, when activating the 16th dragon crystal, the aura on Mo Yun reached its peak. It was as if some boundary had been broken, and the aura exploded. Lin Moya's eyes lit up. It worked. Mo Yun's body burst with light. She closed her eyes tightly and slowly rose into the air. She looked like a goddess, beautiful and holy. So beautiful. Mu Xianxian exclaimed. At this moment, Mo Yun was radiating an unimaginable beauty. After a full half-minute, Mo Yun finally landed back on the ground. Her eyes were full of joy. Mu Xianxian hurriedly asked, how was it? What talent did you awaken? Mo Yun said, I awakened the Holy Flame talent. From now on, all my attacks will carry a Holy Flame effect. My attack power can be greatly increased, especially against abyss demons, increasing damage by at least several times. Mo Yun was already a Holy Spirit summoner, with all her skills carrying holy power. Holy power had a restraining effect on abyss demons, increasing damage by at least 50%. Now with the addition of Holy Flame, Mo Yun's attack power against abyss demons became even more powerful. The Holy Flame talent was perfectly suited to Mo Yun's career, truly ideal. Mu Xianxian congratulated her, this talent is really good, very suitable for you. Mo Yun was also in a very good mood, very satisfied with the Holy Flame talent. Thank you, it's your turn now. Mu Xianxian nodded and took a dragon crystal, activating it directly. The first one failed, as expected. Mu Xianxian then took the second dragon crystal. It failed again. With Mo Yun's experience, Mu Xianxian didn't feel disappointed, but continued using the dragon crystals. After all, Lin Moya had plenty of dragon crystals, so she wasn't worried. Lin Moya sensed the special aura appearing on Mu Xianxian. As she used the dragon crystals, the aura kept strengthening. When Mu Xianxian used the 5th dragon crystal, Lin Moya suddenly said, 12. Mo Yun looked over curiously, what 12? Lin Moya said calmly, she needs 12 dragon crystals. Lin Moya explained his reasoning. Mo Yun couldn't sense the aura Lin Moya mentioned at all. But she didn't doubt Lin Moya's words, and suggested he ask Bai Yaiwan about it later, as he might get an answer. Sure enough, when Mu Xianxian activated the 12th dragon crystal, the ball of light changed. She also rose into the air like Mo Yun had. Mu Xiangxian's appearance was no worse than Mo Yun's, and her figure was even better. At this moment, she looked stunningly beautiful. But in the eyes of Lin Moya, the iron-hearted straight man, there was no difference between the two. He didn't even properly appreciate their beauty. He was still considering why he could sense this unusual aura. Half a minute later, Mu Xianxian landed again, the awakening finished. Without waiting for Lin Moya and Mo Yun to ask, Mu Xianxian happily told them about her talent. I awakened the sure hit talent. When the talent is activated, my skills can hit with 100% accuracy, and the special effects in my skills can also take effect 100% of the time. Hearing Mu Xiangxian's words, Lin Moya's mouth twitched slightly. This hammer-wielding girl seemed to have become even more abnormal. This talent combined with her stun skill was simply a cheating tool. Lin Moya felt that bringing her along to fight bosses in the future would make things countless times easier. Mu Xianxian didn't notice Lin Moya's slightly strange look at all, and happily exclaimed, isn't my talent awesome? Mo Yun didn't know Mu Xianxian had a stun skill. Judging this talent alone, it was indeed very good. Being able to hit with any skill 100% of the time was certainly a good talent. Light flashed as Lin Moya began activating dragon crystals. After using 2 dragon crystals, Lin Moya had already determined that he needed 8 dragon crystals. Then he directly took out 6 dragon crystals and activated them together. The 6 dragon crystals burst with brilliant light enveloping Lin Moya. Lin Moya only felt himself surrounded by the special aura of dragon crystals. Then the aura reached its peak and exploded with a bang. Obtain talent, Summon Life Chain. Summon Life Chain. Within a certain range, summoned creatures form a life chain. All damage is shared among summoned creatures in this range. Range, 20 meters. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. So it was this kind of talent. This meant that skeletons within 20 meters would either live together or die together. Lin Moya thought about it. When facing monsters with very strong attacks but not a large range, Skeletons that might have been instantly killed before could now share the damage among skeletons within 20 meters. This would greatly reduce the casualty rate. However, once a skeleton took damage far exceeding the limit by dozens of times, the other skeletons linked to it through the life chain would also take huge damage, possibly wiping them all out. This skill had both good and bad aspects. It depended on the specific situation. Lin Moya was slightly disappointed. This talent wasn't particularly good, but he had no right to regret it and could only accept it. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. System detected host awakening new talent. Optimizing talent. Chapter 289. Chapter 289, 289. Here is the translation of the provided text. Chapter 289, Optimizing talent, another military merit. Lin Moya was stunned. Since the system appeared once after his job change, there had been no news from it. Unexpectedly, when he awakened his talent, the system reappeared, optimizing talent. He didn't know what the optimized talent would be like. Lin Moya couldn't help but smile. The system wouldn't disappoint him. In Mo Yun and Mu Qingqian's eyes, the light that originally enveloped Lin Moya was gradually dimming. Just as the awakening was about to end, the light suddenly became strong again, even more dazzling than before. Mu Qianqian exclaimed, "What's happening?" Mo Yun fell into deep thought, unable to find any answer in her knowledge base. The two had no choice but to wait. However, seeing Lin Moya's slight smile in the light cluster reassured them a bit. A few minutes later, the system completed the talent optimization. Acquired talent, summon life connection, all summoned creatures share life connections, bearing damage together and receiving recovery together. Seeing the new talent, Lin Moya shivered. The optimized talent was incredibly strong, much stronger than the previous summon life chain. There were no range restrictions as long as it was his summoned creature, they could share damage. The skeleton mage at the back could provide a lot of life support to the skeleton warrior at the front, whether the summoned creatures were outside or in the summoning space, they could connect their lives. The skeletons in the summoning space already had a very fast life recovery speed, making it possible to exchange injuries for death. The most crucial point was shared recovery. This meant that the healing spell cast by the Lich General would no longer be effective only for his own skeleton army but for all skeletons in the undead army. Even a powerful boss would find it very difficult to wipe out thousands of skeletons at once. The survival ability of the skeletons was greatly enhanced. This talent also related to his damage transfer skill. The damage transferred to the skeletons would also be shared by all skeletons, truly achieving live together, die together. Lin Moya believed that as long as he didn't act recklessly, it would be very difficult to wipe out his more than 5,000 skeletons at once. This was a truly good talent. The system was awesome. Lin Moya silently praised the system in his heart. After appearing, the system disappeared again, no matter how he called it. The system is so aloof, Lin Moya joked to himself, feeling very happy. As the light dissipated, Lin Moya opened his eyes and saw 2 pairs of curious eyes. No, 3 pairs, including the Holy Spirit unicorn. Mu Qianqian, like a curious baby, asked, "What talent did you awaken?" Lin Moya didn't hide anything and explained his talent. Mu Qianqian exclaimed, "What a powerful talent. Doesn't that mean your summoned creatures can't die?" Mo Yun said, "Either none die, or all die together. But it's almost impossible to kill all your summoned creatures." Lin Moya just smiled slightly. It wasn't that no one could do it. The ancient phoenix was not to be trifled with. Even now, facing it, Lin Moya still felt that he would probably lose. It wasn't a lack of confidence but a rational analysis of the ancient phoenix's characteristics and skills. Unless he could kill it before it used its last skill, which would require using the strong soldier skill for a one-hit kill, he didn't want to try. Such a kill 1,000 enemies, lose 800 situation wasn't something he was foolish enough to attempt. The 3 of them had used 34 dragon crystals, leaving 239, still a considerable fortune. Lin Moya asked, "Where are you going next?" He had completed all the tasks assigned by Bai Yaiwan and could return home. Mo Yun said, "I need to stay here for a while." Mu Qianqian, with a hint of reluctance, said, "I'm going back to the knights, Sister Yayo and the others need me." Indeed, a collection master could greatly increase the team's benefits, doubling the rewards from a dungeon. Moreover, with Mu Qingqian's current abilities, she was no longer just a tool. Especially in boss fights, she would definitely impress. Lin Moya nodded, "Then we'll meet again if fate allows." Mu Qianqian handed a positioning teleportation stone to Lin Moya, "Take this. If I need your help someday, you can't refuse." Lin Moya agreed readily, "Of course." Mu Qianqian reluctantly said goodbye to Lin Moya and used the teleportation stone to return to the knights. After Mu Qianqian left, Lin Moya noticed Mo Yun's strange look. Mo Yun stared at Lin Moya, her expression slightly serious. "Mu Qingqian's look at you is not right. Is there something between you two?" Lin Moya thought for a moment before understanding Mo Yun's meaning. "You're overthinking." Mo Yun said sternly, "Don't betray Yi." "I won't," Lin Moya replied firmly, not even considering that possibility. "Good, I'm leaving too. Take care," Mo Yun said, then jumped on the Holy Spirit unicorn and disappeared into the sky. Lin Moya thought of Ning Yi and smiled, "I wonder how that girl is doing. It's been a long time. I have some new gifts for you this time." Dragon crystals and earth gems were good gifts. Thinking of this, he took out the teleportation scroll given by Bai Yaiwan. This was the scroll to leave the eternal battlefield. Just as he was about to activate it, he looked up and saw a group of black dots approaching. A black light descended from the sky, a black spear filled with abyss energy. The spear, as fast as lightning, accurately hit Lin Moya. With a bang, the spear exploded, and the bone armor creaked. The spear flew back to the opponent's hand. Judging by the pressure on the bone armor, this spear was quite powerful, not weaker than the Red Moon Demon. But just one spear wasn't enough to kill him. I didn't expect to earn another wave of military merit before leaving. Lin Moyo put away the teleportation scroll. Activating the teleportation scroll took time, as it wasn't an ordinary teleportation but a cross-based teleportation. Since that was the case, he decided to eliminate the opponent first. He saw that the attackers were a group of abyss demons, 38 in total. Judging by their aura, all were above level 60. These demons had come from the core area. Lin Moya knew he had the demon's mark, allowing them to track him accurately. Abyss demons above level 60 were at the top of high-level demons, with attributes significantly higher than those below level 60. Attack power, defense, agility, all increased dramatically. Lin Moyo had encountered a level 62 abyss demon in the core area before, and it took a long time to kill it. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat it, but it refused to come down. Attacks rained down from the sky, the ground roared. They flew high, beyond Lin Moya's skill range, but their accuracy was very high, hitting 7 or 8 out of 10 times. Especially the spear, which seemed to auto-track, hitting every time. The gap between humans and demons was greatest between levels 60 and 69. Only after reaching level 70 and completing the third job change, gaining the ability to fly, could humans truly stand on equal footing with demons. During this stage, demons loved to attack from above. Lin Moya replenished his bone armor, quickly retreating while thinking of a strategy. He needed to bring them down. He pointed a finger at the sky. Skill, Slow Curse. The slow curse had a huge range, covering 7,000 meters. The demons in the sky immediately slowed down. Then a green light exploded in the sky. Skill, Toxic Star Ring. The cursed abyss demons couldn't dodge in time, getting poisoned and emitting green toxic gas. The level 10 Toxic Star Ring didn't seem powerful, but its damage was continuous, dealing 4,000 points of strength damage per second, enough to trouble them over time. Lin Moya summoned a skeleton warrior, jumped on its back, and the skeleton warrior ran fast. End of translation. Chapter 290. Chapter 290, 290. Chapter 290, Demons Without Martial Ethics, Exploding When Losing. The skeleton carried Lin Moyo as they ran faster and faster. The abyss demons affected by the slow curse couldn't catch up. Lin Moyo chuckled, he wants to escape, hurry and chase. We can't let him get away easily after he killed so many of us. Dispel the curse, we can't fly fast, we'll lose him. A demon took out a blackish stone and activated it. Bang! The stone exploded, and their speed immediately increased. This stone couldn't completely dispel the curse but could offset part of it. This allowed their speed to match Lin Moya's. Each demon was poisoned, taking around 4,000 strength damage per second. 4,000 strength damage wasn't much, but it was continuous, becoming unbearable over time. Is this guy human or a boss to use poison element skills? I've fought humans so many times but never seen one use curses or poison element skills. This guy is darker than us demons. No, we can't go on like this or we'll be dragged to death. I know, but we can't catch up. A demon gritted his teeth and chopped off one of his own fingers. Black blood sprayed out, then flew back and landed on all the demons. Buzz! A new curse appeared on all the demons. Defense power plummeted sharply. Death Demon, what are you doing? The Abyss Death Demon, a demon with cursing abilities. The Death Demon gritted his teeth. I used another curse to replace Lin Moya's curse. Only one curse could exist at a time. He used his own curse to replace the slow curse. None of the demons blamed him at this moment. Their speed increased again, gradually catching up to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo chuckled and casually pointed his finger. The red glow of the slow curse descended again, but this time, the slow curse had no effect. The Abyss Death Demon's level was too high, and its curse level was also high, so the slow curse couldn't replace its curse. Lin Moyu, you can't escape. You're dead for sure. The Abyss won't let you off after you killed so many Abyss demons. The Demon King ordered your death. The Abyss demons closed in as they chased. Lin Moya's attempt to flee made the demons think he was afraid. After all, the demons had come from the core area, each at level 60 or above. There were 38 of them, the lowest at level 61 and the highest at 64. Such a force chasing after a level 35 human was overkill. Ahead was a tall mountain with what looked like a cave entrance. Lin Moya's eyes lit up as he quickly ran into the cave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the demon's sight. The demon's attacks hit the mountain, causing rocks to collapse and the entire mountain to shake. The demons looked at each other, chase him in. They didn't think too much and charged into the cave. The winding, rugged cave was pitch black. Demons liked the dark, so this environment didn't affect them. They followed Lin Moya's aura deeper into the cave. The cave became wider and more spacious. Suddenly, their vision opened up to a spacious cavern. Lin Moyo had stopped at the deepest part of the cavern, looking at them. Behind Lin Moyo was a thick rock wall with no way out. This time, let's see where you run. The demons sneered coldly. The cavern was filled with killing intent, and the temperature dropped noticeably. Chilling winds blew, but the source of the killing intent wasn't the demons, but Lin Moyo. As a one-star colonel, Lin Moyo had killed many demons and dragons. The killing intent he exuded was even stronger than these high-level demons. What's going on? I feel something is off. Yeah, this guy's killing intent seems quite strong. Not good, we fell for it, look at his military badge. They finally noticed the shining golden military badge with a star on Lin Moya's shoulder. 1-star, Colonel. Anyone who became a 1-star Colonel was a battle-hardened warrior. They must have killed countless demons or dragons. Such people were all extremely powerful. yet Lin Moya was only level 35. Realizing this, the demons felt a chill down their spines. Then footsteps sounded from behind them as a large number of skeleton warriors emerged from the depths of the cavern. Countless skeletons completely blocked the demons' escape route. Earlier, Lin Moyo had silently released 2 Lich Generals along the way, hiding them in dark corners. Now the 2 Lich Generals led their undead armies to block the demons' retreat. It wasn't easy to lure you all down here. With a thought, Lin Moya summoned the remaining 13 undead armies. Thousands of skeletons nearly filled the cavern, surrounding the demons in layers. The Lich Generals enhanced all the skeletons with buffs, their bright white light illuminating the entire cavern like daylight. One of the demons gritted his teeth. "You think these trash level 35 skeletons can stop us?" Lin Moya said softly, "Thank you for the military merit, I'll gladly accept it." As the words fell, the skeleton warriors charged. The skeleton mage's skills erupted as well. Fire and lightning filled the cavern with red light. The highest level 64 demon among them swung its long spear. Bang bang bang. Skeletons were struck and sent flying. At level 64, its strength was immense, dealing heavy damage to the skeletons. Seeking more chapters. Originally, the skeletons struck away should have taken significant damage. But this time, the struck skeletons only suffered minor injuries. The damage was shared among all the skeletons present. Moreover, the Lich Generals' healing spells had changed. They no longer only affected their own armies but the entire force. It was as if all the skeletons were receiving healing from 15 Lich Generals simultaneously. In Lin Moya's eyes, unless he encountered monsters like the Ancient Phoenix or the true form of the Ancient Earth Dragon again, or top-level demons above level 70, it would be very difficult for his skeletons to die now. The demons attacked the skeletons like caged beasts. They even tried to fly and break through the mountain. But the skeletons blocked all their actions. The skeletons didn't give them any opportunity. Not only were the demons surrounded in layers, but skeletons covered them from above as well, achieving a 3-dimensional encirclement. Skeleton warriors hacked at them while skeleton mages attacked relentlessly, covering them without blind spots. Their fate was sealed when they entered the cave. As the first scream rang out, a deafening explosion followed. A corpse explosion killed 37 demons. Only the level 64 demon survived, but was heavily injured. Lin Moya was surprised that this demon had such strong vitality to withstand a corpse explosion and not die. If Lin Moya remembered correctly, the target of the corpse explosion was a level 61 abyss demon. Damage equal to 12 times a level 61 abyss demon's life force, yet it didn't kill this demon. They were only 3 levels apart. Was the life force difference that great? This spear-wielding abyss demon's eyes shone with viciousness as black light enveloped its body. The black light came from the jet-black long spear in its hand. Lin Moyo had been attacked by this spear before and knew its offensive power was strong. Besides offensive ability, it also had extremely strong defenses. The demon gripped the spear and let out a cold, crazed laugh. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful. No wonder the Demon King ordered your death. Then let's die together. Remember, the one who killed you is called Black Demon Child." The black light suddenly spread, filling the entire cavern. Not good. Lin Moya's heart tightened as he instantly withdrew all the skeletons. With a thunderous boom, the spear and the demon self-destruct together. The level 64 Abyss Demon's self-destruction gathered all its life force into one ultimate strike. Combined with the self-destructing spear, its power was nearly equal to a corpse explosion. Lin Moya's bone armor shattered as he was blasted against the rock wall by the immense force. The cavern collapsed, and the entire mountain crumbled in the explosion. Chapter 291. Chapter 291, 291. Chapter 291, Return, shocked by Shen. The Abyss world was shrouded in green flames. In this vast world, there were also distinctions between the strong and the weak. The deeper the color of the abyss fire, the more abundant the abyss energy, and the stronger the demons that occupied it. In the areas where the green turned to deep black, magnificent palaces stood amidst the flames. These palaces were even larger and more exquisite than those of the succubus king. A series of breaths echoed from within. "Who dares to kill my son? In the name of the Black Sky Demon King, with the abyss soul as the seal, resurrect." Under the palace, the dark green flames collectively boiled. Like a volcanic eruption, they soared into the sky, engulfing the palace. In the flames, a high-level demon gradually appeared. First as a shadow, then slowly solidifying. A few minutes later, it was fully formed. Finally, the dark green flames returned to calm, leaving only the demon suspended in mid-air. It was resurrected in the abyss fire. The Black Sky Demon Child was resurrected, but its level, originally 64, dropped back to 60 after resurrection. It barely maintained the threshold of a high-level demon. Its aura was weak, not yet fully recovered. Its wings flapped slowly, and although it had been resurrected, its face still bore the fear from the moment of death. There is great terror between life and death, regardless of the race. The Black Sky Demon Child took a long time to recover. In front of it, a gigantic demon shadow slowly appeared. It covered the sky, and when it appeared, even the space trembled. The eternally burning abyss fire bowed down, as if paying homage. The Black Sky Demon Child respectfully bowed to the demon shadow, kneeling in the void. "Son, greets Father King." The Black Sky Demon King responded with a hum. "Who killed you?" The Black Sky Demon Child said, "I self-destruct." It recounted the events, still feeling a lingering fear when recalling the moment of self-destruction. The Black Sky Demon King listened patiently, remaining silent. The surrounding space trembled, and the abyss fire twisted, changing with its mood. Its every move affected the surroundings. After a long while, it said, "Necromancer, a new profession of the human race. It should be a talent profession, seems quite good. He probably didn't die. For such a genius, the human race will definitely protect him. But even if resurrected, it will take at least a year to recover. You go and rest well first. Once recovered, continue your training to make up for this loss. As it spoke, a hair fell from the Black Sky Demon King. The hair turned into a pitch-black spear in mid-air, landing in the Black Sky Demon Child's hand. The Black Sky Demon Child respectfully accepted, understood. It flew back into the palace. The Black Sky Demon King remained in the abyss world, looking into the distance. I sensed the presence of the succubus. It seems I need to ask the succubus king. After it disappeared, the abyss fire began to burn fiercely again. The space also returned to calm. Lin Moyo experienced for the first time what it felt like to be blown up by someone, and it was quite exhilarating. A level 64 demon, carrying an unknown weapon, self-destruct together. The power was unimaginable. The bone armor didn't last even a second. Such an attack had only appeared twice in Lin Moya's memory. Once was the death ray of the Flame Demon King, the other was the black fire meteor of the ancient phoenix. Fortunately, there was the summon life connection. Lin Moya saw the condition of the skeletons in the summoning space. The skeletons, along with the Lich Generals, were severely injured. The golden bones of the skeletons were covered with dense cracks. The Lich Generals were the same, with wounds all over their dry skin. Although not on the verge of death, they were more than half damaged. Without the summon life connection and damage transfer, at least half of his undead army would have been lost this time. The cost would have been enormous. But now, the undead army was only collectively injured and would recover soon in the summoning space. Lin Moya felt somewhat fortunate. The eternal battlefield remained calm, and a mountain collapse was insignificant in the vast battlefield. It was like a drop of water falling into the sea, not even causing a splash. In the ruins of the mountain, a white light shone, shooting straight into the sky like a beam. The bone spikes, with strong penetrating power, shattered the rocks. Lin Moya's fingers glowed slightly, using the bone spikes to carve out a path from the ruins. Seeing the eternal light of the battlefield again, Lin Moya let out a long breath. Time to go back. Finding a flat ground, he took out a teleportation scroll and activated it. The scroll unfolded automatically, glowing brightly. It quickly carved a one-time teleportation array at Lin Moya's feet. Leaving the eternal battlefield required breaking through space and crossing a long distance. A teleportation array was necessary, something a teleportation stone couldn't achieve. 2 minutes later, the teleportation array emitted a brilliant light, taking Lin Moya away. Crossing two different spaces gave Lin Moya a completely different teleportation experience. At this moment, he thought of Ningyi, who was afraid of teleportation. If she had to undergo cross-space teleportation, it would be even harder for her. With a slight smile, Lin Moya's lips curved. A few minutes later, his feet touched the ground again. The familiar scent of tea and the sound of wind blowing through the bamboo forest greeted him. Lin Moya had returned to Bai Shin's courtyard. Meng Anwen was drinking tea alone, not even opening his eyes. "You're back." Lin Moya bowed to Meng Anwen. "Greetings, Master Meng." Meng Anwen responded with a hum. "Rest for a while, your teacher will be back soon." Lin Moya sat by the tea table and made tea for Meng Anwen. In the first battlefield, in the Hall of Heroes, Bai Yiwan and Mo Xingai were still sitting there. During this time, neither of them had gone anywhere. Lin Moya's soul imprint was much stronger than when he first entered the eternal battlefield. This indicated that he had leveled up in the eternal battlefield. Mo Yun was the same, having improved somewhat. They didn't sense any danger, so they were relatively relaxed. Suddenly, Bai Yiwan laughed heartily. "The brat is back." Lin Moya's return to Bai Shin's courtyard caused a change in his soul imprint, which Bai Yiwan accurately detected. Mo Yun hadn't returned yet, but there was no danger. Mo Xingai said, "It's good that he's back." Bai Yiwan stood up. "Old Mo, I'm heading back first." Mo Xingai also stood up. "I'll go with you. I want to see your student." He was curious about Lin Moyo. Bai Yiwan had high standards, and anyone he took as a disciple and praised as super god talent was naturally a top genius. To what extent, he had to see for himself. Mo Xingai also wanted to compare him with his granddaughter to see who was stronger. Bai Yiwan laughed heartily. "Then let's go see what the brat gained in the eternal battlefield." The doors of the Hall of Heroes closed with a rumble, exuding solemnity. In the entire human world, only a handful of people could enter the Hall of Heroes. During Lin Moya's time in the eternal battlefield, only Bai Yiwan and Mo Xingai were in the Hall of Heroes, with no third person entering. A few minutes later, Bai Yiwan and Mo Xingai returned to Bai Shin's courtyard. Seeing Lin Moya unharmed, Bai Yiwan laughed happily. "Brat, not bad, you're level 35 now." Lin Moya respectfully bowed to Bai Yiwan. "Student greets teacher." Then he bowed to Mo Xingai. "This must be Master Mo." "Greetings, Master Mo." Mo Xingai was taken aback. Sure, he hadn't met Lin Moya before. "You know me." Lin Moya said, "You resemble Miss Mo Yun by 60%. I must be right." Mo Xingai and Mo Yun indeed had some resemblance, and Lin Moya wasn't stupid. In the entire human race, only a few summoners could stand on equal footing with Bai Yiwan. Naturally, he could guess. Mo Xingai sized up Lin Moya. Level 35, Necromancer. A new profession, with no other visible traits for now. Bai Yiwan walked over and sat down. "Tell me, what did you experience in the eternal battlefield? Did you gain any good opportunities?" Lin Moya recounted his experiences. He focused on the main points, skipping the minor details. He didn't mention anything about the Shenzhou Cauldron. From entering the eternal battlefield, he first encountered the soul-devouring Worm King, then killed the soul-devouring Worm Mother. he accidentally obtained the primal rune. Along the way, he was pursued by abyss demons and dragons, all of which became his military merits. Then he killed the earth-touched dragon god. Wait! Bai Yaiwan suddenly interrupted, stopping Lin Moya's narration. He drank 3 cups of tea in a row, suppressing his shock, trying to stay calm. He took a deep breath and said, you killed the soul-devouring worm mother. Lin Moya nodded, yes. Mo Zingai asked, you even killed the earth-touched dragon god? That's right. Lin Moyo answered matter-of-factly. Bai Yaiwan and Mo Zingai couldn't hide their shock. They looked at each other, clearly seeing the words, impossible. The scene fell silent. After a moment, Meng Yanwen suddenly burst into laughter, extremely happy. Chapter 292. Chapter 292, 292. Chapter 292, Did you raid the dragon's lair? Book Chapter 292, Did you raid the dragon's lair? Lin Moya didn't understand what Meng Yanwen was laughing about. Lin, what's so funny about this? The more Meng Yanwen laughed, the more awkward Bai Yaiwan and Mo Zingai felt. Lin Moya thought there might be a story behind it. Mo Zingai snorted, Old Meng, what are you laughing at? Bai Yaiwan knew what Meng Yanwen was laughing about and joined in, laughing at what? Could you have done better? Meng Yanwen laughed. Back then, you two led a group to fight the Soul Devourer Queen. You didn't even see her face before the Soul Devourer King chased you away. Later, you were unwilling and went to find the Earth Dragon God. You fought for half an hour and almost got poisoned to death. You were as miserable as could be. Bai Yaiwan paused. Back then, you didn't join us, and now you mock us. Meng Yanwen said, I knew I couldn't win, so I embarrassed myself. Bai Yaiwan snorted and ignored Meng Yanwen. Those 2 battles were among his few defeats. Not a stain, but not pleasant to hear. Meng Yanwen often teased him about it. This time, Mo Zingai was also dragged in. Back then, Bai Yaiwan had coaxed Mo Zingai into fighting the boss together, but they failed. Lin Moya was surprised. Was the boss that difficult? Even Bai Yaiwan couldn't defeat it back then. Bai Yaiwan coughed to ease the awkwardness. What treasures did the Soul Devourer Queen and King drop? Lin Moya answered truthfully, there were 3 valuable items, soul crystals, soul gems, and soul devourer eggs. Soul crystals, 15 pieces, each permanently increases spirit by 1000 points, with no usage limit. Soul gems permanently increase spirit recovery speed. And soul devourer eggs can hatch into soul devourer queens. Bai Yaiwan was shocked again. Did you use the soul crystals and soul gems? I did. Thanks to these items, Lin Moyo had great convenience in the ancient battlefield. Otherwise, just the Earth Dragon God would have given him a headache. Even with military recovery potions, his spirit might not recover fast enough. Not to mention replenishing the undead army, all thanks to the boosted spirit. Bai Yaiwan continued to ask, what's your spirit attribute now? Lin Moya checked, 22,300. Bai Yaiwan could hardly believe it, and Mo Zingai exclaimed, such high spirit. This spirit attribute was higher than a level 40 mage, but Lin Moya was only level 35, not yet completing his second job change, so his attributes hadn't been enhanced. Bai Yaiwan laughed, high spirit is good. The more you break the limit, the higher the chance of profession sublimation. Even if you don't find the divine selection secret realm or gain divine power, with your current spirit, profession sublimation is a certainty. Continue, how did you defeat the Earth Dragon God, and what did you get? That guy is tough. Lin Moya recounted how he dealt with the Earth Dragon God, mentioning a little demon that led him there. He also mentioned that the demon seemed to have planted a mark on him, but he didn't notice. Mo Zingai's summoned beast emitted a holy light to cover Lin Moyo. Lin Moya sincerely thanked Mo Zingai. Thank you, Mr. Mo. Mo Zingai waved his hand. Continue, what did the Earth Dragon God drop? He had a deep grudge against the Earth Dragon God, having been defeated miserably back then. Mainly poison gems and poison crystals. Lin Moyo explained their effects. Mo Zingai muttered, compared to the Soul Devourer Queen, the Earth Dragon God is much weaker. Bai Yaiwan shook his head, not necessarily, considering the Poison Star Ring skill. Poison skills are very rare, hard to find among humans. Indeed, poison skills are rare. This time, they weren't as shocked as before. Lin Moya continued, mentioning how he met Mo Yun and completed the fusion of the original rune. Just as the fusion was about to complete, demons attacked him again. One event after another, even the experienced god level Bai Yaiwan was stunned. Especially hearing that Mo Yun also obtained the original rune. Mo Zingai was so shocked he held a cup of tea without drinking or putting it down. Even the usually calm Meng Yanwen opened his eyes. No one expected Lin Moya to experience so much in just over 2 months. Any one of these events would shock people for days. Combined, they even scared these god-level experts. Later, we entered the Divine Selection secret realm together and gained divine power. Then I met a collector, and we farmed the Heart of the Earth dungeon several times. I got some Earth Hearts and Earth Gems. Lin Moya took out the Earth Hearts and Earth Gems. There were 10 Earth Hearts and 2 Earth Gems. Lin Moya kept 2 of each for himself and for Shingen. Meng Yanwen's eyes lit up, and he summoned an Earth Heart to him. After careful observation, Meng Yanwen sighed. With these, humans might see the birth of an Earth Knight again. Not a certainty, just a possibility. Meng Yanwen was cautious, never making absolute statements about uncertain events. Bai Yaiwan was also excited. How many years has it been since humans had an Earth Knight? Lin Moya said, I kept 2 Earth Hearts and 2 Earth Gems. I have a friend who's a paladin, and I want to give them to him for his job change. Bai Yaiwan patted his chest. No problem, when your friend is ready to change jobs, come to Xiajing City. I'll help him, ensuring the highest chance of profession sublimation. Thank you, teacher. Meng Yanwen collected the earth hearts and earth gems. Lin, you've done a great service for humanity. You'll be rewarded. Lin Moya quickly said, it's my duty. Later, the Flame Demon King tried to kill me, sending an abyssal phantom. But he failed. Then Mo Yun found the Dragon Hall, and I went to farm it. Lin Moya finished his story. He didn't mention the core area or the ancient earth dragon body. His intuition told him it wasn't necessary. And being chased by the ancient phoenix was embarrassing. Now he understood Bai Yaiwan's feelings. Mo Xingai asked quietly, I remember the Dragon Hall dungeon was highly contested. Bai Yaiwan said, yes, it was a fierce battle when we entered back then. Lin Moya said, when I arrived, the three races were fighting. I rushed in. When I entered, many human teams followed. Then they stopped fighting, and no one was outside the dungeon, all farming dragon crystals inside. Bai Yaiwan didn't expect this, but it made sense. The balance among the three races was disrupted by Lin Moya, leading everyone to enter the dungeon. Lin Moya suddenly said, Teacher, I killed the Black Dragon and got a Dragon King token, allowing entry to the lower spaces, Dragon King Hall, dungeon. Bai Yaiwan was shocked again, a Dragon King token, something many dream of. But few obtain it. The Dragon King Hall dungeon is in the lower space. You'll know more when you go. I won't say much. Meng Yanwen bluntly exposed Bai Yaiwan, he hasn't been to the Dragon King Hall. Bai Yaiwan coldly said, Old Meng, that's not fair. Meng Yanwen laughed, hit me if you can. Lin Moya watched the old friends and took out 200 dragon crystals. Teacher, these are the remaining dragon crystals. So many. Bai Yaiwan and Mo Xingai stood up. Seeing the pile of dragon crystals, they were stunned. Bai Yaiwan whispered, how many times did you farm the Dragon Hall? Did you raid the dragon's lair? Remembering Lin Moya's persistence in farming the Tyrant Dungeon for desert fruits, Bai Yaiwan believed he could do it. Lin Moya said, most came from those abyssal demons and dragons. Lin Moya recounted how he blocked the door. Only then did they notice the sergeant badge on Lin Moya's shoulder, hidden by his hair. A golden badge. Literature. Chapter 293. Chapter 293, 293. Chapter 293, you leave first, I want to be alone. Book Chapter 293, you leave first, I want to be alone. Golden Sergeant Badge. Lin, Colonel, and a 1-star Colonel at that. 100,000 military merits to become a Colonel. 1 million military merits to become a 1-star Colonel. After that, every million military merits add 1 star. Lin Muyu is only level 35 and has already become a 1-star Colonel. One can imagine how many demons and dragons have died at his hands. Mo Xingai sighed, Chengsheng, a level 35 1-star Colonel has never appeared in history. Bai Yaiwan shook his head, no, not even a level 45 Colonel have I seen. Becoming a 1-star Colonel is not easy, it is truly earned through killing. Almost every Colonel with a star can be considered a demon slayer. In the army, the status of a 1-star Colonel is not low. Not to mention, once Lin Muya decides to join the army, he can command at least thousands of people. The army does not look at levels, only at ranks. Lin Muya basically finished his story, saying what needed to be said and not mentioning what shouldn't be. Mo Xingai left with a sigh, returning to the Hall of Heroes, continuing to observe Mo Yun's soul mark daily. If Mo Yun is in danger, Mo Xingai can still think of a way through the soul mark. At the very least, he can revive Mo Yun immediately. Bai Yaiwan lightly tapped the tea table, the dragon crystal on it already put away. Dragon crystals are different from the heart of the earth. The Earth Knight concerns the entire human race, so Meng Yanwen took it unceremoniously. The dragon crystal is Lin Muya's personal item, and they won't take it. Bai Yaiwan looked at Lin Muyu, showing a sly smile. Now it's just the three of us, say what you need to. Bai Yaiwan, being old and wise, naturally heard that Lin Muyu had some things left unsaid. Lin Muyu first took out the things Bai Yaiwan gave him, and Bai Yaiwan only took back the advanced cooling amulet, leaving the rest to Lin Muyu. Then Lin Muyu took out the turtle shield. Teacher, look at this equipment. Just a platinum equipment. Bai Yaiwan casually cast a detection spell, but his expression immediately became serious. Bai Yaiwan's eyes stared at Lin Muyu like lightning. You entered the core area. Lin Muyu nodded, just a little, the monsters in the core area are too strong, I couldn't go deeper. Bai Yaiwan breathed a sigh of relief, good thing you didn't go deeper, or you would be dead. The monsters in the core area are not to be trifled with, especially since you are alone. But this shield is really good, considered top-tier platinum. It's a pity it's only platinum, if it were legendary, it would be perfect. Lin Muyu asked, is legendary equipment really that strong? Bai Yaiwan nodded, very strong, not in the same league as platinum. But this shield is already good, among platinum shields, it's one of the best. As for its value, it's hard to estimate, but it should be no less than 50 billion, and if you find someone who needs it, it could reach 100 billion. Meng Yanwen said, you don't necessarily have to sell it for money, if the timing is right, you can exchange it for many good things. Keep it, it's one of your gains. Lin Muyu put away the turtle shield, and took out a bunch of dragon equipment. Teacher, are these dragon equipment useful? Bai Yaiwan was stunned, this guy even did such things. To this, he could only say, well done. Bai Yaiwan said, dragon equipment, some are compatible with us, some are not. Distinguishing them is a bit troublesome, you can actually sell them to blacksmiths, that would be willing to take them back and reforge them, turning waste into treasure. Lin Muyu understood. It was similar to what he thought. Lin Muyu hadn't finished asking, when I use dragon crystals, I can feel a peculiar aura, allowing me to judge roughly how many dragon crystals are needed to complete the talent awakening. Meng Yanwen replied, that's because your spirit has broken through 20,000, so you can sense it. The higher the spirit, the more sensitive the perception. So that's it, he was just inexperienced. Bai Yaiwan took a sip of tea. You entered the Divine Selection Secret Realm, gained divine power, and then leveled up to what level? Each Divine Selection Secret Realm assessment method is different, but no matter what, the final level of divine power gained is equivalent. Meng Yanwen said lightly, no need to ask, definitely stronger than you. Bai Yaiwan exclaimed, it's normal for the student to surpass the teacher, of course, he should be stronger than me. Back then, Bai Yaiwan raised his divine power to level 5 in the Divine Selection Secret Realm, tying the highest record of the entire human race. It was a famous story. Countless people aimed to surpass Bai Yaiwan, including Mo Yun. Just now, with Mo Xingai present, Lin Huiya deliberately didn't mention it. Lin Huiya whispered, level 30. Only level 3. Bai Yaiwan was slightly disappointed, then suddenly jumped up in shock. What did you say? Say it again. Lin Huiya said, level 30. Bai Yaiwan was shocked, his expression lost, the teacup in his hand already thrown somewhere. He almost flipped the tea table. Meng Yanwen laughed heartily, mocking Bai Yaiwan's lost expression. Bai Yaiwan, still in shock, said, how is this possible? Lin Huiya cautiously said, actually, it's now level 35. Seeing Bai Yaiwan's expression, Lin Huiya hesitated to speak. Level 35. Bai Yaiwan thought of Lin Huiya's profession characteristics. As long as he can reach the same level as his own skills, they can all level up together. Unexpectedly, divine power is so special, it can also level up. Thinking of this, Bai Yaiwan could only say, perverse. He hoped Lin Huiya could surpass him, but was also deeply hit, feeling a bit disheartened. You go rest first, I want to be alone. Lin Huiya obediently left Bai Shen's courtyard. After Lin Huiya left, Bai Shen's courtyard echoed with Meng Yanwen's gloating laughter. How is it, feeling hit? Meng Yanwen was very happy, seeing Bai Yaiwan suffer was his happiest thing. Bai Yaiwan said firmly, it's said that the student surpasses the teacher, I'm happy as a teacher. But your expression doesn't say that. That's just shock, do you understand shock? You blockhead, you don't understand what shock is. I think it's not shock, but fright. Shock or fright, whatever. The stronger Lin is, the happier I am. This was true, Bai Yaiwan said sincerely. Bai Yaiwan whispered, but with Lin's strength so high, the next training will be tough. Meng Yanwen chuckled, simple, let him walk the path you walked before. See if he can go further. Bai Yaiwan was slightly surprised, you mean let him, Lin Huiya returned to the academy. He didn't go back to the dorm to rest, nor did he stay in the academy. He directly used the teleportation array to go to Fortress Number 1. He wanted to use the military skill training ground in Fortress Number 1. He had obtained the Toxic Star Ring for some time, although he practiced whenever he had time, it was still only level 10. Among all his skills, currently only the Toxic Star Ring and Corpse Explosion hadn't been fully trained. According to his profession characteristics, the higher his level, the harder it is to train skills. So he had to practice early. As for fatigue, since gaining divine power, his fatigue recovery speed had greatly increased. As long as it wasn't continuous battles, Lin Huiya wouldn't even feel tired. With level 35 divine power, his fatigue recovery speed was 35 times faster. Meditating for a few minutes or sleeping for a few minutes was equivalent to several hours before. Lin Huiya felt like he had become a perpetual motion machine. This feeling was wonderful, always able to stay energetic. Lin Huiya's arrival immediately attracted many eyes. A 1-star colonel's rank was very eye-catching. God generals were rare, and colonels were not many. Those who reached the rank of colonel were all true warriors, worthy of everyone's respect. But Lin Huiya's level, only level 35, making it hard to believe. The soldiers patrolling in Fortress Number 1 saluted Lin Huiya directly, their eyes shining with fanaticism. Even if their levels were higher than Lin Huiya's, here, only rank mattered, not level. Lin Huiya also saluted them back. Every Shengxia soldier deserved respect. Arriving at the military skill training ground, he spent some military merits. After becoming a colonel, all Zhao facility usage fees were halved. For Lin Huiya, spending hundreds or thousands of military merits felt like nothing. He killed too fast, each time in the tens of thousands. Entering the military skill training ground, his mental power immediately became active. Recovery speed greatly increased. Plus, with Lin Huiya's current natural recovery speed of 135 times, even without meditating, his mental recovery speed was faster than before when meditating. Lin Huiya began to cast skills. The Toxic Star Ring exploded in the training ground. As his mental power was consumed, it quickly recovered. Lin Huiya kept casting skills non-stop, but the consumption speed of his mental power was still very slow. The skill level also quickly increased. Consuming less than 1/10 of his mental power, the Toxic Star Ring had already reached level 11. When his mental power was completely exhausted, the Toxic Star Ring had reached level 17. Then Lin Huiya began to meditate, fully recovering in just 10 minutes. So refreshing, Lin Huiya said with joy. The current training effect was better than the desert fruit. Lin Huiya didn't even eat the dragon god's meat, otherwise, he wouldn't even need to meditate. The efficiency was already high enough, just 10 minutes difference. Eating the dragon god's meat wouldn't improve much, too wasteful, unnecessary. Literature. Chapter 294. Chapter 294, 294. Chapter 294, the words thank you are too light, military orders are like mountains. Book Chapter 294, the words thank you are too light, military orders are like mountains. After a long time, Lin Huiya left the military training ground. Lin, the toxic star ring finally reached level 35 as desired. It is now on par with his own level, and in the future, as long as he levels up, the toxic star ring will also level up. Toxic star ring, level 35 forms a toxin damage within a 35-meter range, causing damage equivalent to 350 points of strength per second, lasting for 35 seconds. After amplification, the range of the toxic star ring has already reached over 20 minutes. During these 20+ minutes, it can cause damage equivalent to 14,000 points of strength per second. It's like having a warrior with 14,000 points of strength slashing you every second for 1,400 seconds, and you can't defend against it. The toxic star ring, at first glance, seems ordinary, but upon closer inspection, it is quite disgusting. Few humans use poison skills, and no profession specializes in poison. The most poison skills are found on monster bosses, and even among abyssal demons, few use them. Lin Moya's skill is extremely rare, even rarer than legendary professions. While training his skills at the military training ground, Lin Moya also replenished his lost skeletons. Skeleton mages. In the summoning space, 200 skeleton warriors, 150 skeleton mages. A total of 5,600 skeletons, 15 lich generals, all connected through the summoning lifelink talent. Fully realizing shared damage, living and dying together, Lin Moya felt very satisfied with his undead army. Brother Lin. A voice called from the side. Lin Moya turned his head and smiled slightly. Hello, brother Shi. Shingen and Liang Yu walked over hand in hand. Seeing them holding hands, Lin Moya couldn't help but smile. Congratulations. Liang Yu, the elder sister, rarely blushed. The two had long had feelings for each other but had never broken the ice. This time, it finally happened. Liang Yu asked, "Where is he?" Lin Moya replied, "She was sent for special training by her family. I haven't seen her for 2 months." Shingen said, "Brother Lin, where have you been these days? I couldn't reach you. I was sent to the ancient battlefield by my teacher. By the way, I have something for you." Shingen was already level 34, still far from the second job change at level 40. But Lin Moya still planned to give him something in advance. It was also a gift to congratulate him and Liang Yu. Lin Moya took them to a secluded place in the military area. Shingen was puzzled. Why so cautious? Liang Yu, being more attentive, gently patted Shingen. Be quiet, brother Lin must have a reason to be so cautious. Shingen nodded and stopped talking. Lin Moya took out the heart of the earth and the earth gem and handed them to Shingen. Seeing these items, Shingen's breath became rapid. His eyes sparkled with disbelief, and he trembled with excitement. Brother Lin, are these for me? Shingen's voice trembled. To him, these items were priceless treasures. The second job change and profession sublimation were his dreams. Once a paladin undergoes profession sublimation, they become a holy light knight, a legendary profession. But the limit is just the holy light knight. A profession sublimated from a job change cannot continue to advance to a mid-level or high-level legendary profession. It is different from a naturally awakened legendary profession. There is an inherent difference in attributes. Shingen once envied the holy light knight Zhou Leshen, but he knew that he might never catch up to Zhou Leshen in his lifetime, at most getting infinitely close. But now, Lin Moya had placed the path to the pinnacle of knights before him. How could Shingen not be excited? This was the Earth Knight, a truly hidden profession. The pinnacle of knights, more powerful than high-level legendary professions. In human history, Earth Knights have emerged one after another, creating miracles. As long as there is an Earth Knight on the battlefield, humans are invincible. This belief has deeply penetrated the thoughts and subconscious of every professional. Liang Yu was equally excited, no less than Shingen, but she reacted faster. Fool, put it away quickly, don't let anyone see. The heart of the earth and the earth gem were top treasures. Combined, their value was immeasurable. Shingen quickly put them away, repeatedly saying, Brother Lin, such a great favor, I don't know what to say, thank you is too light. Lin Moya said, contact me when you are about to undergo the second job change. My teacher will help increase the probability of profession sublimation. To become an Earth Knight, profession sublimation is fundamental. Shingen had no doubt about Lin Moya's words. Brother Lin, who is your teacher? White God, Lin Moya did not hide it. Shingen trembled, and Liang Yu covered her mouth in surprise. They didn't expect the famous White God to be Lin Moya's teacher. It made sense, who else but Bai Iwan could be Lin Moya's teacher? Shingen remembered Lin Moya's words, I will definitely come to you then. Lin Moya smiled, okay. Shingen was determined to level up quickly, to undergo the second job change and hopefully become an Earth Knight. In his memory, humans hadn't had an Earth Knight for nearly 100 years. He wanted to be the first Earth Knight in a century. His gaze became firm, and Liang Yu held his hand. I'll be with you. Shingen nodded, thank you. After finishing his skill training, Lin Moya planned to return to Xiaojing Academy. Now he had the level and enough contribution points. Lin Moya had never paid attention to his contribution points. Upon checking, he found that his contribution points had reached 6,000. These points were all from abyssal demons and dragons. Unknowingly, they had accumulated so much. He was fully qualified to join the Creation Academy. This time, he could apply. Entering the Creation Academy, he might even fight alongside his sister in the future. Suddenly, a red light rose from the teleportation array in his sight. Lin Moya stopped, wondering why the teleportation array was glowing red. The next second, the red light surged, and the teleportation array's red light shot into the sky. The alarm sounded, and Fortress Number 1 instantly activated its shield. The red teleportation array allowed neither entry nor exit. The fortress was sealed, entering war mode. Soldiers in the fortress mobilized. Everyone in the fortress stopped what they were doing, and those indoors ran out. The next second, military orders echoed. Level 1 military order, all professionals below level 40, stay in the fortress, prepare for battle. Level 1 military order, all professionals between level 40 and 60, use the military teleportation array to go to fortress number 6. Level 1 military order, all professionals above level 60 and below the third job change, use the military teleportation array to go to fortress number 7. Level 1 military order, all top professionals, use the military teleportation array to go to fortress number 8. The same orders echoed in all fortresses. Red lights shot into the sky from the fortresses. These were military teleportation arrays, only leading to the interiors of the fortresses. Professionals in the fortresses moved according to the orders, heading to their designated fortresses. Military orders are like mountains no one dared to disobey. Once war begins, everyone in the Shangxia Empire can be a soldier, everyone can fight. Lin Moyo also walked towards the teleportation array. Although he was only level 35, staying here would waste his combat power. Only the battlefields of fortress number 6 or even number 7 suited him. Stop, low-level professional, please stay in fortress number 1. A soldier guarding the teleportation array stopped Lin Moyo. Please go back, your level is too low. Going to the advanced battlefield will get you killed. Lin Moyo didn't waste words, showing his sergeant badge. The soldier immediately saluted Lin Moyo. Hello, officer. They didn't recognize levels, only ranks. This was the universal rule on the battlefield. Lin Moyo asked, do I have the right to enter? The soldier was in a dilemma. He couldn't decide between the military order and Lin Moyo's 1-star colonel rank. At this moment, a team arrived. What's going on? The soldier explained the situation. The captain saw Lin Moyo's colonel rank and saluted. Officer, according to the rules, you have the right to go to any of fortresses 6, 7, or 8. Lin Moyo nodded. I'll go to fortress number 6. Yes, sir, please enter the teleportation array. Soldiers acted swiftly, without any nonsense. Lin Moyo entered the teleportation array, and with a flash of red light, he went to fortress number 6. Literature. Chapter 295. Chapter 295, 295. Chapter 295, this time the enemy is a bit mysterious. Book Chapter 295, this time the enemy is a bit mysterious. The sky over fortress number 6 was even darker. The atmosphere was oppressive. There was a sense of an impending storm. Here, all the military teleportation arrays were fully operational. A large number of personnel were moving in and out quickly. Those arriving at fortress number 6 were all professionals between levels 40 and 59. Military orders are like mountains, and everyone acted according to the orders. This time, the military order was of high specification, a level 1 military order, issued from the command center of fortress number 1, and no one dared to disobey. Dozens of teleportation arrays operated simultaneously, with incredible efficiency. 9 fortresses combined, with over 600 teleportation arrays. Every minute and every second, a large number of personnel could be sent and received. Lin Moyo appeared in the teleportation array, immediately hearing urgent shouts. Quick, get into the teleportation array. Those in the teleportation array, come out quickly, don't just stand there blocking others. There were more people here than in fortress number 1, and all of them were high-level professionals above level 40. Professionals like Lin Moyo, who were of lower levels, were extremely rare. Lin Moyo left the teleportation array amidst the urging, but he was immediately stopped by someone. You are in the wrong place, go back to fortresses 1 to 5, the high-level battlefield is not for you, you will die. A soldier, level 50, stopped Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo pointed to the sergeant badge on his shoulder. Thank you, I will be fine. Seeing the sergeant badge, the soldier's attitude changed immediately, standing at attention and saluting. Hello, officer. He was only an 8-star lieutenant, and seeing a 1-star colonel, he naturally had to address him as an officer. Lin Moyo nodded and returned the salute. You continue with your work, I am going to the city wall. Yes, sir. The soldier did not dare to stop him. Military discipline was strict, and he could only obey orders. The sky over fortress number 6 was even more oppressive. Through the transparent shield, one could see the pitch-black sky. There was very little light here, almost like night. Usually, the entire fortress relied on various tools to provide light. But now, the light from the shield illuminated the entire fortress. It also illuminated the land within a 10-kilometer radius. People were moving quickly, their faces solemn. It was always like this before a big battle. In the center of the fortress, the giant eye of observation had stopped rotating. It was looking in one direction, the direction from which the enemy was about to arrive. The eye of observation in fortress number 6 was obviously larger than the one in fortress number 1. Teacher said that the observation range of the eye of observation can reach up to 10,000 kilometers. That's why it can issue early warnings and let us prepare for battle. Bai Yaiwan had once explained the function of the eye of observation to Lin Moyo. Its main function was to observe the enemy's movements. Even invisible enemies could not escape its eyes. The eye of observation was also one of the greatest masterpieces of human alchemists. On the command platform below the eye of observation stood a Legion Overlord in military uniform. The Legion Overlord was a legendary profession, very rare in number. But the Shangxia Empire had a large population, so some Legion Overlords would always emerge. Moreover, not many Legion Overlords were needed, just a dozen or so were enough to support the entire war. For fortresses 1 to 9, only 9 Legion Overlords were needed. This time, the Legion Overlord was not Ni Xiong, whom he had seen in Fortress Number 1, but he looked somewhat similar to Ni Xiong. Both were from the Ni family. The Ni family had a special bloodline and was a family of Legion Overlords. Apart from the Ni family, no one else had been known to awaken as a Legion Overlord. This person's aura was deeper than Ni Xiong's, and his level was obviously higher. Lin Moya saw his sergeant badge, 3-star colonel, higher than himself. When Lin Moya looked at him, he also looked at Lin Moya. Obviously, he was very surprised by Lin Moya's level. But when he saw that Lin Moya was a 1-star colonel, he nodded slightly towards Lin Moya. Military rank was more important than level. Lin Moya also nodded in response and then stopped paying attention. Both were colonels, although the other was a 3-star, and he was only a 1-star. But their status was basically equal. At this time, he had already walked up to the city wall, looking out into the darkness, in the same direction as the Eye of Observation. It was pitch black there, and no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't see anything. But since the Eye of Observation had detected something, it must be true. Otherwise, a level 1 military order would not have been issued from Fortress Number 1. It was possible that Fortress Number 1 was already engaged in battle. Ni Jun, I'm here. Someone came to the side of the Legion Overlord Ni Jun. Do you know which Demon King's team it is? The newcomer was a 1-star colonel, qualified to stand on the command platform and stand shoulder to shoulder with Ni Jun. Lin Moya recognized this person. He was the one who presided over his job change ceremony. Zhang Qian, Formation Master. At that time, he was level 52, now he had risen to level 53. The two obviously knew each other and had a good relationship. Ni Jun looked into the distance. The battle will start soon. The enemies haven't arrived yet. We still don't know anything. This time the enemy seems a bit mysterious. But it's okay, I've taken over the city's formations, you can rest assured. Zhang Qian said in a deep voice. Although his level was not high, due to the special nature of formation masters, he could exert amazing power on the battlefield. He was very confident in this battle. The formations set up in Fortress Number 6 over the years were very powerful, enough to influence the outcome of the battle. Ni Jun looked outside for a while, then turned his gaze back to the city. On the city wall, various professionals were moving quickly. They formed teams, took their positions, and acted very orderly. Then, one by one, the troops ran up to the city wall and began to stand guard. Among the troops, Lin Moya stood out, especially conspicuous. He stood on the city wall, his demeanor completely different from the tension around him. It was as if the upcoming battle was nothing to him. Moreover, his level of 35 made him even more unique. What are you looking at? Zhang Qian followed Ni Jun's gaze and saw Lin Moya at a glance. He was surprised. It's him. Ni Jun asked curiously, do you know him, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Qian said, I've met him once. I presided over his job change ceremony. I didn't expect that in just a few months, he has already reached level 35, his leveling speed is too fast. But what is he doing here at level 35? He might die. A unique profession, a new profession, that fragile skeleton in the wind. All left a deep impression on him. Ni Jun was shocked. You said he just changed jobs a few months ago? This year's new professional? Only 18 years old. Zhang Qian nodded. Although it's only been a few months, this kid is different, he is this year's national top scorer. Ni Jun laughed. Top scorer, that is indeed different. Mr. Zhang, look at his military rank. Zhang Qian looked over and saw Lin Moya's golden badge. The same as his, a 1-star colonel. He couldn't help but exclaim, a 1-star colonel, how is that possible? Ni Jun laughed happily. Were you scared? To be honest, I was also shocked just now. A level 35 1-star colonel has never appeared before. Zhang Qian couldn't imagine how Lin Moya had spent the past few months. Leveling up so fast was already hard to understand. And his military rank had risen to a 1-star colonel. Zhang Qian wondered if Lin Moya had gone to the Abyss world, leveling up by killing demons. And the demons had to line up to be killed by him. Otherwise, how could he level up so fast? He didn't know how many years it took him to become a 1-star colonel. A miracle. After holding back for a long time, Zhang Qian finally said. Ni Jun suddenly thought of something. I remember, in a recent battle, the youngest lieutenant in human history was born. It should be him. Although Ni Jun did not participate in the battle at Fortress Number 1, he had heard some news. Zhang Qian was curious and expectant. I really want to see what kind of surprise he will bring us in the upcoming battle. Ni Jun felt the same. I hope it will be a big surprise. The troops on the city wall were ready. Ni Jun gave a low command, activate Legion mode. Everyone joined the Legion. As the commander of this war, he naturally became the Legion commander. Zhang Qian was the deputy commander. Then came the teams within the Legion. The Legion had tens of thousands of people, far more than the battle Lin Moya experienced in Fortress Number 1. Each team was composed of 6 to 12 people. There were also some single-person teams. Lin Moya was one of them, a single-person team. Lin Moya saw the information of the Legion commander and deputy commander. Legion commander, Ni Jun, level 63, Legion Overlord. Deputy Legion commander, Zhang Qian, level 53, Formation Master. Seeing Zhang Qian's name, Lin Moya was slightly stunned. Then he saw Zhang Qian himself, the one who presided over his job change ceremony in Zihai City. Zhang Qian nodded and smiled at Lin Moya, greeting him. Ni Jun's voice echoed in the fortress, powerful and captivating. The Legion is formed. I am the Legion commander. Military merits will be unified and distributed after the battle. The Legion is formed, you are all teammates, skills will not cause friendly fire, feel free to use them. The Legion is formed, if anyone retreats in battle, they will be punished after the battle. Literature. Chapter 296. Chapter 296, 296. Chapter 296, The Return of the Dragon Race to the Original Battlefield. Book Chapter 296, The Return of the Dragon Race to the Original Battlefield. The military order was issued, and everyone perked up their ears, ready for battle. Zhang Qian and Lin Moya greeted each other from a distance without saying much. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Why is there an additional Deputy Legion Commander?" "Yeah, who is this Lin Moya? Only level 35, how did he become a Legion Commander?" "No idea, a level 35 kid, isn't this sending him to his death? Could it be a mistake? Maybe he has some connections and is here to earn military merits." In the position of Deputy Legion Commander, after Zhang Qian, there suddenly appeared Lin Moya. Many people exclaimed, not knowing what had happened. A level 35 person couldn't possibly come to Fortress number 6, where the minimum level is 40 for high-level professionals. A low-level professional coming here is definitely a death sentence. This matter quickly spread, and many people started discussing it. Suddenly, someone exclaimed again, "I remember, in the recent World Professional Competition, there was someone named Lin Moya who broke the challenge record." "I remember too, that person was indeed Lin Moya, but he was only level 27 at that time. How did he reach level 35 so quickly, even faster than having a baby? It seems he not only has connections but is also a real genius." There were all kinds of opinions. Many people maliciously speculated and doubted. Jun shouted in a low voice, suppressing everyone's voices with his authority as the Legion Commander. "Lin Moya, level 35, 1-star Colonel. In the army, on the battlefield, we don't recognize levels, only military ranks. His rank is higher than yours, becoming a Deputy Legion Commander is reasonable. If anyone has any objections, they can vent on the battlefield. If there are any more malicious speculations, they will be dealt with according to military regulations." As soon as Jun spoke, the scene fell silent. In less than 3 seconds, exclamations erupted again. A level 35 1-star Colonel, who would believe that? But whether they believed it or not, it didn't matter, the fact was as it was. Jun didn't explain much either. Once the battle started, these people would understand. Talking is the most useless thing. It's better to strive to kill more enemies. With Jun suppressing the scene, no one dared to say anything unnecessary. A Legion Overlord is not an ordinary person, not someone to be offended. Finally, about half an hour after the assembly, the enemy's shadow finally appeared in sight. Massive black clouds pressed down, giving a sense of an impending storm. Lin Moya, with his strong mental power, instantly sensed the opponent's aura. They are not abyssal demons, they are dragons. Unexpectedly, it was the dragon race. The dragon race had also entered the original battlefield. Then he saw the opponent clearly. Monsters resembling dinosaurs formed in array, flying aggressively. On these monsters sat dragon race professionals. The ones in heavy armor at the front were knights. Behind them were dragon race archers, mages, and healers in robes. Jun also saw the incoming enemies and said in a low voice, "It's the dragon race's sub-dragon legion." Zhang Qian was surprised. "I didn't expect the dragon race to return to the original battlefield, they finally found a way." Jun sneered, "Found a way? They just forced their way in. You overestimate the brains of those dragon race guys." Zhang Qian laughed, "You're right, these guys basically have no brains." Finally, the other professionals in the fortress also saw the enemy's appearance. "They are not abyssal demons, they are dragons. Weren't the dragons driven out of the original battlefield 1,000 years ago? According to historical records, yes. Now you can only encounter dragons in the ancient battlefield. Didn't expect this. Didn't expect the dragon race to return to the original battlefield. This complicates the situation even more." The Sub-Dragon Legion, with great momentum, charged straight at Fortress number 6. There were many of them, at least 10,000. Among their ranks, there was also a warship. On the warship, a giant magic crystal ball with a diameter of over 100 meters was embedded. Zhang Qian's face turned slightly serious. "This is the dragon race's siege warship. According to historical records, it has given us a hard time before." Jun asked, "Can you take it down?" Zhang Qian said in a low voice, "Let it get closer, I'll try." Similar situations were happening in other parts of the original battlefield. One sub-dragon legion after another, one warship after another, appeared. The dragon race was obviously well prepared, not only attacking fortresses 1 to 9, they also sent a large number of soldiers to hunt down scattered humans and demons in the original battlefield. Both humans and demons were enemies of the dragon race. This time, the dragon race came back with a vengeance, not intending to spare anyone. The sudden appearance of the dragon race might change the balance of the original battlefield and even the balance between races. Lin Moya's eyes turned cold. He had killed many dragons. No matter how powerful the Sub-Dragon Legion looked, they were still to be killed. Just see if they can withstand corpse explosion. To him, dragons were just military merits. But to other professionals, it was different. The Sub-Dragon Legion was the dragon race's army, each one above level 50. Not only were there over 10,000 of them, but once the battle started, the dragons could attack, and their sub-dragon mounts would also attack. With the sub-dragons as mounts, professions like mages and archers, who feared close combat, became powerful. Fighting 10,000 dragons was like fighting 20,000 or 30,000 dragons at the same time. Jun could see that they were outnumbered and outmatched. This battle would be tough. As the dragons got closer, Jun began to cast spells. He drew the magic sword from his waist and raised it high. A huge halo burst from the tip of the sword. The halo expanded rapidly, sweeping across the entire fortress, enveloping everyone. A heavy voice sounded. Strength, agility, mental power, constitution. With each low shout, halos responded. All 4 attributes of everyone present increased by 50%. The whole army was boosted, the most powerful aspect of a legion overlord, irreplaceable on the battlefield. After boosting the 4 attributes, other states were added. Elemental resistance, magic enhancement, bloodthirsty attack. Elemental resistance increased by 50%, spell damage increased by 30%, physical attacks could absorb the enemy's life force to heal oneself. Besides the Legion Overlord states, prophets and supports in other teams also began to add states. Although human professionals had weak base attributes, through a large number of states, the base attributes could be doubled. Combined with various excellent equipment, the overall strength of humans was very strong. Colorful lights kept rising. Only Lin Moya's Undead Legion did not accept the states from other professionals. This used to be one of Lin Moya's regrets. Fortunately, there were Lich generals to make up for this defect. Lin Moya stood on the city wall, looking at the approaching dragons through the shield. He smiled slightly. Here comes more military merits. The shield suddenly became brilliant. A light shot out from the shield towards the dragons. Lin Moya looked at Zhang Qian. He made the first move. As a formation master, Zhang Qian took over all the formations in Fortress Number 6. His attack methods also relied on formations. It was once said that with a complete set of formations, a formation master was invincible at the same level. No same-level professional could defeat a formation master. Fortress Number 6 was filled with formations. Although Zhang Qian was only level 53, after mobilizing the formations, he was no less powerful than a level 60 professional. The light was initially very thin, only the size of a fist. But as it flew, it absorbed a large amount of elements from the space, and the light grew larger. When it approached the dragons, the light had already turned into a beam, with a diameter of over 5 meters. The Sub-Dragon Legion quickly reacted. The giant magic crystal on the warship also shot out a colorful light. The 2 lights collided, creating a small sun in the sky. It illuminated the earth, dazzlingly bright. Terrifying energy raged on the ground. The dark land of the original battlefield was torn apart, rumbling. When the light ball disappeared, the siege warship was intact, and the Sub-Dragon Legion was unharmed. Zhang Qian's attack did not succeed. Zhang Qian sighed lightly, failed. Ni Jun seemed to have expected this result. It's normal, the dragon race's siege warship is very powerful, we've seen it in military records. Zhang Qian also knew, I was just trying, the real show is next. Zhang Qian communicated with the formations again. The entire fortress became brilliant, even the land near the fortress was glowing. The land near the fortress was also inscribed with formations, allowing the fortress to continuously draw energy from the original battlefield. Countless rune lines appeared. Fortresses were never meant for habitation, they were real war machines. Terrifying power swept out, and thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky, striking the Sub-Dragon Legion. Literature. Chapter 297. Chapter 297, 297. Chapter 297, Lin Moya is crazy, one man against an army. Book Chapter 297, Lin Moya is crazy, one man against an army. Thunder roared, and the dragon race's siege warship shone brightly. Lin, a huge magic crystal ball immediately raised a giant canopy, like a giant umbrella covering the entire army. It firmly blocked the thunder strikes. Not only did it block the attack, but it also absorbed the energy from the thunder, converting it into its own power. The magic crystal, with a diameter of over 100 meters, contained an astonishing amount of energy. Thunder struck the shield, crackling and sparking, but it had no effect. The magic crystal on the siege warship shone with colorful lights, absorbing a large amount of attacks, and its power grew stronger. Zhang Qian did not stop attacking, his expression becoming solemn. The dragon race's siege warship, combining offense and defense, is indeed formidable. Ni Jun said in a deep voice, it is absorbing your attacks, converting them into its own power. Zhang Qian said in a deep voice, yes, let it absorb to its fill. Only when it attacks will I have a chance. Ni Jun trusted Zhang Qian's judgment and did not say a word. On the battlefield, it is best to avoid any doubts. Zhang Qian stopped talking, fully concentrating on controlling the fortress formations. The attack power increased again, the thunder became more frenzied, and it seemed Zhang Qian was trying to break the dragon race's defense. But the magic crystal grew even more brilliant. Finally, it reached its limit, and with a deafening sound, it shot out a thick beam of light directly at the fortress. The beam, over 50 meters in diameter, contained unimaginable energy. The beam was 100 meters above the ground, but the ground below it disappeared silently, as if vaporized by an infinitely high-temperature flame. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. This attack was powerful, comparable to a demon king's attack. He wondered if the fortress's defense could withstand it. The beam struck the fortress shield, causing the entire fortress to tremble violently. The shield shone brightly, unprecedentedly bright. Ni Jun's face did not look good. Since I have been guarding Fortress Number 6, I have never seen such a strong defensive reaction. This attack was the strongest Fortress Number 6 had ever encountered. Whether it could hold, he was not sure. Zhang Qian did not speak, his eyes shining. In his eyes, one formation rune after another flashed. Faster and faster, stronger and stronger. His whole body's power surged crazily, the formations roared. With a bang, it was like the last string breaking. The fortress shield shattered like glass. At the same time, the millions of thunders above the dragon race disappeared, converging into a terrifying 100-meter giant thunderbolt that fell. The shield protecting the sub-dragon legion shattered. The thunderbolt pierced through, accurately hitting the siege warship. The magic crystal on the siege warship also shattered, and the entire ship exploded. The dragons near the warship were affected and blown away. The siege warship fell from the sky, crashing to the ground and shattering. Ha ha ha. In the end, I still won. Zhang Qian laughed out loud. He was the final victor in this contest. As he said, only when the dragon race's warship attacked did he have a chance to break it. He did it. Even though it was his first time dealing with the dragon race's siege warship, he still found its flaw. A formation master is like this, finding the enemy's weakness in the details. He won, though at a cost. The shield of Fortress Number 6 was destroyed and could not be restored temporarily. Next was the moment for the Shangxia army and the Sub-Dragon Legion to engage in close combat. In his laughter, he activated the formations again, using the remaining power, no-fly zone. The fortress, which had just dimmed, shone again. A huge halo flickered in the sky, covering 100 kilometers, creating a no-fly zone. No need for a god-level mage or special skills. A formation master can use formations to create a vast no-fly zone, depriving all races of their flying ability, taking away their flying advantage. Riding sub-dragons, they fell from the sky, but the dragon race had anticipated this and was not panicked. As soon as they landed, they began to charge. The Sub-Dragon Legion, with over 10,000 people, had nearly 1,000 Sub-Dragon Knights at the forefront. Behind them were archers and mages, and finally healers. At the rear of the Sub-Dragon Legion, one person did not charge with them. That was the support of the entire legion, similar to the profession of a legion overlord, responsible for the state of the entire team. The dragon race army formed a phalanx, orderly and imposing. The killing intent they emitted connected with the heavens and earth, pressing down like a tangible force. After 1,000 years of not setting foot on the original battlefield, the dragon race wanted to fully demonstrate their power in this battle. Defeat the human race and successfully enter the original battlefield. Then, using the original battlefield as a base, launch continuous attacks on the human race and the abyss. Avenge the grudge from 1,000 years ago. Every dragon soldier's eyes were filled with intense killing intent, and with the fortress shield broken, the real battle was about to begin. Lin Moya watched, murmuring, each team consists of one knight, one archer, one mage, and one healer. Their team formation is slightly different from ours. 3 healers, plus the dragon race's strong vitality, make their team's endurance very strong. They do not distinguish between professions, only bloodline strength, which is different from our human race. As Lin Moya pondered, the Sub-Dragon Legion got closer. Ni Jun raised his magic sword, releasing the last state before the battle began. Skill, morale boost. Morale boost, dispel fear, boost morale. Increases defense by 30% and attack by 30% for 10 minutes. All the human race was ready. The city gates opened, and the first batch of troops rushed out, ready for battle. On the city walls, mages and archers were also ready. At this moment, Lin Moya suddenly leaped from the city wall, landing outside the city, appearing at the forefront of the human army. Then, as if taking a stroll, he walked towards the dragon race army. Seeing Lin Moya's actions, everyone widened their eyes, not understanding what he was doing. What is he doing? Is this guy crazy? Is he seeking death? That's the dragon race's legion, a 10,000-strong legion. What can you do alone? Crazy, this guy is really crazy. The halo of a genius has made him lose his mind, an arrogant guy. Someone called out to Lin Moya to come back, but Lin Moya ignored them, continuing to walk forward. On the command platform, Ni Jun was also stunned, muttering, "What is he doing?" Zhang Qian shook his head, indicating he did not know. Ni Jun said in a deep voice, "Before the third job change, no matter how strong one person is, they cannot fight against a legion. This guy must be crazy. No, I have to call him back." Just as he was about to act, Zhang Qian stopped him. "Wait, look." Ni Jun's eyes widened. He saw one undead legion after another appearing beside Lin Moya. Not only him, but those who had just mocked Lin Moya for seeking death also closed their mouths. 15 undead legions appeared neatly beside Lin Moya. A cold wind rose on the original battlefield. Although the number of undead legions was not as many as the dragon race's legion, their momentum was not weak at all. The Lich generals simultaneously cast spells. White light shot into the sky, illuminating the ground. Lin Moya was going to fight an army alone. Even the charging Sub-Dragon Legion paused for a moment. Then someone exclaimed, "Undead Legion, it's Lin Moya." The Dragon King has ordered, kill Lin Moya, reward with high-level bloodline, and a chance to enter the ancestral dragon pool. Kill Lin Moya. At this moment, the Sub-Dragon Legion charged at Lin Moya, their immense killing intent also pressing down on him. His actions on the ancient battlefield had already reached the dragon race world. Among the dragon race, he was already on the must-kill list. Lin Moya did not care. The undead legions quickly surrounded him, placing him in the center. Then, they charged at the Sub-Dragon Legion together with Lin Moya. Lin Moya acted first, pointing his finger. Red light filled the sky. Skill, slow curse. The curse took effect, and all the dragon race's movements slowed down instantly. Curse. The healers quickly cast spells to remove the curse. Skill, Toxic Star Ring. A green light exploded. The Toxic Star Ring quickly swept through the air, carrying intense poison elements. A large number of dragons were poisoned. One by one, they screamed as if hit hard. Although they were all above level 50, they could not ignore the 14,000 points of strength attack, and it hit every second. Their vitality was rapidly draining. The healers in the dragon race's team were overwhelmed. They had to remove the curse and heal at the same time. The dragon race's mages and archers simultaneously launched attacks. Thousands of mages and archers attacked at the same time. In an instant, the sky was filled with arrows and falling meteors, completely covering Lin Moyu and his undead legions. Seeing this, everyone in the fortress couldn't help but swallow. How could this be blocked? Literature. Chapter 298. Chapter 298, 298. Chapter 298, Witnessing the Birth of a Monstrosity. Book Chapter 298, Witnessing the Birth of a Monstrosity. Lin Mui's skeletal armor flashed brilliantly, and the skeleton mages simultaneously launched attacks. Countless spells rained down on the dragon knights as well. Some spells collided in mid-air, exploding magnificently. For a moment, the scene was extremely dazzling, like the most beautiful fireworks blooming. So beautiful. Lin Mui looked up at the rain of arrows and trailing meteors falling from the sky, and couldn't help but exclaim. Such a sight is rarely seen, but to others, this was a scene of death. No one thought Lin Mui could withstand it. His undead legions couldn't withstand it either. No matter what, no matter how many undead legions there were, they were only level 35 after all. Some had already closed their eyes, thinking Lin Mui was doomed. Explosions from the arrows and meteors smashing down engulfed the entire undead legion. The price of arrogance. Lin Mui is finished. Without healers, no matter how many, it's just sending them to their deaths. Amidst the explosions, a figure suddenly appeared. Then a large number of skeletons charged out, colliding head-on with the dragon knights. Amidst the thunderous booms, the skeleton warriors did not give an inch. With enhancements, the skeleton warriors had a staggering 78,000 points in strength, no weaker than the dragon knights. The skeleton warriors unleashed their skills one after another, furiously slashing at the dragon knights. White light continuously shone upon them. Healing spells were being cast endlessly on them. Then Lin Mui appeared in everyone's sight. His skeletal armor shone brilliantly, completely unscathed. In Lin Mui's eyes, as long as it wasn't an extremely powerful attack that could instantly shatter his skeletal armor, he would not be harmed. The skeletons were the same, now with the summoning life-linked talent, sharing damage and recovery. The Lich Generals had become the true masters in healing, each of their healing spells affecting all summons, including themselves. With 15 Lich Generals continuously healing, it was truly difficult to kill them. The skeleton warriors charged through the attacks, shining under the light of healing spells. Spells from the skeleton mages also flew out from the explosions, striking the dragons. He actually withstood it. Unbelievable. How can he be so strong? Is he really only level 35? I think even level 75 wouldn't be enough. No one dared to believe what was happening. It seemed this great battle had changed in flavor. Those who should have been bathing in blood on the battlefield had suddenly become spectators. The skeleton warriors and dragon knights clashed fiercely. The dragons also had healers, and they were high level with powerful healing spells. The skeleton warriors unleashed their skills one after another, but couldn't instantly kill their opponents. There were 800 teams, over 2,400 dragon knights, though not as many as the skeleton warriors. The difference was not huge. The dragon knights cooperated with each other in an orderly manner, their overall strength not inferior to the skeleton warriors, especially with the archers and mages behind them providing support. Lin Mui knew that without the new summoning life-linked talent, his undead legions would not be able to defeat them. Healing spells continuously appeared on the dragon knights, healing their wounds rapidly. Without being able to surround and attack, the skeletons had no way to kill them. Similarly, with the Lich Generals present, the opponent couldn't kill the skeleton warriors either. On the battlefield, the sounds of clashing echoed. The dragon warriors would occasionally let out a shout, but the skeleton warriors remained silent. All that could be heard were the whistling of arrows and the roars of spells. The two sides were in a stalemate. Lin Mui frowned slightly, knowing he couldn't defeat them like this. After all, his level was still not high enough. If I could create a corpse, that would be great. Since that's the case, then I can only. Suddenly, everyone noticed that Lin Mui had withdrawn from the Legion. Ni Jun said in a deep voice, "Why did he withdraw from the Legion? What is he trying to do?" Zhang Qian's eyes flickered, and he had already guessed what was going on. How many military merits would all these dragons add up to? Ni Jun didn't even think about it. Around 20 million. Then he suddenly widened his eyes. "You mean Lin Mui wants to kill all these dragons?" Zhang Qian laughed. "Otherwise, can you think of any other reason?" Ni Jun shuddered. "Damn, if he succeeds, he'll become a god general instantly. 100,000 military merits to become a colonel, and then every 1 million merits adds 1 star. 20 million military merits would make him a god general. Although without any stars, a god general is still a god general. The status is highly revered. In the entire Shangxia Empire, or even the entire human race, there are only a handful of god generals." Ni Jun said, "A level 35 god general, that would be unheard of in the future." Zhang Qian shook his head. "It should be level 36 or even 37. These dragons not only give military merits but also experience, a huge amount of experience. And there are also contribution points from the Xiaojing Academy." Ni Jun then remembered that Lin Mui was still a student at the Xiaojing Academy, a new student today. For a moment, he felt a mix of laughter and tears. The whole thing just didn't feel right. Lin Mui did withdraw from the Legion with that intention. He wasn't a fool to let others share the military merits and experience from killing so many enemies. Even if he was given a larger share, how much more could it be? It's better to withdraw from the Legion and take it all for himself. If I become a god general, I'll probably give my teacher a fright when I go back. Lin Muya laughed, and the runes on the back of his hand shone brilliantly. Skill, mighty force. Light like smoke and mist exploded within the undead legion. In an instant, the entire undead legion underwent a drastic change. Their aura surged violently, their attack power increasing rapidly. What happened? How did the skeletons suddenly become so powerful? I can't hold them back. Heal me, quickly heal me. What skill did he use? How did they suddenly become so much stronger? I know, it's a skill from the primordial runes. He used a skill from the primordial runes. The suddenly strengthened undead legion caught the dragons off guard. A large number of dragon knights were severely injured and instantly activated their ultimate defenses. Otherwise, they would die in the next second. With a thought from Lin Muyu, the skeleton warriors bypassed them and charged towards the archers and mages behind. Under the mighty force skill, the skeleton warriors' attributes increased greatly, their strength and speed far surpassing the dragon knights. The dragon knights could not stop them at all. One could already imagine what would happen to the archers and mages facing such skeleton warriors. The leading dragon knight roared loudly, "Don't bother with the skeletons, kill Lin Muyu." Yes, kill Lin Muyu. They had only just realized that Lin Muyu was the real threat. As long as they killed Lin Muyu, the skeletons would naturally die. Lin Muyu laughed. "You can't kill me." The burly lich generals surrounded Lin Muyu, with over 1,000 skeleton mages outside. The dragon knights could not break through at all. A sense of despair was spreading, until a scream rang out. Finally, an archer had died by the blade of a skeleton warrior. It's all over. The first corpse had been created, and the rest was inevitable. Skill, corpse explosion. 200-meter area of effect, 1,200% of the corpse's life force is damage. With a thunderous boom, the surrounding dragons were instantly killed, without any resistance. Then, one explosion after another followed, showing no signs of stopping. Lin Muyu used the dragon corpses to practice his skill. Only he knew how difficult it was to train the corpse explosion skill. With nearly 10,000 corpses available, how could he miss such a good opportunity? Running low on spirit, Lin Muyu took out some meat from the earth dragon god and ate a few bites, recovering while exploding. Experience, military merits, contribution points, all rapidly increasing. Soon, a white light shone from Lin Muyu's body. He had leveled up. His military badge shone with golden light, with one star after another appearing on it. Watching this, Ni Jun sighed. I never imagined a colonel could gain stars this quickly. Zhang Qian looked at his own military badge. It took me years to reach 1-star colonel. He gains a star per second. Some people are just luckier than others. It's infuriating. Maybe I should get acquainted with him and have him bring me along. Ni Jun glared at him. You old man, have some shame, will you? Zhang Qian laughed. What's the use of shame? Becoming a god general has been my lifelong dream. Isn't that the case for everyone? Inside the fortress, everyone was stunned. One by one, they were speechless with shock. It was as if they were witnessing the birth of a monstrosity. Literature. Chapter 299. Chapter 299, 299. Chapter 299, even without the undead legion, I can still kill you. Book Chapter 299, even without the undead legion, I can still kill you. The sub-dragon legion was being slaughtered by Lin Muyu, one by one, the seemingly powerful dragon archers and mages. They fell like wheat being cut, dying in explosions. Ni Jun was very shocked by Lin Muyu's strength. This skill seemed to ignore the level difference. The damage was not determined by the skill level either. He couldn't see the specific calculation method, only some clues. In short, the skill Lin Muyu used was quite terrifying. Its group-killing ability was unprecedented. But at the same time, he vaguely felt something was wrong, as if a dangerous aura was approaching. Zhang Qian suddenly said in a low voice, I feel something is wrong. Ni Jun, while shocked, did not forget to pay attention to the battle situation and had already sensed it earlier than Zhang Qian. Their legion support is too calm, as if they don't care at all. Ni Jun's gaze fell on the legion support at the back of the sub-dragon legion. The legion support was far behind and did not move forward. Its eyes were always indifferent, neither fearful nor distressed. Seeing its legion being slaughtered, having such an expression was very unusual. Ni Jun even saw a conspiracy in its eyes. Zhang Qian said in a deep voice, the legion support has a problem, and their army also has a problem. Under normal circumstances, the morale would have collapsed by now. But look at these dragon soldiers, although they are anxious, fearful, and angry, they are all very stiff. And these knights, mages, archers, seem to be cut from the same mold. Ni Jun followed Zhang Qian's words and looked, indeed, it was exactly as Zhang Qian said. Suddenly, Zhang Qian said again, their legion support is moving. At the back of the sub-dragon legion, the legion support, which had been motionless, finally moved. It heavily struck the ground with its staff, and a complex magic circle appeared around it. A teleportation channel appeared above its head, and a dragon warrior leaped out of the teleportation channel. This dragon warrior was over 5 meters tall, burly, wearing huge armor, and holding a platinum spear. The most striking thing was the decorations on its head, legs, and knees, resembling dragon horns. Ni Jun was not very sure, is this a dragon warlord? Zhang Qian immediately communicated with the Eye of Observation to confirm the information. His face turned ugly. Yes, a level 70 dragon warlord. A level 70 dragon warlord was equivalent to a level 70 top-tier human profession after the third job change. The higher the level, the greater the difference. The difference between level 60 and level 59 was already significant, and the improvement of each level afterward was astonishing. At level 70, completing the third job change was a qualitative change. This was true for humans and other races as well. At level 70, in the dragon race, one could be called a warlord. From that time on, the dragon race took a path completely different from humans. 1,000 years ago, in human history, there were battles with dragon warlords, with victories and defeats on both sides. It was unclear whose development path was more correct, but it showed that dragon warlords were very strong. Ni Jun said in a deep voice, "What about the suppression formation? Why is a level 70 dragon here?" Zhang Qian said, "It seems that the pressure on Fortress Number 9 is also great. They must have reduced the energy supply to the suppression formation, giving the dragon race an opportunity." This was the only explanation. The 9 fortresses, plus various positions in the original battlefield, formed a complete suppression formation with numerous nodes. Through the formation, the maximum level limit that each area could withstand was firmly restricted. Once the war started, the formation would fully suppress. In theory, it was impossible for a level 70 character to appear. But now it had appeared, indicating that Fortress Number 9 was under great pressure and had reduced the energy supply to the suppression formation. Zhang Qian said, "I have already requested support from Fortress Number 8 through the formation, hoping they can send top-tier professionals to support us, but it may take some time." Ni Jun said in a deep voice, "Fortunately, Lin Moyo has many skeletons, he should be able to hold on." The dragon warlord had already rushed towards Lin Moyo. In the no-fly zone, even it could not fly. But its speed on the ground was astonishing, like an arrow shot out, the ground cracking under its feet. And the Legion support at the back of the Subdragon Legion was not idle either. It cast a skill again, and a brilliant light shot from its staff into the sky. A ball of light appeared in the sky, illuminating the ground like the sun. Under the light, the Undead Legion quickly disappeared, and in an instant, the Undead Legion was gone. All the Undead Legions had returned, and Lin Moyo found that his summoning was restricted and could not be used. Summoning Seal. The ball of light in the sky had the same effect as the summoning seal. Not good. Ni Jun was shocked. Zhang Qian was also shocked. "I urged them to send people over quickly." Without summoned creatures, what was left for a summoner? The people in the fortress also sweated for Lin Moyo. This is troublesome. Without summoned creatures, how can he fight? The new dragon looks very strong. I feel it is even stronger than the Subdragon Legion just now. From its aura, it should be level 70, not inferior to our top-tier professionals. Let's go together to save Lin Moyo. What's the rush? Don't you see that Lin Moyo himself is not in a hurry? At this time, the Subdragon Legion was almost dead, with only a few left. Not far from Lin Moyo, there were piles of corpses. He stood as if on a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. The white light on his body was still there, leveling up. He had already reached level 37. Nearly 10,000 dragon warriors over level 50 provided him with a huge amount of experience. Lin Moyo directly reached level 37. The military badge also changed, from gold to purple. God General, Lin Moyo, die. With a roar, the dragon warlord leaped high, and the spear in its hand struck down. The spear's momentum was fierce, and before it even reached, the ground had already cracked. All the corpses around Lin Moyo were sent flying hundreds of meters away. It seemed to know that Lin Moyo could use corpses to attack. By restricting Lin Moyo's summoning skills, it also restricted corpse explosions. Lin Moyo's skeletal armor shone brightly, and at the same time, a cracking sound was heard. The energy attack alone almost broke the skeletal armor. The attack power is indeed very strong. At this time, the Mighty Force skill had 10 seconds left. These 10 seconds were Lin Moyo's strongest moment. With a spirit power exceeding 70,000, this alone increased the skill attack power by more than twice. Plus, all skill damage was increased by an additional 500%. In the Mighty Force state, his attack power was almost 10 times that of normal. Skill, Damage Curse. A flash of red light, followed by a bright white light. Skill, Skeletal Fangs. Lin Moyo raised his right hand, pointing at the dragon warlord in midair, and a dazzling white light burst from his fingertips. At level 37, Skeletal Fangs shot out 1,480 fangs in one wave. In an instant, it sealed off all the dragon warlord's escape routes. The dragon warlord roared, and the spear struck down. The immense power shattered many skeletal fangs, forcibly creating a path. Lin Moyo was not flustered at all, and the soul flame in his left hand flickered. It could shatter the skeletal fangs, but it couldn't avoid the soul flame. A small spark flashed on its forehead. A scream echoed through the sky. Even a level 70 dragon warlord could not withstand the pain of the soul flame, especially when the pain was multiplied under the Mighty Force skill. As the damage increased, so did the pain. It almost couldn't hold the spear, the skill was interrupted, and it fell from the air. Lin Moyo sneered, "You might be the first dragon warlord I kill." Through detection, Lin Moyo already knew the opponent's identity. A level 70 dragon warlord. Very powerful, but far inferior to a top-tier succubus, let alone compared to the Flame Demon King. In Lin Moyo's eyes, it was not even as good as the Ancient Phoenix, far from it. When facing the Ancient Phoenix, even if his summoning was not sealed, he would turn and run. But against this level 70 dragon warlord, even without the Undead Legion, he could still fight. The soul flame flickered again, and the falling dragon warlord screamed again. A green halo exploded. Skill, Toxic Star Ring. This time, 500% damage. Each second caused 74,000 strength damage. Even a level 70 warlord couldn't stop groaning, feeling extremely uncomfortable. The fingertips of his right hand began to shine again. The white light exploded. Skeletal fangs burst out, the terrifying penetration power, each fang pierced through its body, turning it into a basket. Lin Moya completed a series of attacks in the short 3 seconds it took for it to fall. And even after it landed, the attacks did not stop. Wave after wave of skeletal fangs, at least 3 waves per second. The soul flame also did not stop. The dragon warlord, who had come with a fierce killing intent, was now miserably curled up, screaming incessantly. Its soul was burned by the flame, and its body was pierced by the skeletal fangs. Dragon blood covered the ground. Lin Moya thought of a saying from his previous life: came in good shape, but can't go back. The mighty force skill had 3 seconds left, which was enough. Suddenly, Lin Moya saw the look of death in its eyes. That look was so familiar. Let's die together. Its expression became crazy. Lin Moya's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. Boom. Chapter 300. Chapter 300, 300. Chapter 300, first, I apologize to everyone, a level 37 God General, unprecedented. Book Chapter 300, first, I apologize to everyone, a level 37 God General, unprecedented. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Lin. The explosion seemed to destroy the heavens and the earth. The shockwave swept across the land. Even the fortress 1,000 meters away rumbled and shook continuously. The sturdy city walls seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, with large stones falling off. Many tall buildings had their tops collectively blown off, filling the fortress with rubble. The level 70 dragon warlord self-destruct. Even the sturdy fortress 1,000 meters away was damaged. Everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. Ni Jun's face was very grim at this moment. He knew that Lin Moya was doomed. Such an explosion, even for a level 70 human professional, unless they were a knight, would be fatal. Not to mention Lin Moya was only level 37. Although his combat power was strong, capable of annihilating an entire army, and even a level 70 dragon warlord was no match for him. But his weakness was also obvious: his level was too low. Attributes and vitality were insufficient. Ni Jun couldn't be wrong, he could sense Lin Moya's vitality before. It was not much different from an ordinary level 37 professional, not even as good as a level 37 knight. Zhang Qian's mouth twitched continuously, wanting to speak but unable to say anything. After a long while, he said with great regret, "What a pity." Ni Jun also sighed, "Alas, I didn't expect the opponent to self-destruct. It seems Lin Moya really pushed him to the brink." Zhang Qian said in a low voice, "The dragon race probably didn't expect that even after restricting Lin Moya's summoning skills, he still had such strong combat power. Without using the mighty force skill and without the undead legion, Lin Moya was definitely no match for the level 70 dragon warlord. It can only be said that he came at the wrong time. If he had come 10 seconds later, it would have been the dragon warlord retreating." Everyone felt sorry for Lin Moya. The light of the self-destruction gradually faded, and the mushroom cloud disappeared. In everyone's sight, a figure appeared. The figure was shining with white light, wearing familiar skeletal armor. At this moment, he was slowly walking back, looking unscathed. Oh my god, he didn't die. This is too abnormal, surviving such a self-destruction. How did he do it? His defense skills are so abnormal. No one could believe it. Lin Moya was still alive. Seeing Lin Moya alive, the happiest were Ni Jun and Zhang Qian. From their perspective, the human race needed a genius like Lin Moya. Such a genius might not appear even once in 100 years. As long as he could grow, it would be a great fortune for the human race. Lin Moya returned to the fortress unscathed. The skeletons were rapidly recovering in the summoning space. The self-destruction of the level 70 dragon warlord was indeed powerful. The skeletal armor shattered instantly, the damage transfer took effect, and a massive amount of damage was transferred to the skeletons and lich generals. The summoning life-linked talent also played a role. All the damage was shared by all the skeletons and lich generals. Although they were all severely injured, not a single skeleton died. In the summoning space, they would fully recover in less than half a day. For Lin Moya, it was no damage at all. The self-destruction attack seems to be mainly physical. I have 50% immunity to physical damage, which also reduced a lot of the damage I took. But I need to be careful in the future. If 2 dragon warlords or top demons self-destruct at the same time, I might be in danger. If I encounter a boss above level 60 self-destructing, I might not be able to withstand it either. Lin Moya weighed in his mind and came to a conclusion. As a summoner, he was still a magic-based profession. He shouldn't be at the forefront. He just relied on the passive skill of damage transfer and ignored this point. Now facing higher-level enemies, he had to take it seriously. If I had the same defense as the Lich Generals, it would be much safer. The Lich Generals had extremely high constitution attributes, with the highest defense and vitality among all summons. If he could be like the Lich Generals, it would naturally be much safer. But this was just a thought, theoretically impossible. Even if he became a knight, he couldn't reach the level of the Lich Generals. The Lich Generals sacrificed 3 major attributes, with constitution being the highest. His thoughts returned from self-reflection. He immediately felt countless admiring gazes. In the fortress, all the soldiers and most of the professionals were looking at Lin Moya. As if looking at a returning hero, they all saluted Lin Moya. "Greetings, God General." Everyone shouted in unison. The purple military badge exuded a noble aura. Although there were no stars on it, a God General was still a God General. In the human military system, it was the most noble existence. In the Shangxia Empire, even the 12 council members who held the empire's power were not as high as the God Generals. When they saw a God General, they also had to salute respectfully. The military was the foundation of the Shangxia Empire, irreplaceable. A god general was not just a rank, but also a contribution. Lin Moya nodded to everyone. Just this gesture made all the soldiers present feel honored. In their hearts, a god general was the goal of a lifetime, and Lin Moya had achieved this goal at level 37. He was a genius, the top genius of this era. Ni Jun and Zhang Qian came down from the command platform and saluted Lin Moya. Lin Moya smiled slightly. Master Zhang, long time no see. Zhang Qian laughed heartily. God General Lin, long time no see. I knew you were extraordinary back then, but I didn't expect you to become a god general so quickly. Lin Moya also smiled. It was just luck. Thank you for hosting my awakening ceremony back then. If it were someone else, I might have awakened to a different profession. Zhang Qian was very pleased to hear this, his old face blooming like a chrysanthemum. No, it's because God General Lin has good aptitude. I was just hosting the transfer array. Ni Jun laughed. Let's not be polite here, the battle in our fortress is over. Where will God General Lin go next? Lin Moya asked. How are the other fortresses doing? Zhang Qian said. I just asked, they are stable. Does God General Lin want to go to other fortresses to support? Lin Moya shook his head. Since they are stable, I won't go to steal military merits. I apologize to everyone here for taking all the military merits this time. Lin Moya's voice reached everyone's ears, and they all shook their heads, saying it was unnecessary. Although Lin Moya took all the military merits, it was also Lin Moya who destroyed the Subdragon Legion alone. They were just watching the whole time, not even moving. Even if the military merits were distributed, Lin Moya would get the majority. What they could get would be a few hundred at most. A few hundred military merits made little difference. Besides, Lin Moya did all the work, so they didn't have to risk their lives. So no one blamed Lin Moya. At this moment, the teleportation array lit up, and a knight in armor rushed out of the teleportation array. He was dusty, with a battle intent that had not yet dissipated, obviously just withdrawn from the battlefield. From his aura, he was a top-tier professional. The knight rushed out of the teleportation array and immediately shouted, "Where is the Dragon Warlord?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. It was too quiet here, with no sign of war. Completely different from the situation in Fortress Number 8. Ni Jun smiled and said, "The Dragon Warlord is dead." The knight was stunned for a moment, his eyes scanning around. How did it die? None of you are even level 60, how could you kill a Dragon Warlord? He had fought with the Dragon Warlord and knew how strong it was. Ni Jun said, "It's self-destruct, forced to the brink by God General Lin." The knight was even more confused. Weren't all the god generals in Fortress Number 9? When did one come to Fortress Number 6? But he didn't doubt Ni Jun's words. Following Ni Jun's gaze, he saw Lin Moya. He also saw the dazzling purple military badge on Lin Moya's shoulder. God General. No stars, but still a God General. He immediately stood straight and saluted Lin Moya. God Knight Dongfeng, greetings to God General. Dongfeng's rank was a 5-star colonel. Still a long way from being a God General. Lin Moya nodded. Hello, Colonel Dongfeng, thank you for coming to support. Dongfeng said loudly, I am acting on orders. With God General here, a mere Dragon Warlord is nothing. He didn't care about Lin Moya's level at all. In his mind, Lin Moya must have used some method to hide his true level. Level 37 was just a facade. After exchanging a few words, Lin Moya went to rest under Ni Jun's arrangement. He couldn't leave the original battlefield yet, he had to wait for the battles in the other fortresses to end. Sitting in a small room, Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect to reach level 37 in the blink of an eye. Saved a lot of effort by not having to grind dungeons dozens of times. Unfortunately, the corpse explosion skill didn't get upgraded. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.